Chapter 13. Marriage. The style of courtship which prevailed in Shakespeare's time, and the numerous customs associated with the marriage ceremony, may be accurately drawn from the many allusions interspersed through his plays. From these, it would seem that the mode of love-making was much the same amongst all classes, often lacking that polish and refined expression which are distinguishing characteristics nowadays. As Mr. Drake remarks, 706 the amatory dialogues of Hamlet, Hotspur, and Henry V, are not more refined than those which occur between Master Fenton and Page in the Merry Wives of Windsor, between Lorenzo and Jessica in the Merchant of Venice, and between Orlando and Rosalind in As You Like It. These last, which may be considered as instances taken from the middle class of life, together with a few drawn from the lower rank of rural manners, such as the courtship of Touchstone and Audrey, and of Silvius and Phoebe, in As You Like It, are good illustrations of this subject, although it must be added, that in point of fancy, sentiment, and simplicity, the most pleasing love scenes in Shakespeare are those of Romeo and Juliet, and of Florizel and Perdita. The ancient ceremony of betrothing seems still to have been in full use in Shakespeare's day. Indeed, he gives us several interesting passages upon the subject of troth-plight. Thus, in Measure for Measure, 3:1, we learn that the unhappiness of the poor, dejected Mariana was caused by a violation of the troth-plight. Duke. She should this Angelo have married. Was affianced to her by oath, and the nuptial appointed, between which time of the contract and limit of the solemnity, her brother Frederick was wrecked at sea, having in that perished vessel the dowry of his sister. But mark how heavily this befell to the poor gentlewoman, there she lost a noble and renowned brother, in his love toward her ever most kind and natural, with him, the portion and sinew of her fortune, her marriage dowry. With both, her convenant husband, this well-seeming Angelo. Isab. Can this be so? Did Angelo so leave her? Duke. Left her in her tears, and dried not one of them with his comfort. Swallowed his vows whole, pretending in her discoveries of dishonor, in few, bestowed her on her own lamentation, which she yet wears for his sake, and he, a marble to her tears, is washed with them, but relents not. It is evident that Angelo and Mariana were bound by oath, the nuptial was appointed, there was a prescribed time between the contract and the performance of the solemnity of the church. The lady, however, having lost her dowry, the contract was violated by her convenant or affianced husband, the oath, no doubt, having been tendered by a minister of the church in the presence of witnesses. In Twelfth Night, 4:3, we have a minute description of such a ceremonial. For when Olivia is hastily espoused to Sebastian, she says, "Now go with me and with this holy man into the chauntry by, there, before him, and underneath that consecrated roof. Plight me the full assurance of your faith, that my most jealous and too doubtful soul may live at peace. He shall conceal it. Whiles you are willing it shall come to note. What time we will our celebration keep, according to my birth." This, then, was a private ceremony before a single witness, who would conceal it till the proper period of the public ceremonial. Olivia, fancying that she has thus espoused the page, repeatedly calls him husband. And, being rejected, she summons the priest to declare, v:1. What thou dost know hath newly passed between this youth and me. The priest answers, a contract of eternal bond of love, confirmed by mutual joinder of your hands, attested by the holy close of lips, strengthened by interchangement of your rings, and all the ceremony of this compact, sealed in my function, by my testimony. Since when, my watch hath told me, toward my grave, I have travelled but 2 hours. Again, in the Winter's Tale, 4:4, which contains many a perfect picture of real rustic life, it appears that occasionally the troth-plight was exchanged without the presence of a priest, but that witnesses were essential to the ceremony. Florizel. Oh, hear me breathe my life before this ancient sir, who, it should seem, hath sometime loved. I take thy hand, this hand. As soft as dove's down and as white as it. Or Ethiopian's tooth, or the fanned snow that's bolted by the northern blasts twice o'er. Polixenes. What follows this? How prettily the young swain seems to wash. The hand was fair before. I have put you out. But to your protestation, let me hear what you profess. Floor. Do, and be witness to, T. Paul. And this my neighbor too. Floor. And he, and more than he, and men, the earth, the heavens, and all. That, were I crowned the most imperial monarch. Thereof most worthy, were I the fairest youth. That ever made I swerve, had force and knowledge. More than was ever man's, I would not prize them. Without her love, for her employ them all. Commend them and condemn them to her service. Or to their own perdition. Paul. Fairly offered. Cam. This shows a sound affection. Shep. But, my daughter. Say you the like to him? Poor. I cannot speak. So well, nothing so well, no, nor mean better. By the pattern of mine own thoughts I cut out the purity of his. Shep. Take hands, a bargain. And, friends unknown, ye shall bear witness to, T. I give my daughter to him, and will make her portion equal his .707. Floor. Oh, that must be. The virtue of your daughter, one being dead. I shall have more than you can dream of yet. Enough then for your wonder. But, come on. Contract us, for these witnesses. Shep. Come, your hand. And, daughter, yours. To the argument of Polixenes, that the father of Florizel ought to know of his proceeding, the young man answers. Floor. Come, come, he must not. Mark our contract. And then the father, discovering himself, exclaims. Mark your divorce, young sir. Here, then, as Mr. Knight remarks 708 in the publicity of a village festival, the hand of the loved one is solemnly taken by her lover, who breathes his life before the ancient stranger who is accidentally present. The stranger is called to be a witness to the protestation, and so is the neighbor who has come with him. The maiden is called upon by her father to speak, and then the old man adds. Take hands, a bargain. The friends are to bear witness to it. I give my daughter to him, and will make her portion equal his. The impatient lover then again exclaims. Contract us, for these witnesses. The shepherd takes the hand of the youth and the maiden. Again the lover exclaims. Mark our contract. The ceremony is left incomplete, for the princely father discovers himself with. Mark your divorce, young sir. It appears, therefore, that espousals before witnesses were considered as constituting a valid marriage, if followed up within a limited time by the marriage of the Church. However much the Reformed Church might have endeavored to abrogate this practice, it was unquestionably the ancient habit of the people. 709 It was derived from the Roman law, and still prevails in the Lutheran Church. Besides exchanging kisses, 710 accompanied with vows of everlasting affection and whispering lovers reassurances of fidelity, it was customary to interchange rings. In Shakespeare's plays, however, espousals are made with and without the use of the ring. Thus, in the case of Ferdinand and Miranda, we read of their joining hands only, Tempest, 3. 1. Ferd. I, with a heart as willing as bondage heir of freedom, here's my hand. Mere. And mine, with my heart in't, and now farewell. Till half an hour hence. In the passage already quoted from Twelfth Night, v. 1, there seems to have been a mutual interchange of rings. Some, indeed, considered that a betrothal was not complete unless each spouse gave the other a circlet. Lady Anne, in Richard III. I. 2, is made to share in this misconception. Gloucester. Vouchsafe to wear this ring. Anne. To take is not to give. Gloucester. Look, how this ring encompasseth thy finger. Even so thy breast encloseth my poor heart. Wear both of them, for both of them are thine. In Two Gentlemen of Verona, 2. We read. Julia. Keep this remembrance for thy Julia's sake, giving a ring. Proteus. Why, then, we'll make exchange, here, take you this. Julia. And seal the bargain with a holy kiss. A joint or gimmal ring was anciently a common token among lovers. An allusion to which is made by Amelia in Othello, 4. I would not do such a thing for a joint ring. Their nature will be best understood by a passage in Dryden's Don Sebastian, 1690, Act v. A curious artist wrought them. With joints so close, as not to be perceived. Yet are they both each other's counterpart. And in the midst, a heart divided in two halves was placked. They were generally made of 2 or 3 hoops, so chased and engraved that when fastened together by a single rivet, the whole 3 formed one design, the usual device being a hand. When an engagement was contracted, the ring was taken apart, each spouse taking a division, and a third one being presented to the principal witness of the contract. 711 Hence such a ring was known as a sponsalium annulis, to which Herrick thus refers. Thou sent'st me a true love not, but I returned a ring of gimmels, to imply. Thy love hath one knot, mine a triple tie. The term is used by the Duke of Anjou, in 1 Henry VI. I think, by some old gimmiers or device. Their arms are set like clocks, still to strike on. Else ne'er could they hold out so as they do. Again in Henry V. 4. Grandpré tells how. In their pale dull mouths the gimmal bit lies foul with chewed grass, still and motionless. Most readers of the Merchant of Venice remember the mirthful use which Shakespeare makes of lovers' rings. Portia says, 3. When giving her wealth and self to Bassanio. I give them with this ring. Which when you part from, lose, or give away. Let it presage the ruin of your love. The last act, too, gives several particulars about lovers' rings, which in Elizabethan England 712 often had posies engraved on them, and were worn by men on the left hand. Gratiano, for example, says. About a hoop of gold, a paltry ring. That she did give me, whose posy was. For all the world's like Cutler's poetry. Upon a knife, love me and leave me not. Again Bassiano exclaims. Why, I were best to cut my left hand off. And swear I lost the ring defending it. In Taming of the Shrew, Shakespeare gives numerous allusions to the customs of his day connected with courtship and marriage. Indeed, in the second act, too, we have a perfect betrothal scene. Petruchio. Give me thy hand, Kate, I will unto Venice. To buy apparel, gainst the wedding day. Provide the feast, father, and bid the guests. I will be sure my Catherine shall be fine. Baptista. I know not what to say, but give me your hands. God send you joy, Petruchio, 'tis a match. Gremio and Tranio. Amen, say we. We will be witnesses. Petruchio. Father, and wife, and gentlemen, adieu. I will to Venice, Sunday comes apace. We will have rings and things and fine array. And kiss me, Kate, we will be married, oh, Sunday. Although Caterina is only his spouse, and Baptista not yet his father-in-law, Petruchio in accordance with fashion calls her wife and him father. The spouses of old times used to term one another husband and wife, for, as they argued, they were as good as husband and wife. Formerly there was a kind of betrothal or marriage contract prevalent among the lower orders, called hand-fasting, or hand-festing, said to have been much in use among the Danes. And which is mentioned by Ray in his Glossary of Northumbrian Words. It simply means hand-fastening or binding. In Cymbeline, I-5, the phrase is used in its secondary sense by the queen, who, speaking of Pisanio, declares that he is a sly and constant knave, not to be shaked, the agent for his master, and the remembrancer of her to hold the hand fast to her lord. In the Christian State of Matrimony, 1543, we find the following illustration of this custom. Yet in this thing almost must I warn every reasonable and honest person to beware that in the contracting of marriage they dissemble not, nor set forth any lie. Every man, likewise, must esteem the person to whom he is handfasted none otherwise than for his own spouse, though as yet it be not done in the church, nor in the street. After the handfasting and making of the contract, the church-going and wedding should not be deferred too long. The author then goes on to rebuke a custom, that at the handfasting there is made a great feast and superfluous banquet. Sir John Sinclair, in the Statistical Account of Scotland, 1794, 12. 615, tells us that at a fair annually held at Esclemure, Company Dumfries, it was the custom for the unmarried persons of both sexes to choose a companion according to their liking, with whom they were to live till that time next year. This was called handfasting, or hand in fist. If they were pleased with each other at that time then they continued together for life, if not, they separated, and were free to make another choice as at the first. Shakespeare has given us numerous illustrations of the marriage customs of our forefathers, many of which are interesting as relics of the past, owing to their having long ago fallen into disuse. The fashion of introducing a bowl of wine into the church at a wedding, which is alluded to in the Taming of the Shrew, 3. 2. To be drunk by the bride and bridegroom and persons present immediately after the marriage ceremony, is very ancient. Gremio relates how Petruchio stamped and swore, as if the vicar meant to cozen him. But after many ceremonies done, he calls for wine, a health, quoth he, as if he had been aboard, carousing to his mates. After a storm, quaffed off the muscadel, and threw the sops all in the sexton's face, having no other reason but that his beard grew thin and hungerly, and seemed to ask him sops as he was drinking. It existed even among our Gothic ancestors, and is mentioned in the ordinances of the household of Henry VII. For the marriage of a princess, then pots of hypocris to be ready, and to be put into cups with sop, and to be borne to the estates, and to take a sop and drink. 713 It was also practiced at the magnificent marriage of Queen Mary and Philip, in Winchester Cathedral, and at the marriage of the Elector Palatine to the daughter of James I, in 1612-13. Indeed, it appears to have been the practice at most marriages. In Johnson's Magnetic Lady, it is called a knitting cup, in Middleton's No Wit Like a Woman's, the contracting cup. In Robert Armin's comedy of The History of the Two Maids of Morclack, 1609, the play begins with Enter a maid strewing flowers, and a serving man perfuming the door. Maid. Strew, strew. Man. The muscadine stays for the bride at church. The priest and hymen ceremonies tend to make them man and wife. Again, in Beaumont and Fletcher's Scornful Lady, I. 1, the custom is referred to 714. If my wedding smock were on, were the gloves bought and given, the license come, were the rosemary branches dipped, and all the hippocras and cakes eat and drunk off. We find it enjoined in the Hereford Missal. By the Sarum Missal it is directed that the sops immersed in this wine, as well as the liquor itself, and the cup that contained it, should be blessed by the priest. The beverage used on this occasion was to be drunk by the bride and bridegroom and the rest of the company. The nuptial kiss in the church was anciently part of the marriage ceremony, as appears from a rubric in one of the Salisbury Missals. In the Taming of the Shrew, Shakespeare has made an excellent use of this custom, where he relates how Petruchio, 3. 2. took the bride about the neck, and kissed her lips with such a clamorous smack, that at the parting all the church did echo. Again, in King Richard II. v. R. where the Duke of Northumberland announces to the king that he is to be sent to Pomfret, and his wife to be banished to France, the king exclaims, "Doubly divorced! Bad men, you violate a twofold marriage, twixt my crown and me. And then betwixt me and my married wife. Let me unkiss the oath twixt thee and me. And yet not so, for with a kiss 'twas made." Marston, too, in his Insatiate Countess, mentions it. "The kiss thou gav'st me in the church, here take." The practice is still kept up among the poor. And Brand 715 says it is still customary among persons of middling rank as well as the vulgar, in most parts of England, for the young men present at the marriage ceremony to salute the bride, one by one, the moment it is concluded. Music was the universal accompaniment of weddings in olden times. 716 The allusions to wedding music that may be found in the works of Shakespeare, Ben Jonson, and other Elizabethan dramatists, testify, as Mr. Jefferson points out, that, in the opinion of their contemporaries, a wedding without the braying of trumpets, and beating of drums, and clashing of cymbals, was a poor affair. In As You Like It, v. 4, Hymen says, "Whiles a wedlock hymn we sing." And in Romeo and Juliet, 4. 5, Capulet says, "Our wedding cheer to a sad burial feast. Our solemn hymns to sullen dirges change." It seems to have been customary for the bride at her wedding to wear her hair unbraided and hanging loose over her shoulders. There may be an allusion to this custom in King John, 3. 1, where Constance says, "O Lewis, stand fast. The devil tempts thee here." In likeness of a new untrimmed bride. At the celebration of her marriage with the Palatine, Elizabeth Stuart wore her hair dishevelled and hanging down her shoulders. Heywood speaks of this practice in the following graphic words. "At length the blushing bride comes, with her hair dishevelled, bout her shoulders." It has been suggested that the bride's veil, which of late years has become one of the most conspicuous features of her costume, may be nothing more than a milliner's substitute, which in old time concealed not a few of the bride's personal attractions, and covered her face when she knelt at the altar. Mr. Jefferson 717 thinks it may be ascribed to the Hebrew ceremony, or has come from the East, where veils have been worn from time immemorial. Some again connect it with the yellow veil which was worn by the Roman brides. Strange, too, as it may appear, it is nevertheless certain that knives and daggers were formerly part of the customary accoutrements of brides. Thus, Shakespeare, in the Old Quarto, 1597, makes Juliet wear a knife at the friar's cell, and when she is about to take the potion. This custom, however, is easily accounted for, when we consider that women anciently wore a knife suspended from their girdle. Many allusions to this practice occur in old writers. 718 In Decker's Match Me in London, 1631, a bride says to her jealous husband, "See at my girdle hang my wedding knives. With those dispatch me." In The Witch of Edmonton, 1658, Somerton says, "But see, the bridegroom and bride come. The new pair of Sheffield knives fitted both to one sheath." Among other wedding customs alluded to by Shakespeare we may mention one referred to in Taming of the Shrew, 2. 1, where Catherine, speaking of Bianca, says to her father, "She is your treasure, she must have a husband. I must dance barefoot on the wedding day. And, for your love to her, lead apes in hell." It being a popular notion that unless the elder sisters danced barefoot at the marriage of a younger one, they would inevitably become old maids, and be condemned to lead apes in hell. The expression, "to lead apes in hell," applied above to old maids, has given rise to much discussion, and the phrase has not yet been satisfactorily explained. Stevens suggests that it might be considered an act of posthumous retribution for women who refuse to bear children, to be condemned to the care of apes in leading strings after death. Malone says that, to lead apes, was in Shakespeare's time one of the employments of a bear ward, who often carried about one of these animals with his bear. Nares explains the expression by reference to the word ape as denoting a fool, it probably meaning that those coquettes who made fools of men, and led them about without real intention of marriage, would have them still to lead against their will hereafter. In Much Ado About Nothing, 2:1, Beatrice says, "Therefore I will even take sixpence in earnest of the bearward, and lead his apes into hell." Dowse 719 tells us that homicides and adulterers were in ancient times compelled, by way of punishment, to lead an ape by the neck, with their mouths affixed in a very unseemly manner to the animal's tail. In accordance with an old custom, the bride on the wedding night had to dance with every guest, and play the amiable, however much against her own wishes. In Henry VIII. v. 2, there seems to be an allusion to this practice, where the king says, "I had thought they had parted so much honesty among them. At least, good manners, as not thus to suffer a man of his place, and so near our favour, to dance attendance on their lordships' pleasures, etc." In the Christian State of Matrimony, 1543, we read thus, "Then must the poor bride keep foot with the dancers, and refuse none, how scabbed, foulé, drunken, rude, and shameless soever he be." As in our own time, so, too, formerly flowers entered largely into the marriage festivities. Most readers will at once call to mind that touching scene, 4:5, in Romeo and Juliet, where Capulet says, referring to Juliet's supposed untimely death, "Our bridal flowers serve for a buried corse." It seems, too, in days gone by to have been customary to deck the bridal bed with flowers, various allusions to which are given by Shakespeare. Thus, in Hamlet, v. 1, the Queen, speaking of poor Ophelia, says, "I hoped thou shouldst have been my Hamlet's wife. I thought thy bride bed to have decked, sweet maid." In the Tempest, 4:1, we may compare the words of Prospero, who, alluding to the marriage of his daughter Miranda with Ferdinand, by way of warning, cautions them lest barren hate, sour-eyed disdain and discord shall bestrew the union of your bed with weeds so loathly, that you shall hate it both. In the papal times no new married couple could go to bed together till the bridal bed had been blessed, this being considered one of the most important of the marriage ceremonies. On the evening of the wedding day, says Mr. Jefferson, 720, when the married couple sat in state in the bridal bed, before the exclusion of the guests, who assembled to commend them yet again to heaven's keeping, one or more priests attended by acolytes swinging to and fro lighted censers, appeared in the crowded chamber to bless the couch, its occupants, and the truckle bed, and fumigate the room with hallowing incense. In A Midsummer Night's Dream, v. 1, Oberon says, "Now, until the break of day, through the house each fairy stray. To the best bride bed will we, which by us shall blessed be. And the issue they create ever shall be fortunate." Stevens in illustration of this custom quotes from Chaucer's The Merchant's Tale, edition Tyrwhitt, line 96-93. "And when the bed was with the priest blessed." The formula for this curious ceremony is thus given in the manual for the use of Salisbury: "Noct vero sequent cum sponsas et sponsa ad lectum prevenerant, accidat sacerdos et benedicat thalamum, dicens. Benedic, Domini, thalamum istum et omnes habitants in eo, ut in tua pace consistent, et in tua voluntate prenanient, et in tua amore vivant et senescent et multiplacenter in longitudine dirum. Per dominum dot, item benedictio super lectum. Benedic, Domini, hoc cubiculum, respice, quinen dormis nec dormitus. Custodes Israel, custodi famulos tuos in hoc lecto quiescens ab omnibus phantasmaticis demonum illusionibus. Custodi eos vigilantes ut in preceptis tues meditenter dormientes, et te per soperem sentient, ut hic et ubique depensiones tui munianter auxilio. Per dominum, dein fiat benedictio super eos in lecto tantum cum orimus. Benedicat Deus corpora vestra et animus vestras, et det super eos benedictionem sicut benedixit Abraham, Isaac, et Jacob, emendat, his paractus aspergat eos aqua benedicta, e sic disidat et dimitat eos in pace. 721. In the French romance of Melusine, the bishop who marries her to Raymondin blesses the nuptial bed. The ceremony is there presented in a very ancient cut, of which Douce has given a copy. The good prelate is sprinkling the parties with holy water. It appears that, occasionally during the benediction, the married couple only sat on the bed, but they generally received a portion of the consecrated bread and wine. It is recorded in France, that, on frequent occasions, the priest was improperly detained till midnight, while the wedding guests rioted in the luxuries of the table, and made use of language that was extremely offensive to the clergy. It was therefore ordained, in the year 1577, that the ceremony of blessing the nuptial bed should for the future be performed in the daytime, or at least before supper, and in the presence of the bride and bridegroom, and of their nearest relations only. On the morning after the celebration of the marriage, it was formerly customary for friends to serenade a newly married couple, or to greet them with a morning song to bid them good morrow. In Othello, 3. This custom is referred to by Cassio, who speaking of Othello and Desdemona, says to the musicians, "Masters, play here, I will content your pains." Something that's brief, and bid, good morrow, general. According to Cotgrave, the morning song to a newly married woman was called the Hunts Up. It has been suggested that this may be alluded to by Juliet, 3. 5, who, when urging Romeo to make his escape tells him, "Some say the lark and loathed toad change eyes. Oh, now I would they had changed voices too. Since arm from arm that voice doth us affray. Hunting thee hence with hunts up to the day. Oh, now be gone." In olden times torches were used at weddings, a practice, indeed, dating as far back as the time of the Romans. From the following lines in Herrick's Hesperides, it has been suggested that the custom once existed in this country. Upon a maid that died the day she was married. That morn which saw me made a bride. The evening witnessed that I wide. Those holy lights, wherewith they guide unto the bed the bashful bride. Served but as tapers for to burn. And light my relics to their end. This epitaph which here you see supplied the epithalamy. 722. Shakespeare alludes to this custom in 1 Henry VI. 3:2, where Joan of Arc, thrusting out a burning torch on the top of the tower at Rouen, exclaims, "Behold, this is the happy wedding torch that joineth Rouen unto her countrymen." In Tempest, 2:4. 1, Iris says, "No bedright shall be paid till Hymen's torch be lighted." According to a Roman marriage custom, the bride on her entry into her husband's house was prohibited from treading over his threshold, and lest she should even so much as touch it, she was always lifted over it. Shakespeare seems inadvertently to have overlooked this usage in Coriolanus, 4:5, where he represents Aufidius as saying to Coriolanus, "I loved the maid I married, never man sight truer breath, but that I see thee here. Thou noble thing! More dances my rapt heart than when I first my wedded mistress saw bestride my threshold." Lucan in his Pharsalia, lib 2. 359, says, "Translata vituit contingera limina planta." Once more, Sunday appears to have been a popular day for marriages, the brides of the Elizabethan dramas being usually represented as married on Sundays. In the Taming of the Shrew, 2:1, Petruchio, after telling his future father-in-law that upon Sunday is the wedding day, and laughing at Catherine's petulant exclamation, "I'll see thee hanged on Sunday first," says, "Father, and wife, and gentlemen adieu. I will to Venice, Sunday comes apace. We will have rings and things and give array. And, kiss me Kate, we will be married o Sunday." Thus, Mr. Jefferson, speaking of this custom in his Brides and Bridals, rightly remarks, "A fashionable wedding, celebrated on the Lord's Day in London, or any part of England." would nowadays be denounced by religious people of all Christian parties. But in our feudal times, and long after the Reformation, Sunday was of all days of the week the favorite one for marriages. Long after the theatres had been closed on Sundays, the day of rest was the chief day for weddings with Londoners of every social class. Love charms have from the earliest times been much in request amongst the credulous anxious to gain an insight into their matrimonial prospects. 723 In the Merchant of Venice, v. 1, we have an allusion to the practice of kneeling and praying at wayside crosses for a happy marriage, in the passage where Stephano tells how his mistress doth stray about by holy crosses, where she kneels and prays for happy wedlock hours. The use of love potions by a despairing lover to secure the affections of another was a superstitious practice much resorted to in olden times. 724 This mode of enchantment, too, was formerly often employed in our own country, and Gay, in his Shepherd's Week, relates how Hobnelia was guilty of this questionable practice. As I was wont, I trudged, last market day, to town with new-laid eggs, preserved in hay. I made my market long before 'twas night. My purse grew heavy, and my basket light. Straight to the apothecary's shop I went, and in love powder all my money spent. Behap what will, next Sunday after prayers, when to the alehouse lubberkin repairs, these golden flies into his mug I'll throw, and soon the swain with fervent love shall glow. In the Character of a Quack Astrologer, 1673, quoted by Brand, we are told how he trap-pans a young heiress to run away with a footman, by persuading a young girl 'tis her destiny, and sells the old and ugly philters and love powder to procure them sweethearts. Shakespeare has represented Othello as accused of winning Desdemona, by conjuration and mighty magic. Thus Brabantio, I. 2, says, thou hast practiced on her with foul charms, abused her delicate youth with drugs or minerals that waken motion. And in the following scene he further repeats the same charge against Othello. She is abused, stolen from me, and corrupted by spells and medicines bought of mountebanks. For nature so preposterously to err, being not deficient, blind, or lame of sense, sans witchcraft could not. Othello, however, in proving that he had won Desdemona only by honorable means, addressing the Duke, replies, by your gracious patience, I will a round unvarnished tale deliver of my whole course of love. What drugs, what charms, what conjurations and what mighty magic. For such proceeding I am charged withal. I won his daughter. It may have escaped the poet's notice that, by the Venetian law, the giving love potions was held highly criminal, as appears in the Code della Promission del Malefico, cap. 17, De Maleficii et Herbari. A further allusion to this practice occurs in A Midsummer Night's Dream, 2. 1, where Puck and Oberon amuse themselves at Titania's expense. 725. An expression common in Shakespeare's day for any one born out of wedlock is mentioned by the bastard in King John, I. 1. In at the window, or else o'er the hatch. The old saying also that, hanging and wives go by destiny, is quoted by Nerissa in the Merchant of Venice, 2. 9, in Much Ado About Nothing, 2. 1, Don Pedro makes use of an old popular phrase in asking Claudio, when mean you to go to church, referring to his marriage. A solemn and even melancholy air was often affected by the beaux of Queen Elizabeth's time, as a refined mark of gentility, a most sad and pathetic allusion to which custom is made by Arthur in King John, 4. 1. Methinks, nobody should be sad but I. Yet, I remember, when I was in France, young gentlemen would be as sad as night. Only for wantonness. 726. There are frequent references to this fashion in our old writers. Thus, in Ben Jonson's Every Man in His Humour, I. 3, we read, why, I do think of it, and I will be more proud, and melancholy, and gentlemanlike than I have been, I'll assure you. Chapter 14. Death and Burial. From a very early period there has existed a belief in the existence of a power of prophecy at that period which precedes death. It took its origin in the assumed fact that the soul becomes divine in the same ratio as its connection with the body is loosened. It has been urged in support of this theory that at the hour of death the soul is, as it were, on the confines of two worlds, and may possibly at the same moment possess a power which is both prospective and retrospective. Shakespeare, in Richard II. 2:1, makes the dying Gaunt exclaim, alluding to his nephew, the young and self-willed king. Methinks I am a prophet new inspired. And thus expiring do foretell of him. Again, the brave Percy, in 1 Henry IV. v. 4, when in the agonies of death, expresses the same idea. Oh, I could prophesy. But that the earthy and cold hand of death lies on my tongue. We may also compare what Nerissa says of Portia's father in Merchant of Venice, too, your father was ever virtuous, and holy men at their death have good inspirations. Curious to say this notion may be traced up to the time of Homer. Thus Patroclus prophesies the death of Hector, Iliad, p. 852, you yourself are not destined to live long, for even now death is drawing nigh unto you, and a violent fate awaits you, about to be slain in fight by the hands of Achilles. Aristotle tells us that the soul, when on the point of death, foretells things about to happen. Others have sought for the foundation of this belief in the 49th chapter of Genesis, and Jacob called his sons, and said, Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. And when Jacob had made an end of commanding his sons, he gathered up his feet into his bed, and yielded up the ghost, and was gathered unto his people. Whether, however, we accept this origin or not, at any rate it is very certain that the notion in question has existed from the earliest times, being alluded to also by Socrates, Xenophon, and Diodorus Siculus. It still lingers on in Lancashire and other parts of England. Among other omens of death may be mentioned high spirits, which have been supposed to presage impending death. Thus, in Romeo and Juliet, v. 3, Romeo exclaims, How oft when men are at the point of death have they been merry, which their keepers call a lightning before death. This idea is noticed by Ray, who inserts it as a proverb, it's a lightning before death. And adds this note, this is generally observed of sick persons, that a little before they die their pains leave them, and their understanding and memory return to them, as a candle just before it goes out gives a great blaze. It was also a superstitious notion that unusual mirth was a forerunner of adversity. Thus, in the last act of Romeo and Juliet, 1, Romeo comes on saying, If I may trust the flattering truth of sleep, my dreams presage some joyful news at hand. My bosom's lord sits lightly in his throne, and all this day an unaccustomed spirit lifts me above the ground with cheerful thoughts. Immediately, however, a messenger enters to announce Juliet's death. In King Richard III. 3:2, Hastings is represented as rising in the morning in unusually high spirits. Stanley says, The lords at Pomfret, when they rode from London, were jocund, and supposed their state was sure. And they indeed had no cause to mistrust. But yet, you see, how soon the day o'ercast. This idea, it may be noted, runs throughout the whole scene. Before dinner time, Hastings was beheaded. Once more, in 2 Henry IV. 4:2, the same notion is alluded to in the following dialogue. Westmoreland. Health to my lord and gentle cousin. Mowbray. Mowbray. You wish me health in very happy season. For I am, on the sudden, something ill. Arch. Against ill chances men are ever merry. But heaviness foreruns the good event. West. Therefore be merry, 'cause, since sudden sorrow serves to say thus, some good thing comes tomorrow. Arch, believe me, I am passing light in spirit. Mob. So much the worse, if your own rule be true. Tytler, in his History of Scotland, thus speaks of the death of King James I. On this fatal evening, February 20th, 1436, the revels of the court were kept up to a late hour. The prince himself appears to have been in unusually gay and cheerful spirits. He even jested, if we may believe the contemporary manuscript, about a prophecy which had declared that a king that year should be slain. Shelley strongly entertained this superstition. During all the time he spent in Leghorn, he was in brilliant spirits, to him a sure prognostic of coming evil. Again, it is a very common opinion that death announces its approach by certain mysterious noises, a notion, indeed, which may be traced up to the time of the Romans, who believed that the genius of death announced his approach by some supernatural warning. In Troilus and Cressida, 4. Troilus says, "Hark! You are called, some say, the genius so. Cries, come to him that instantly must die." This superstition was frequently made use of by writers of bygone times, and often served to embellish, with touching pathos, their poetic sentiment. Thus Flatman, in some pretty lines, has embodied this thought. My soul, just now about to take her flight into the regions of eternal night. Methinks I hear some gentle spirit say, be not fearful, come away. Pope speaks in the same strain. Hark! They whisper, angels say, sister spirit, come away. Shakespeare, too, further alludes to this idea in Macbeth 3, where, it may be remembered, Lennox graphically describes how, on the awful night in which Duncan is so basely murdered, our chimneys were blown down. And, as they say, lamentings heard I the air, strange screams of death. And prophesying with accents terrible, of dire combustion and confused events, new hatched to the woeful time. As in Shakespeare's day, so, too, at the present time, there is perhaps no superstition so deeply rooted in the minds of many people as the belief in what are popularly termed death warnings. Modern folklore holds either that a knocking or rumbling in the floor is an omen of a death about to happen, or that dying persons themselves announce their dissolution to their friends in such strange sounds. 727 Many families are supposed to have particular warnings, such as the appearance of a bird, the figure of a tall woman, etc. Such, moreover, are not confined to our own country, but in a variety of forms are found on the continent. According to another belief, it was generally supposed that when a man was on his deathbed, the devil or his agents tried to seize his soul, if it should happen that he died without receiving the sacrament of the Eucharist, or without confessing his sins. Hence, in 2 Henry VI. 3, the king says, "Oh, beat away the busy meddling fiend, that lays strong siege unto this wretch's soul, and from his bosom purge this black despair." In the old office books of the Church, these busy meddling fiends are often represented with great anxiety besieging the dying man. But on the approach of the priest and his attendants, they are shown to display symptoms of despair at their impending discomfiture. Dow's 728 quotes from an ancient manuscript book of devotion, written in the reign of Henry VI. The following prayer to St. George, "Judge for me when the most hideous and damnable dragons of Hela shall be ready to take my poor soul and inglut it into their infernal bellies." Some think that the passing bell, which was formerly tolled for a person who was dying, was intended to drive away the evil spirit that might be hovering about to seize the soul of the deceased. 729 Its object, however, was probably to bespeak the prayers of the faithful, and to serve as a solemn warning to the living. Shakespeare has given several touching allusions to it. Thus, in his 71st sonnet he says, "No longer mourn for me when I am dead. Then you shall hear the surly sullen bell give warning to the world that I am fled from this vile world." In 2 Henry IV. 1 Northumberland speaks in the same strain. "Yet the first bringer of unwelcome news hath but a losing office, and his tongue Sounds ever after as a sullen bell. Remembered tolling a departing friend. We may quote a further allusion in Venus and Adonis, 701. And now his grief may be compared well to one sore sick that hears the passing bell. In a statute passed during the reign of Henry VIII. It is ordered that clerks are to ring no more than the passing bell for poor people, nor less for an honest householder, and he be a citizen, nor for children, maids, journeymen, apprentices, day labourers, or any other poor person. In 1662, the Bishop of Worcester 730 asks in his visitation charge, doth the parish clerk or sexton take care to admonish the living, by tolling of a passing bell of any that are dying, thereby to meditate of their own deaths, and to commend the others' weak condition to the mercy of God. It was, also, called the soul bell, upon which Bishop Hall remarks, we call it the soul bell because it signifies the departure of the soul, not because it helps the passage of the soul. Ray in his Collection of Proverbs has the following couplet. When thou dost hear a toll or knell, then think upon thy passing bell. It was formerly customary to draw away the pillow from under the heads of dying persons, so as to accelerate their departure, an allusion to which we find in Timon of Athens, 4:3, where Timon says, pluck stout men's pillows from below their heads. This, no doubt, originated in the notion that a person cannot die happily on a bed with pigeon's feathers. Groves says, it is impossible for a person to die whilst resting on a pillow stuffed with the feathers of a dove, but that he will struggle with death in the most exquisite torture. The pillows of dying persons are therefore frequently taken away when they appear in great agonies, lest they may have pigeons' feathers in them. Indeed, in Lancashire, this practice is carried to such an extent that some will not allow dying persons to lie on a feather bed, because they hold that it very much increases their pain and suffering, and actually retards their departure. 731. The departure of the human soul from this world, and its journey to its untried future, have become interwoven with an extensive network of superstitions, varying more or less in every country and tribe. Shakespeare has alluded to the numerous destinations of the disembodied spirit, enumerating the many ideas prevalent in his time on the subject. In Measure for Measure, 3:1, Claudio thus speaks. I, but to die, and go we know not where. To lie in cold obstruction and to rot. This sensible warm motion to become a kneaded clod, and the delighted spirit. To bathe in fiery floods, or to reside in thrilling region of thick-ribbed ice. To be imprisoned in the viewless winds, and blown with restless violence round about the pendant world. 732. We may compare also the powerful language of Othello, v. 2. This look of thine will hurl my soul from heaven, and fiends will snatch at it. Cold, cold, my girl, even like thy chastity. O cursed slave! Whip me, ye devils, from the possession of this heavenly sight. Blow me about in winds. Roast me in sulphur. Wash me in steep down gulfs of liquid fire. O Desdemona! Desdemona! Dead! Dow 733 says that in the former passage it is difficult to decide whether Shakespeare is alluding to the pains of hell or purgatory. Both passages are obscure, and have given rise to much criticism. It seems probable, however, that whilst partly referring to the notions of the time, relating to departed souls, Shakespeare has in a great measure incorporated the ideas of what he had read in books of Catholic divinity. The passages quoted above remind us of the legend of St. Patrick's Purgatory, where mention is made of a lake of ice and snow into which persons were plunged up to their necks, and of the description of hell, given in the Shepherd's Calendar. A great frost in a water runes, and after a bitter wind comes, which goth through the souls with air. Fens with pokes pool their flesh asunder. They fight and curse, and esh on other wonder. We cannot here enter, however, into the mass of mystic details respecting the soul's dread journey 734 by caverns and rocky paths and weary plains, over steep and slippery mountains, by frail bank or giddy bridge, across gulfs or rushing rivers. Abiding the fierce onset of the soul-destroyer or the doom of the stern guardian of the other world. Few subjects indeed have afforded greater scope for the imagination than the hereafter of the human soul, and hence, as might be expected, numerous myths have been invented in most countries to account for its mysterious departure in the hour of death, from the world of living men to its unseen, unknown home in the distant land of spirits. Shakespeare several times uses the word limbo in a general signification for hell, as in Titus Andronicus, 3:1. As far from help as limbo is from bliss. And in All's Well That Ends Well, v. 3, Parolles says, for indeed he was mad for her, and talked of Satan, and of limbo, and of furies, and I know not what. In Henry VIII. v. 4, in limbo patrum is jocularly put for a prison, and again, in Comedy of Errors, 4:2, he's in Tartar limbo. According to the schoolmen, limbus patrum was the place, bordering on hell, where the souls of the patriarchs and saints of the Old Testament remained till the death of Christ, who, descending into hell, let them free. 735. One of the punishments invented of old for the covetous and avaricious in hell was to have melted gold poured down their throats, to which allusion is made by Flaminius in Timon of Athens, 3:1, who, denouncing Lucullus for his mean insincerity towards his friend Timon, exclaims, on rejecting the bribe offered him to tell his master that he had not seen him. May these add to the number that may scald thee. Let molten coin be thy damnation. In the Shepherd's Calendar, Lazarus declares himself to have seen covetous men and women in hell dipped in cauldrons of molten lead. Malone quotes the following from an old black-letter ballad of the Dead Man's Song. Ladles full of melted gold were poured down their throats. Crassus was so punished by the Parthians. 736. There is possibly a further allusion to this imaginary punishment in Antony and Cleopatra, 2:5, where Cleopatra says to the messenger, but, Sirrah, mark, we use to say the dead are well. Bring it to that. The gold I give thee will I melt and pour down thy ill-uttering throat. According to a well-known superstition among sailors, it is considered highly unlucky to keep a corpse on board, in case of a death at sea. Thus, in Pericles, 3:1, this piece of folklore is alluded to. One sail. Sir, your queen must overboard, the sea works high, the wind is loud, and will not lie till the ship be cleared of the dead. Poor. That's your superstition. One sail. Pardon us, sir, with us at sea it hath been still observed, and we are strong in custom. Therefore briefly yield her, for she must overboard straight. It was also a popular opinion that death is delayed until the ebb of the tide, a superstition to which Mrs. Quickly refers, in Henry V. 2:3, speaking of Falstaff's death, she says, "They made a finer end and went away and it had been any Christom child, aparted even just between 12 and 1, even at the turning o' the tide." Hence, in cases of sickness, many pretended that they could foretell the hour of the soul's departure. It may be remembered how Mr. Peggotty explained to David Copperfield, by poor Burkissa's bedside, that people can't die along the coast except when the tide's pretty nigh out. They can't be born unless it's pretty nigh in, not properly born till flood. He's a-going out with the tide, he's a-going out with the tide. It's ebb at half arter 3, slack water half an hour. If he lives till it turns he'll hold his own till past the flood, and go out with the next tide. Mr. Henderson 737 quotes from the parish register of Hesleden, near Hartlepool, the subjoined extracts of old date, in which the state of the tide at the time of death is mentioned. The 6th day of May, A.D. 1595, at 6 of ye clock in the morninge, being full water, Mr. Henry Mitford, of Hulham, died at Newcastle, and was buried this 5th day, being Sunday, at evening prayer, the hired preacher made ye sermon. The 8th day of Mai, at 12 of ye clock at noon, being low water, Mrs. Barbara Mitford died, and was buried the 80th day of Mai, at 9 of the clock. Mr. Holsworth made ye sermon. According to Mr. Henderson, this belief is common along the east coast of England, from Northumberland to Kent. It has been suggested that there may be some slight foundation for this belief in the change of temperature, which undoubtedly takes place on the change of tide, and which may act on the flickering spark of life, extinguishing it as the ebbing sea recedes. We may compare, too, the following passage in 2 Henry IV. 4:4, where Clarence, speaking of the approaching death of the king, says, "The river hath thrice flowed, no ebb between. And the old folk, time's doting chronicles, say it did so a little time before, that our great-grandsire, Edward, sicked and died." This was an historical fact, having happened on October 12, 1411. The prayers of the Church which are used for the recovery of the sick were, in the olden time, also supposed to have a morbific influence, to which Gloucester attributes the death of the king in 1 Henry VI. 1. The Church. Where is it? Had not churchmen prayed? His thread of life had not so soon decayed. Once more, the custom of closing the eyes at the moment of death is touchingly referred to in Antony and Cleopatra, v. 2, where Charmian may be supposed to close Cleopatra's eyes. Downy windows, close. And golden Phoebus never be beheld. Of eyes again so royal. Passing on from that solemn moment in human life when the soul takes its flight from the fragile tenement of clay that contained it during its earthly existence. We find that even among the lowest savages there has generally been a certain respect paid to the dead body. And consequently various superstitious rites have from time to time been associated with its burial, which has been so appropriately termed the last act. Whilst occasionally speaking of death, Shakespeare has not only pictured its solemnity in the most powerful and glowing language, but, as opportunity allowed, given us a slight insight into those customs that formerly prevailed in connection with the committal of the body to its final resting place in the grave. At the present day, when there is an ever-growing tendency to discard and forget as irrational and foolish the customs of bygone years, it is interesting to find chronicled for all future time in the immortal pages of our illustrious poet those superstitious rites and social usages which may be said to have been most intimately identified with the age to which they belonged. One custom, perhaps, that will always retain its hold amongst us, so long as we continue to bury the remains of our departed ones, is the scattering of flowers on their graves, a practice indeed which may be traced up to pagan times. It is frequently mentioned by Shakespeare in some of his superb passages, as, for instance, in Cymbeline, 4:2, where Arviragus says, "With fairest flowers, whilst summer lasts, and I live here, fiddly, I'll sweeten thy sad grave, thou shalt not lack the flower that's like thy face, pale primrose, nor the azured harebell, like thy veins. No, nor the leaf of eglantine, whom not to slander, outsweeten not thy breath. Yea, and furred moss besides, when flowers are none, to winter ground thy course." In Hamlet, 4:5, the poor bewildered Ophelia sings, "Larded with sweet flowers, which bewept to the grave did go, with true love showers." Then further on, v. 1, there is the affecting flower-strewing scene, where the queen, standing over the grave of Ophelia, bids her a long farewell. "Sweets to the sweet, farewell. I hoped thou shouldst have been my Hamlet's wife. I thought thy bride bed to have decked, sweet maid, and not have strewed thy grave." In Romeo and Juliet, 4:5, Capulet says, "Our bridal flowers serve for a buried corse." And further on, v. 3, the page says, "He came with flowers to strew his lady's grave." 738. Once more, in Pericles, 4. 1. Marina is introduced, entering with a basket of flowers, uttering these sad words. No, I will rob Tellus of her weed. To strew thy green with flowers. The yellows, blues. The purple violets, and marigolds. Shall as a carpet hang upon thy grave. While summer days do last. Flowers, which so soon droop and wither, are indeed sweet emblems of that brief life which is the portion of mankind in this world. While, at the same time, their exquisite beauty is a further type of the glory that awaits the redeemed hereafter, when, like fair flowers, they shall burst forth in unspeakable grandeur on the resurrection morn. There is a pretty custom observed in South Wales on Palm Sunday, of spreading fresh flowers upon the graves of friends and relatives, the day being called Flowering Sunday. The practice of decorating the corpse is mentioned by many old writers. In Romeo and Juliet, 4:5, Friar Lawrence says, "Dry up your tears, and stick your rosemary on this fair corse, and, as the custom is, in all her best array bear her to church." Queen Catherine, in Henry VIII, 4:2, directs, "When I am dead, good wench, let me be used with honor, strew me over with maiden flowers." It was formerly customary, in various parts of England, to have a garland of flowers and sweet herbs carried before a maiden's coffin, and afterwards to suspend it in the church. In allusion to this practice the priest in Hamlet, v. 1, says, "Yet here she is allowed her virgin krantz, her maiden struments and the bringing home of bell and burial." Krantz 739 meaning garlands. It may be noted that no other instance has been found of this word in English. These garlands are thus described by Gay. "To her sweet Emery flowery garlands strung. On her now empty seat aloft were hung." Nichols, in his History of Lancashire, 2, pti. 382, speaking of Waltham in Framland Hundred, says, "In this church, under every arch, a garland is suspended, one of which is customarily placed there whenever any young unmarried woman dies." Brand 740 tells us he saw in the churches of Woolsingham and Stanhope, in the county Durham, specimens of these garlands, the form of a woman's glove, cut in white paper, being hung in the center of each of them. The funerals of knights and persons of rank were in Shakespeare's day performed with great ceremony and ostentation. Sir John Hawkins observes that the sword, the helmet, the gauntlet, spens, and tabard are still hung over the grave of every knight. In Hamlet, 4:5, Laertes speaks of this custom. "His means of death, his obscure burial. No trophy, sword, nor hatchment o'er his bones. No noble rite, nor formal ostentation. Cry to be heard, as 'twere from heaven to earth. That I must call 'in question." Again, in 2 Henry VI, 4:10, Iden says, "Is't Cade that I have slain, that monstrous traitor? Sword, I will hallow thee for this thy deed, and hang thee o'er my tomb when I am dead." The custom of bearing the dead body in its ordinary habiliments, and with the face uncovered, a practice referred to in Romeo and Juliet, 4:1, appears to have been peculiar to Italy. "Then, as the manner of our country is, in thy best robes uncovered on the bier, thou shalt be borne to that same ancient vault, where all the kindreds of the Capulets lie." In Coriat's Crudities, 1776, 2. p. 27, the practice is thus described: "The burials are so strange, both in Venice and all other cities, towns, and parishes of Italy, that they differ not only from England, but from all other nations whatever in Christendom. For they carry the corse to church with the face, hands, and feet all naked, and wearing the same apparel that the person wore lately before it died, or that which it craved to be buried in, which apparel is interred together with their bodies." 741 Singer 742 says that Shakespeare no doubt had seen this custom particularly described in the tragical history of Romeo and Juliet. Another use there is, that whosoever dies Borne to the church, with open face upon the bier he lies. In wanted weed a turd, not wrapped in winding sheet. He alludes to it again in Ophelia's song in Hamlet, 4. 5. They bore him bare-faced on the bier. It was in bygone times customary to bury the Danish kings in their armor, hence the remark of Hamlet, I. 4. When addressing the ghost. What may this mean? That thou, dead corse, again in complete steel, revisit'st thus the glimpses of the moon, making night hideous. Shakespeare was probably guilty of an anachronism in Coriolanus, v. 6, when he makes one of the lords say, bear from hence his body, and mourn you for him, let him be regarded as the most noble corse that ever herald did follow to his urn. The allusion being to the public funerals of English princes, at the conclusion of which a herald proclaimed the style of the deceased. We may compare what Queen Catherine says in King Henry VIII. 4, 2. After my death I wish no other herald, no other speaker of my living actions, to keep my honor from corruption, but such an honest chronicler as Griffith. It seems to have been the fashion, as far back as the 13th century, to ornament the tombs of eminent persons with figures and inscriptions on plates of brass, hence in Love's Labours Lost, I. 1, the king says, let fame, that all hunt after in their lives, live registered upon our brazen tombs. In Much Ado About Nothing, v. 1, Leonardo speaking of his daughter's death says, hang her an epitaph upon her tomb, and sing it to her bones, sing it tonight. And also in a previous scene, 4. 1, this graceful custom is noticed. Maintain a mourning ostentation. And on your family's old monument, hang a mournful epitaph. It was also the custom, in years gone by, on the death of an eminent person, for his friends to compose short laudatory verses, epitaphs, and to affix them to the hearse or grave with pins, wax, paste, and thus in Henry V. I. 2, Henry declares, either our history shall with full mouth speak freely of our acts, or else our grave, like Turkish mute, shall have a tongueless mouth, not worshipped with a waxen epitaph. Meaning, says Gifford, I will either have my full history recorded with glory, or lie in an undisturbed grave. Not merely without an inscription sculptured in stone, but unworshipped, unhonored, even by a waxen epitaph. 743. We may also compare what Lucius says in Titus Andronicus, I. 1. There lie thy bones, sweet Mutius, with thy friends, till we with trophies do adorn thy tomb. The custom was still general when Shakespeare lived, many fine and interesting examples existing in the old cathedral of St. Paul's, and other churches of London, down to the time of the Great Fire, in the form of pencil tables of wood and metal, painted or engraved with poetical memorials, suspended against the columns and walls. Feasts of the dead, which have prevailed in this and other countries from the earliest times are, according to some antiquarians, supposed to have been borrowed from Thecina Feralis of the Romans, an offering, consisting of milk, honey, wine, olives, and strewed flowers, to the ghost of the deceased. In a variety of forms this custom has prevailed amongst most nations, the idea being that the spirits of the dead feed on the viands set before them, hence the rite in question embraced the notion of a sacrifice. In Christian times, however, these funeral offerings have passed into commemorative banquets, under which form they still exist amongst us. In allusion to these feasts, Hamlet, I. 2, speaking of his mother's marriage, says, the funeral baked meats did coldly furnish forth the marriage tables. Again, in Romeo and Juliet, 4. 5, Capulet narrates how all things that we ordained festival turn from their office to black funeral, our instruments to melancholy bells, our wedding cheer to a sad burial feast. Mr. Tyler, 744, in discussing the origin of funeral feasts, and in tracing their origin back to the savage and barbaric times of the institution of Feast of Departed Souls, says we may find a lingering survival of this old rite in the doles of bread and drink given to the poor at funerals, and soul mass cakes, which peasant girls beg for at farmhouses with the traditional formula: soul, soul, for a soul cake. Pray you, mistress, a soul cake. 745. In the north of England, the funeral feast is called an arvel, and the loaves that are sometimes distributed among the poor are termed arvel bread. Among other funeral customs mentioned by Shakespeare, may be mentioned his allusion to the burial service. Originally, before the reign of Edward VI, it was the practice for the priest to throw earth on the body in the form of a cross, and then to sprinkle it with holy water. Thus, in the Winter's Tale, 4, the shepherd says, "Some hangman must put on my shroud and lay me where no priest shovels in dust," implying, I must be buried as a common malefactor, out of the pale of consecrated ground, and without the usual rites of the dead. A whimsical anachronism, as Mr. Dowse 746 points out, when it is considered that the old shepherd was a pagan, a worshipper of Jupiter and Apollo. In Antony and Cleopatra, I.3, we find an allusion to the lacrimatory vials filled with tears, which the Romans were in the habit of placing in the tomb of a departed friend. Cleopatra sorrowfully exclaims, "O most false love! Where be the sacred vials thou shouldst fill with sorrowful water? Now I see, in Fulvia's death, how mine received shall be." This is another interesting instance of Shakespeare's knowledge of the manners of distant ages, showing how varied and extensive his knowledge was, and his skill in applying it whenever occasion required. The winding or shrouding sheet, in which the body was wrapped previous to its burial, is alluded to in Hamlet, v. 1, in the Song of the Clown. A pickaxe, and a spade, 4 and a shrouding sheet. Oh, a pit of clay for to be made. For such a guest is meet. Again, in A Midsummer Night's Dream, v. 1, Puck says, "The screech owl, screeching loud, puts the wretch that lies in woe in remembrance of a shroud." Ophelia speaks of the shroud as white as the mountain snow, Hamlet, 4. 5, the following song, 2, in Twelfth Night, 2. 4, mentions the custom of sticking you in the shroud. Come away, death. And in sad cypress let me be laid. Fly away, breath. I am slain by a fair cruel maid. My shroud of white, stuck all with you. Oh prepare it. My part of death, no one so true did share it. To quote two further illustrations, Desdemona, Othello, 4. 2, says to Emilia, "Lay on my bed my wedding sheets," and when in the following scene Emilia answers, "I have laid those sheets you bade me on the bed," Desdemona adds, "If I do die before thee, Carithe, shroud me in one of those same sheets." A wish, indeed, which her cruel fate so speedily caused to be realized. And in 3 Henry VI, I.1, we have King Henry's powerful words. "Think'st thou that I will leave my kingly throne, wherein my grandsire and my father sat? No, first shall war unpeople this my realm. I, and their colours, often born in France, and now in England to our heart's great sorrow, shall be my winding sheet." The custom still prevalent of carrying the dead to the grave with music, a practice which existed in the primitive church, to denote that they have ended their spiritual warfare, and are become conquerors, formerly existed very generally in this country. 747 in Cymbeline, 4. 2, Arviragus says, "And let us, Polydore, though now our voices have got the mannish crack, sing him to the ground, as once our mother, use like note and words. Save that Europhile must be fiddly." The tolling of bells at funerals is referred to in Hamlet, v. 1, where the priest says of Ophelia. She is allowed her virgin krantz, her maiden struments, and the bringing home of bell and burial. It has been a current opinion for centuries, that places of burial are haunted with specters and apparitions, a notion, indeed, that prevailed as far back as the times of heathenism. Ovid speaks of ghosts coming out of their sepulchres and wandering about, and Virgil, quoting the popular opinion of his time, tells us how Moeris could call the ghosts out of their sepulchres, Bucol 8. 98. Morim, sep onimus imis exire sepulchris. Ac satas alio vidi tradusra messes. Indeed, the idea of the ghost remaining near the corpse is of worldwide prevalence. And as Mr. Tyler 748 points out, through all the changes of religious thought from first to last in the course of human history, the hovering ghosts of the dead make the midnight burial ground a place where men's flesh creeps with terror. In A Midsummer Night's Dream, v. 1, Puck declares, "Now it is the time of night, that the graves all gaping wide, every one lets forth his sprite, in the churchway paths to glide." In the same play, 2, 3. 2, Puck speaking of Aurora's harbinger, says, "At whose approach, ghosts, wandering here and there, troop home to churchyards, damned spirits all, that in crossways and floods have burial, already to their wormy beds are gone, for fear lest day should look their shames upon." In this passage two curious superstitions are described, the ghosts of self-murderers, who are buried in crossroads, and of those who have been drowned at sea, being said to wander for 100 years, owing to the rites of sepulture having never been properly bestowed on their bodies. We may further compare Hamlet's words, 3. 2. "'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world." From the earliest period much importance has been attached to the position of the grave, the popular direction being from east to west, that from north to south being regarded not only dishonorable but unlucky. Thus, in Cymbeline, 4. 2, Guiderius, when arranging about the apparently dead body of Imogen, disguised in man's apparel, says, "Nay, Cadwal, we must lay his head to the east. My father had a reason for't." Indeed, the famous antiquary Hearn had such precise views in this matter that he left orders for his grave to be made straight by a compass, due east and west. This custom was practiced by the ancient Greeks, and thus, as Mr. Tyler points out, 749 it is not to late and isolated fancy, but to the carrying on of ancient and widespread solar ideas, that we trace the well-known legend that the body of Christ was laid with the head towards the west, thus looking eastward, and the Christian usage of digging graves east and west which prevailed through medieval times, and is not yet forgotten. The rule of laying the head to the west, and its meaning that the dead shall rise looking towards the east, are perfectly stated in the following passage from an ecclesiastical treatise of the 16th century 750, Debet autumcas six sepulchri ut capite ad occidentum posito, pedes dirigat ad orientem. In quo quasi ipsa position orit, viti inuit quat promptus est, ut de casu festinet ad ortum, de mundo ad seculum. 751. Within old monuments and receptacles for the dead perpetual lamps were supposed to be lighted up, an allusion to which is made by Pericles, 3. 1, who, deploring the untimely death of the Isa at sea, and the superstitious demand made by the sailors that her corpse should be thrown overboard, says, "Nor have I time to give thee hallowed to thy grave, but straight must cast thee, scarcely coffined, in the ooze, where, for a monument upon thy bones, and ere remaining lamps, the belching whale, and humming water must o'erwhelm thy corpse, lying with simple shells." Again, in Troilus and Cressida, 3. 2, we find a further reference in the words of Troilus. "Oh, that I thought it could be in a woman, to feed for aye her lamp and flames of love." Pope, too, in his Eloisa to Abelard, has a similar allusion, 1. 261-2. Ah, hopeless lasting flames, like those that burn. To light the dead, and warm th unfruitful urn. Disraeli, in his Curiosities of Literature, thus explains this superstition: it has happened frequently that inquisitive men, examining with a flambeau ancient sepulchres which have just been opened, the fat and gross vapors engendered by the corruption of dead bodies, kindled as the flambeau approached them, to the great astonishment of the spectators, who frequently cried out a miracle. This sudden inflammation, although very natural, has given room to believe that these flames proceeded from perpetual lamps, which some have thought were placed in the tombs of the ancients, and which, they said, were extinguished at the moment that these tombs opened, and were penetrated by the exterior air. Mr. Dennis, however, in his Cities and Cemeteries of Etruria, 1878, 2. Page 404, says that the use of sepulchral lamps by the ancients is well known, and gave rise to the above superstition. Sometimes lamps were kept burning in sepulchres long after the interment, as in the case of the Ephesian widow, described by Petronius, Satyr, c. 13, who replaced the lamp placed in her husband's tomb. A common expression formerly applied to the dead occurs in the Winter's Tale, v. 1, where Dion asks, "What were more holy than to rejoice the former queen is well?" So in Antony and Cleopatra, 2. 5. Mess. First, Madam, he is well. Cleo. Why, there's more gold. But, Sirrah, mark, we use to say the dead are well, 752. Lastly, commentators have differed as to the meaning of the words of Julia, in the Two Gentlemen of Verona, I. 2. I see you have a month's mind to them. Dowse says she refers to the mind or remembrance days of our popish ancestors. Persons in their wills having often directed that in a month, or at some other specific time, some solemn office, as a mass or a dirge, should be performed for the repose of their souls. Thus Ray quotes a proverb, to have a month's mind to a thing, and quotes the above custom. For a further and not improbable solution of this difficulty, the reader may consult Dyce's Glossary, page 277. Chapter 15. Rings and Precious Stones. From a very early period, rings and precious stones have held a prominent place in the traditionary lore, customs, and superstitions of most nations. Thus rings have been supposed to protect from evil fascinations of every kind, against the evil eye, the influence of demons, and dangers of every possible character. Though it was not simply in the rings themselves that the supposed virtues existed, but in the materials of which they were composed, in some particular precious stone that was set in them as charms or talismans, in some device or inscription on the stone, or some magical letters engraved on the circumference of the ring. 753 rings, too, in days gone by, had a symbolical importance. Thus, it was anciently the custom for every monarch to have a ring, the temporary possession of which invested the holder with the same authority as the owner himself could exercise. Thus, in Henry VIII, v. 1, we have the king's ring given to Cranmer, and presented by him, sc. 2, as a security against the machinations of Gardiner and others of the council, who were plotting to destroy him. Thus the king says, "If entreaties will render you no remedy, this ring deliver them, and your appeal to us there make before them." This custom, too, was not confined to royalty, for in King Richard II, 2, the Duke of York gives this order to his servant: "Sirrah, get thee to Plashy, to my sister Gloucester. Bid her send me presently £1,000. Hold, take my ring." There is an interesting relic of the same custom still kept up at Winchester College. 754 When the captain of the school petitions the headmaster for a holiday, and obtains it, he receives from him a ring, in token of the indulgence granted, which he wears during the holiday, and returns to the headmaster when it is over. The inscription upon the ring was formerly, Potent I am Pharaoh, Geroke. It is now, Commandat Rarier Usus, Juvenal, Saturday 11. 208. Token rings date from very early times. Edward I in 1297 presented Margaret, his fourth daughter, with a golden pyx, in which he deposited a ring, as a token of his unfailing love. When Richard III I. brings his hasty wooing to a conclusion, he gives the lady a ring, saying, "Look, how this ring encompasseth thy finger. Even so thy breast encloseth my poor heart. Wear both of them, for both of them are thine." In Cymbeline, I. 1, Imogen gives Posthumus a ring when they part, and he presents her with a bracelet in exchange. "Look here, love. This diamond was my mother's, take it, heart. But keep it till you woo another wife. When Imogen is dead." Posthumus. How? Another? You gentle gods, give me but this I have. And sear up my embracements from a next. With bonds of death. Remain, thou here. Putting on the ring. While sense can keep it on. Yet he afterwards gives it up to Iachimo, 2. 4, upon a false representation, to test his wife's honor. Here, take this too. It is a basilisk unto my eye. Kills me to look on't. The exchange of rings, a solemn mode of private contract between lovers, we have already referred to in the chapter on marriage, a practice alluded to in the Two Gentlemen of Verona, 2. Where Julia gives Proteus a ring, saying, "Keep this remembrance for thy Julia's sake," and he replies, "Why, then we'll make exchange, here, take you this." Death's head rings. Rings engraved with skulls and skeletons were not necessarily mourning rings, but were also worn by persons who affected gravity, and, curious to say, by the procuresses of Elizabeth's time. Byron, in Love's Labours Lost, v. 2, refers to a death's face in a ring, and we may quote Falstaff's words in 2 Henry IV. 2:4, Peace, good doll. Do not speak like a death's head, do not bid me remember mine end. We may compare the following, The Chances, I. 5, by Beaumont and Fletcher. As they keep death's heads in rings. To cry, memento, to me. According to Mr. Fairholt, the skull and skeleton decorations for rings first came into favor and fashion at the obsequious court of France, when Diana, of Poictiers, became the mistress of Henry II. At that time she was a widow, and in mourning, so black and white became fashionable colors, jewels were formed like funeral memorials, golden ornaments shaped like coffins, holding enameled skeletons, hung from the neck. Watches, made to fit in little silver skulls were attached to the waists of the denizens of a court that alternately indulged in profanity or piety, but who mourned show. 755. Posy rings were formerly much used, it having been customary to inscribe a motto or posy within the hoop of the betrothal ring. 756. Thus in the Merchant of Venice, v. 1, Gratiano, when asked by Portia the reason of his quarrel with Nerissa, answers. About a hoop of gold, a paltry ring. That she did give me, whose posy was. For all the world like Cutler's poetry. Upon a knife, love me, and leave me not. In As You Like It, 3. 2, Jacques tells Orlando, you are full of pretty answers. Have you not been acquainted with goldsmiths' wives, and conned them out of rings? Again, Hamlet, 3. 2, asks. Is this a prologue, or the posy of a ring? Many of our old writers allude to the posy rings. Thus Herrick in his Hesperides, says. What posies for our wedding rings? What gloves will give and ribbonings? Henry VIII. Gave Anne of Cleves a ring with the following posy, God send me well to keep, a most unpropitious alliance, as the king expressed his dislike to her soon after the marriage. Thumb rings. These were generally broad gold rings worn on the thumb by important personages. Thus Falstaff, 1 Henry IV 2. 4, bragged that in his earlier years he had been so slender in figure as to creep into an alderman's thumb ring. And a ring thus worn, probably as more conspicuous, appears to have been considered as appropriate to the customary attire of a civic dignitary at a much later period. A character in the Lord Mayor's show in 1664 is described as habited like a grave citizen, gold girdle and gloves hung thereon, rings on his fingers, and a seal ring on his thumb. 757 Chaucer in his Squire's Tale, says of the rider of the brazen horse who advanced into the hall, Cambuscan, that upon his thumb he had of gold a ring. In Romeo and Juliet, I. 4, Mercutio speaks of the agate stone on the forefinger of an alderman. It has been suggested that Shakespeare in the following passage alludes to the annual celebration at Venice of the wedding of the Doge with the Adriatic, when he makes Othello say, I. 2. But that I love the gentle Desdemona. I would not my unhoused free condition put into circumscription and confine for the sea's worth. This custom, it is said, was instituted by Pope Alexander III, who gave the Doge a gold ring from his own finger in token of the victory by the Venetian fleet at Istria over Frederick Barbarossa, in defense of the Pope's quarrel. When His Holiness gave the ring, he desired the Doge to throw a similar ring into the sea every year on Ascension Day, in commemoration of the event. Agate. This stone was frequently cut to represent the human form, and was occasionally worn in the hat by gallants. In 2 Henry IV. I. 2, Falstaff says, I was never manned with an agate till now, meaning, according to Johnson, had an agate for my man, was waited on by an agate. Carbuncle. The supernatural luster of this gem 758 is supposed to be described in Titus Andronicus, 2. 3, where, speaking of the ring on the finger of Bassianus, Martius says, upon his bloody finger he doth wear a precious ring, that lightens all the whole, which, like a taper in some monument, doth shine upon the dead man's earthy cheeks, and shows the ragged entrails of the pit. In Drayton's Muses Elysium, Nymphal, 9. It is thus eulogized. That admired mighty stone, the carbuncle that's named, which from it such a flaming light and radiancy ejecteth, that in the very darkest night the eye to it directeth. Milton, speaking of the cobra, says, his head crested aloof, and carbuncle his eyes. John Norton, 759, an alchemist in the reign of Edward IV, wrote a poem entitled The Ordinal, or a Manual of the Chemical Art. One of his projects, we are told, was a bridge of gold over the Thames, crowned with pinnacles of gold, which, being studded with carbuncles, would diffuse a blaze of light in the dark. Amongst the other references to it given by Shakespeare may be mentioned one in Henry VIII. 2, 3, where the Princess Elizabeth is spoken of as a gem to lighten all this isle. And Hamlet, 2, 2, uses the phrase, with eyes like carbuncles. Chrysolite. This stone was supposed to possess peculiar virtues, and, according to Simon Mialis, in his Dirum Caniculares, 1615-19, the Tell the Jew, who wrote a book, De Sculpturiis, mentions one naturally in the form of a woman, which was potent against fascination of all kinds. Othello, v. 2, thus alludes to this stone in reference to his wife. Nay, had she been true, if heaven could make me such another world, of one entire and perfect chrysolite, I'ld not have sold her for it. Pearls. The Eastern custom of powdering sovereigns at their coronation with gold dust and seed pearl is alluded to in Antony and Cleopatra, 760, 2. 5. I'll set thee in a shower of gold, and hail rich pearls upon thee. So Milton, Paradise Lost, 2. 4. The gorgeous East, with liberal hand, showers on her kings barbaric pearl and gold. Again, to swallow a pearl in a draught seems to have been common to royal and mercantile prodigality. In Hamlet, v. 2, the king says, the king shall drink to Hamlet's better breath, and in the cup in Union 761 shall he throw Further on Hamlet himself asks, tauntingly. Here, thou incestuous, murderous, damned Dane. Drink off this potion. Is thy union here? Malone, as an illustration of this custom, quotes from the second part of Heywood's, If you know not me you know nobody. Here £16,000 at one clap goes. Instead of sugar. Gresham drinks this pearl. Unto the queen his mistress. In former times, powdered pearls were considered invaluable for stomach complaints. And Rondeletius tells us that they were supposed to possess an exhilarating quality, unions quae a concis, e vald cordials sunt. Much mystery was in bygone days thought to hang over the origin of pearls, and according to the Poetic Orientals 762, every year, on the 16th day of the month Nisan, the pearl oysters rise to the sea and open their shells. In order to receive the rain which falls at that time, and the drops thus caught become pearls. Thus, in Richard III. 4:4, the king says, the liquid drops of tears that you have shed shall come again, transformed to orient pearl, advantaging their loan with interest of 10 times double gain of happiness. Moore, in one of his melodies, notices this pretty notion. And precious the tear as that rain from the sky, which turns into pearls as it falls in the sea. Turquoise. This stone was probably more esteemed for its secret virtues than from any commercial value, the turquoise, turquoise, or turkey stone, having from a remote period, been supposed to possess talismanic properties. Thus, in the Merchant of Venice, 3:1, Shylock says, it was my turquoise, I had it of Leah when I was a bachelor, would not have given it for a wilderness of monkeys. Mr. Dice 763 says that Shylock valued his turquoise, not only as being the gift of Leah, but on account of the imaginary virtues ascribed to it, which was supposed to become pale or to brighten according as the health of the wearer was bad or good. Thus, Ben Jonson in Sejanus, I:1, alludes to its wonderful properties. And true as turquoise in the dear Lord's ring. Look well or ill with him. Fenton, in his Certain Secret Wonders of Nature, 1569, thus describes it, the turkeys doth move when there is any evil prepared to him that weareth it. There were numerous other magical properties ascribed to the turquoise. Thus, it was supposed to lose its color entirely at the death of its owner, but to recover it when placed upon the finger of a new and healthy possessor. It was also said that whoever wore a turquoise, so that either it or its setting touched the skin, might fall from any height, the stone attracting to itself the whole force of the blow. With the Germans, the turquoise is still the gem appropriated to the ring, the gage d'amour, presented by the lover on the acceptance of his suit, the permanence of its color being believed to depend upon the constancy of his affection. 764. Chapter 16. Sports and Pastimes. Very many of the old sports and pastimes in popular use in Shakespeare's day, have long ago not only been laid aside, but in the course of years have become entirely forgotten. This is to be regretted, as a great number of these capital diversions were admirably suited both for in and out of doors, the simplicity which marked them being one of their distinguishing charms. That Shakespeare, too, took an interest in these good old sources of recreation, may be gathered from the frequent reference which he has made to them. His mention of some childish game even serving occasionally as an illustration in a passage characterized by its force and vigor. Archery. In Shakespeare's day this was a very popular diversion, and the Knights of Prince Arthur's Round Table was a society of archers instituted by Henry VIII, and encouraged in the reign of Elizabeth. 765 Fitzstephen, who wrote in the reign of Henry II, notices it among the summer pastimes of the London youth. And the repeated statutes from the 13th to the 16th century enforcing the use of the bow, generally ordered the leisure time upon holidays to be passed in its exercise. 766 Shakespeare seems to have been intimately acquainted with the numerous terms connected with archery, many of which we find scattered throughout his plays. Thus, in Love's Labour's Lost, 4:1, Maria uses the expression, wide o the bow hand, a term which signified a good deal to the left of the mark. The clout was the nail or pin of the target, and, from the passages, says Dice 767, which I happen to recollect in our early writers, I should say that the clout, or pin, stood in the center of the inner circle of the butts, which circle, being painted white, was called the white. That, to hit the white was a considerable feat, but that to hit or cleave the clout or pin was a much greater one, though, no doubt, the expressions were occasionally used to signify the same thing, viz., to hit the mark. In Love's Labour's Lost, 4. 1, Costard says of Boyet, indeed, must shoot nearer, or he'll ne'er hit the clout, and in 2 Henry IV. 3. 2, Shallow says of Old Double, would have clapped the clout at 12 score, that is, he would have hit the clout at 12 score yards. And King Lear, 4. 6, employs the phrase, the clout, Hugh. In Romeo and Juliet, 2. 4, where Mercutio relates how Romeo is shot through the ear with a love song, the very pin of his heart cleft with the blind boy's butt shaft, the metaphor of course is from archery. The term loose was the technical one for the discharging of an arrow, and occurs in Love's Labour's Lost, v. 2. According to Capel 768 the words of Bottom, in A Midsummer Night's Dream, I. 2, hold or cut bowstrings, were a proverbial phrase, and alluded to archery. When a party was made at butts, assurance of meeting was given in the words of that phrase, the sense of the person using them being that he would hold or keep promise, or they might cut his bowstrings, demolish him for an archer. Whether, adds Dice, this be the true explanation of the phrase, I am unable to determine. All hid. Byron, in Love's Labour's Lost, 4. 3, no doubt means the game well known as hide and seek, all hid, an old infant play. The following note, however, in Cotgrave's French and English Dictionary, has been adduced to show that he may possibly mean blind man's buff, Kleinmasset. The childish play called Hodman Blind, i.e. blind man's buff, Harry Racket, or Are You All Hid? Backgammon. The old name for this game was tables, as in Love's Labour's Lost, v. 2. This is the ape of form, Monsieur the Nice. That, when he plays at tables, chides the dice. An interesting history of this game will be found in Strutt's Sports and Pastimes, 1876, pages 419 to 421. Barley Break. This game, called also the Last Couple in Hell, which is alluded to in the Two Noble Kinsmen, 4. 3, was played by 6 people, 3 of each sex, who were coupled by lot. 769. A piece of ground was then chosen, and divided into 3 compartments, of which the middle one was called Hell. It was the object of the couple condemned to this division to catch the others, who advanced from the 2 extremities. In which case a change of situation took place, and Hell was filled by the couple who were excluded by preoccupation from the other places. This catching, however, was not so easy, as by the rules of the game, the middle couple were not to separate before they had succeeded, while the others might break hands whenever they found themselves hard-pressed. When all had been taken in turn, the last couple were said to be in Hell, and the game ended. The game is frequently mentioned by old writers, and appears to have been very popular. From Herrick's poems, it is seen that the couples in their confinement occasionally solaced themselves by kisses. Barley Break, or Last in Hell. We too are last in hell, what may we fear? To be tormented, or kept prenas here. Alas, if kissing be of plagues the worst. We'll wish in hell we had been last and first. In Scotland it was called Barlabrakes, and was, says Jameson, generally played by young people in a cornyard, hence its name Barlabraks, about the stacks. 770 The term, hell, says Nares 771, was indiscreet, and must have produced many profane allusions, besides familiarizing what ought always to preserve its due effect of awe upon the mind. Both its names are alluded to in the following passage in Shirley's Bird in a Cage. Shouts to Barlabrake. I was in hell last, 'tis little less to be in a petticoat sometimes. Base. This was a rustic game, known also as prison base or prison bars. It is mentioned in Cymbeline, v. 3, by Pastimes. Lads more like to run the country base than to commit such slaughter. And in Two Gentlemen of Verona, I, 2, by Lucetta. Indeed, I bid the base for Proteus, 772. The success of this pastime depended upon the agility of the candidates, and their skill in running. Early in the reign of Edward III. It is spoken of as a childish amusement, and was prohibited to be played in the avenues of the palace at Westminster during the session of Parliament. Because of the interruption it occasioned to the members and others in passing to and fro as their business required. It was also played by men, and especially in Cheshire and other adjoining counties, where it seems to have been in high repute among all classes. Strutt thus describes the game, 773, the performance of this pastime requires two parties of equal number, each of them having a base or home to themselves, at the distance of about 20 or 30 yards. The players then on either side taking hold of hands extend themselves in length, and opposite to each other, as far as they conveniently can, always remembering that one of them must touch the base. When any one of them quits the hand of his fellow and runs into the field, which is called giving the chase, he is immediately followed by one of his opponents. He is again followed by a second from the former side, and he by a second opponent, and so on alternately until as many are out as choose to run, every one pursuing the man he first followed and no other. And if he overtake him near enough to touch him, his party claims one towards their game and both return home. They then run forth again and again in like manner until the number is completed that decides the victory. This number is optional, and rarely exceeds 20. The phrase to bid the base means to run fast, challenging another to pursue. It occurs again in Venus and Adonis. To bid the wind a base he now prepares. In Spenser's Fairy Queen, BKV, Canto 8, we read. So ran they all as they had been at base. They being chased that did others chase. Bat fowling. This sport, which is noticed in the Tempest, 2. 1, by Sebastian, was common in days gone by. It is minutely described in Markham's Hunger's Prevention, 1600, which is quoted by Dice, Glossary, pages 29, 30. The term bat fowling, however, had another signification, says Mr. Harding, 774 in Shakespeare's day, and it may have been in this secondary sense that it is used in the Tempest, being a slang word for a particular mode of cheating. Bat fowling was practiced about dusk, when the rogue pretended to have dropped a ring or a jewel at the door of some well-furnished shop, and going in asked the apprentice of the house to light his candle to look for it. After some peering about, the bat fowler would drop the candle as if by accident. Now, I pray you, good young man, he would say, do so much as light the candle again. While the boy was away the rogue plundered the shop, and having stolen everything he could find stole himself away. Billiards. Shakespeare is guilty of an anachronism in Antony and Cleopatra, 2. 5, where he makes Cleopatra say, "Let's to billiards." The game being unknown to the ancients. The modern manner of playing at billiards differs from that formerly in use. At the commencement of the last century, 775, the billiard table was square, having only 3 pockets for the balls to run in, situated on one of the sides, that is, at each corner, and the third between them. About the middle of the table, a small arch of iron was placed, and at a little distance from it an upright cone called a king. At certain periods of the game, it was necessary for the balls to be driven through the one and round the other, without knocking either of them down, which was not easily effected, because they were not fastened to the table. Bone ace. This old game, popularly called 1 and 30, is alluded to by Grumio in Taming of the Shrew, I, 2, well, was it fit for a servant to use his master so, being, perhaps, for aught I see, 2 and 30, a pip out. 776 It was very like the French game of Vingt-un, only a longer reckoning. Strutt 777 says, that, perhaps bone ace is the same as the game called ace of hearts, prohibited with all lotteries by cards and dice, and 12 gr. 2, cap 38 sect. 2. It is mentioned in Massinger's Fatal Dowry, 2. 2. You think, because you serve my lady's mother, you are 32 years old, which is a pip out, you know. The phrase, to be 2 and 30, a pip out, was an old cant term applied to a person who was intoxicated. Bo peep. This nursery amusement, which consisted in peeping from behind something, and crying, Bo, is referred to by the fool in King Lear, I. 4, that such a king should play Bo peep. In Sherwood's Dictionary, it is defined, jeu d'enfant, ou, plus dost, de nourrices aux petits enfants, se cacons le visage et poussesi monstrant. Minshew's derivation of Bo peep, from the noise which chickens make when they come out of the shell, is, says Dowse, Illustrations of Shakespeare, page 405, more whimsical than just. Bowls. Frequent allusions occur to this game, which seems to have been a popular pastime in olden times. The small ball, now called the jack, at which the players aim, was sometimes termed the mistress. In Troilus and Cressida, 3. 2, Pandarus says, so, rub 778 on, and kiss the mistress. A bowl that kisses the jack or mistress, is in the most advantageous position, hence, to kiss the jack served to denote a state of great advantage. Thus, in Cymbeline, 2. 1, Cloten exclaims, was there ever man that had such luck? When I kissed the jack, upon an upcast to be hid away. I had £100 on't. There is another allusion to this game, according to Staunton, in King John, 2. 1, on the outward eye of fickle France, the aperture on one side which contains the bias or weight that inclines the bowl in running from a direct course, being sometimes called the eye. A further reference to this game occurs in the following dialogue in Richard II. 3, 4. Queen. What sport shall we devise here in this garden? To drive away the heavy thought of care. One lady. Madam, we'll play at bowls. Queen. 'Twill make me think the world is full of rubs. And that my fortune runs 'gainst the bias. The bias, as stated above, being a weight inserted in one side of a bowl, in order to give it a particular inclination in bowling. To run against the bias, therefore, became a proverb. Thus, to quote another instance, in the Taming of the Shrew, 4. 5, Petruchio says, well, forward, forward. Thus the bowl should run. And not unluckily against the bias. And in Troilus and Cressida, 4. 5, the term bias cheek is used to denote a cheek swelling out like the bias of a bowl. 779. Cards. Some of the old terms connected with card playing are curious, a few of which are alluded to by Shakespeare. Thus, in King Lear, v. 1, Edmund says, and hardly shall I carry out my side. Alluding to the cardle table, where to carry out a side meant to carry out the game with your partner successfully. So, to set up a side was to become partners in the game. To pull or pluck down a side was to lose at. 780. A lurch at cards denoted an easy victory. So, in Coriolanus, 2. 2, Cominius says, he lurched all swords of the garland, meaning, as Malone says, that Coriolanus gained from all other warriors the wreath of victory, with ease, and incontestable superiority. A pack of cards was formerly termed a deck of cards, as in 3 Henry VI. v. 1, the king was slyly fingered from the deck. Again, to vie was also a term at cards, and meant particularly to increase the stakes, and generally to challenge anyone to a contention, bet, wager, and so, Cleopatra, v. 2, says, nature wants stuff. To vie strange forms with fancy. Cherry pit. This consisted in throwing cherry stones into a little hole, a game, says Nares, still practiced with dumps or money. 781 in Twelfth Night, 3. For, Sir Toby alludes to it, what, man, 'tis not for gravity to play at cherry pit with Satan. Nash, in his Pierce Penniless, speaking of the disfigurement of ladies' faces by painting, says, "You may play at cherry pit in the dint of their cheeks." Chess. As might be expected, several allusions occur in Shakespeare's plays to this popular game. In The Tempest, v. 1, Ferdinand and Miranda are represented playing at it, and in King John, 2:1, Eleanor says, "That thou mayst be a queen, and check the world." In The Taming of the Shrew, I.1, Katerina asks, "I pray you, sir, is it your will to make a stale 782 of me amongst these mates?" Alluding, as Douse 783 suggests, to the chess term of stale mate, which is used when the game is ended by the king being alone and unchecked, and then forced into a situation from which he is unable to move without going into check. This is a dishonorable termination to the adversary, who thereby loses the game. Thus, in Bacon's 12th essay, they stand still like a stale at chess, where it is no mate, but yet the game cannot stir. Dice. Amongst the notices of this game, may be quoted Henry V. 4, Prologue. The confident and over-lusty French do the low-rated English play at dice. Edgar, in King Lear, 3:4, says, "Wine loved I deeply, dice dearly." Pistol, in Merry Wives of Windsor, I.3, gives a double allusion. "Let vultures gripe thy guts, for gourd and Fulham holds. And high and low beguiles the rich and poor." Gourds were false dice, with a secret cavity scooped out like a gourd. Fulhams were also false dice, loaded with metal on one side, so as better to produce high throws, or to turn up low numbers, as was required, and were hence named high men or low men, also high Fulhams and low Fulhams. 784. It has been suggested that dice were termed Fulhams either because Fulham was the resort of sharpers, or because they were principally manufactured there. Done is in the mire. This is a Christmas sport, which Gifford 785 describes as follows: "A log of wood is brought into the midst of the room, this is done, the cart horse, and a cry is raised that he is stuck in the mire. Two of the company advance, either with or without ropes, to draw him out. After repeated attempts, they find themselves unable to do it, and call for more assistance. The game continues till all the company take part in it, when Done is extricated. Much merriment is occasioned from the awkward efforts of the rustics to lift the log, and from sundry arch contrivances to let the ends of it fall on one another's toes." Thus, in Romeo and Juliet, I.4, Mercutio says, "If thou art done, we'll draw thee from the mire." Beaumont and Fletcher, also, in The Woman Hater, 4:3, allude to this game. "Done's in the mire, get out again how he can. Fast and loose." This was a cheating game, much practiced in Shakespeare's day, whereby gypsies and other vagrants beguiled the common people of their money, and hence was very often to be seen at fairs. Its other name was pricking at the belt or girdle. And it is thus described by Sir J. Hawkins: "A leathern belt was made up into a number of intricate folds, and placed edgewise upon a table. One of the folds was made to resemble the middle of the girdle, so that whoever could thrust a skewer into it would think he held it fast to the table. Whereas, when he has so done, the person with whom he plays may take hold of both ends, and draw it away." In Antony and Cleopatra, 4:12, the former says, "Like a right gypsy, hath, at fast and loose, beguiled me to be the very heart of loss." The drift of this game seems to have been to encourage wagers whether the belt was fast or loose, which the juggler could easily make it at his option. It is constantly alluded to by old writers, and is thus described in Drayton's Mooncalf. "He like a gypsy oftentimes would go. All kinds of gibberish he hath learned to know. And with a stick, a short string, and a noose, would show the people tricks at fast and loose." Fencing. In years gone by, there were 3 degrees in fencing, a master's, a provost's, and a scholar's. 786 to each of these a prize was played with various weapons in some open place or square. In Titus Andronicus, I. 1. This practice is alluded to by Saturninus. So Bassianus, you have played your prize. In the Merry Wives of Windsor, I. 1, Slender says, I bruised my shin th other day with playing at sword and dagger with a master of fence, i.e. with one who had taken his master's degree in the science. Amongst the numerous allusions to fencing quoted by Shakespeare may be mentioned the following: venue or veni was a fencing term, meaning an attack or hit. It is used in the Merry Wives of Windsor, I. 1, by Slender, who relates how he bruised his shin with playing at sword and dagger with a master of fence, 3 vennies for a dish of stewed prunes. It is used metaphorically in Love's Labour's Lost, v. 1, for a brisk attack, by Armado, a sweet touch, a quick venue of wit. Snip, snap, quick and home. 787 The Italian term staccato, or staccata, abbreviated also into stock, seems to have had a similar signification. In Romeo and Juliet, 3. 1, Mercutio drawing his sword says, alla staccata carries it away. In the Merry Wives of Windsor, 2. 1, it is used by Shallow, in these times you stand on distance, your passes, staccatos, and I know not what. Again, montant, an abbreviation of montanto, denoted an upright blow or thrust, and occurs also in the Merry Wives of Windsor, 2. 3, where the host tells Caius that she with the others has come to see thee pass thy ponto, thy stock, thy reverse, thy distance, thy montant. Hence in Much Ado About Nothing, I. 1, Beatrice jocularly calls Benedick Senior Montanto, meaning to imply that he was a great fencer. Of the other old fencing terms quoted in the passage above, it appears that passado implied a pass or motion forwards. It occurs in Romeo and Juliet, 2. 4, where Mercutio speaks of the immortal passado, the punto reverso. Again in Love's Labour's Lost, I. 2, Armado says of Cupid that the passado he respects not, the duello he regards not. The punto reverso was a backhanded thrust or stroke, and the term distance was the space between the antagonists. Shakespeare has also alluded to other fencing terms, such as the foin, a thrust, which is used by the host in the Merry Wives of Windsor, 3. 2, and in Much Ado About Nothing, v. 1, where Antonio says in his heated conversation with Leonato, Sir boy, I'll whip you from your foining fence. Nay, as I am a gentleman, I will. The term traverse denoted a posture of opposition, and is used by the host in the Merry Wives of Windsor, 2. 3, a bout, 2, is another fencing term to which the king refers in Hamlet, 4. 7. When in your motion you are hot and dry, as makes your bouts more violent to that end. Philipping the toad, this is a common and cruel diversion of boys. They lay a board 2 or 3 feet long, at right angles over a transverse piece 2 or 3 inches thick, then placing the toad at one end of the board, the other end is struck by a bat or large stick, which throws the poor toad 40 or 50 feet perpendicularly from the earth. And the fall generally kills it. In 2 Henry IV, I. 2, Falstaff says, if I do, fillip me with a 3-man beetle 788. Flapdragon. This pastime, popularly called Flapdragon 789, was much in use in days gone by. A small combustible body was set on fire, and put afloat in a glass of liquor. The courage of the toper was tried in the attempt to toss off the glass in such a manner as to prevent the flapdragon doing mischief, raisins in hot brandy being the usual flapdragons. Shakespeare several times mentions this custom, as in Love's Labour's Lost, v. 1, where Costard says, thou art easier swallowed than a flapdragon. And in 2 Henry IV. 2. 4, he makes Falstaff say, and drinks off candles' ends for flapdragons. 790. It appears that formerly gallants used to vie with each other in drinking off flapdragons to the health of their mistresses, which were sometimes even candles' ends, swimming in brandy or other strong spirits, whence, when on fire, they were snatched by the mouth and swallowed. 791 An allusion to which occurs in the passage above. As candles' ends made the most formidable flapdragon, the greatest merit was ascribed to the heroism of swallowing them. Ben Jonson, in The Mask of the Moon, 1838, page 616, ed. Gifford, says, but none that will hang themselves for love, or eat candles' ends as the sublunary lovers do. Football. An allusion to this once highly popular game occurs in Comedy of Errors, 2. 1. Dromio of Ephesus asks, am I so round with you as you with me? That like a football you do spurn me thus? If I last in this service, you must case me in leather. In King Lear, I. 4, Kent calls Oswald a base football player. According to Strutt 792 it does not appear among the popular exercises before the reign of Edward III, and then, in 1349, it was prohibited by a public edict because it impeded the progress of archery. The danger, however, attending this pastime occasioned James I to say, from this court I debar all rough and violent exercises, as the football, meeter for laming than making able the users thereof. Occasionally the rustic boys made use of a blown bladder, without the covering of leather, by way of a football, putting beans and horse beans inside, which made a rattling noise as it was kicked about. Barclay, in his Ship of Fools, 1508, thus graphically describes it. How in the winter, when men kill the fat swine, they get the bladder and blow it great and thin, with many beans or peasen put within. It rattleth, soundeth, and shineth clear and fair, while it is thrown and cast up in the air. One contendeth and hath a great delight, with foot and with hand the bladder for to smite. If it fall to ground, they lift it up again. This wise to labor they count it for no pain. Shrovetide was the great season for football matches. 793 and at a comparatively recent period it was played in Derby, Nottingham, Kingston upon Thames, etc. Gleek. According to Drake 794 this game is alluded to twice by Shakespeare, in A Midsummer Night's Dream, 3. 1. Nay, I can gleek upon occasion. And in Romeo and Juliet, 4. 5. Muse. What will you give us? Peter. No money, on my faith, but the gleek. Dowse, however, considers that the word gleek was simply used to express a stronger sort of joke, a scoffing, and that the phrase, to give the gleek, merely denoted to pass a jest upon, or to make a person appear ridiculous. Handy-dandy. A very old game among children. A child hides something in his hand, and makes his playfellow guess in which hand it is. If the latter guess rightly, he wins the article, if wrongly, he loses an equivalent. 795 Sometimes, says Mr. Halliwell Phillips, the game is played by a sort of sleight of hand, changing the article rapidly from one hand into the other, so that the looker-on is often deceived, and induced to name the hand into which it is apparently thrown. This is what Shakespeare alludes to by changing places in King Lear, 4. 6. See how yon justice rails upon yon simple thief. Hark, in thine ear, change places, and handy-dandy, which is the justice, which is the thief. 796. Hide Fox and All After. A children's game, considered by many to be identical with hide and seek. It is mentioned by Hamlet, 4. 2. Some commentators think that the term kid fox in Much Ado About Nothing, 2. 3, may have been a technical term in the game of hide fox. Some editions have printed it hid fox. Claudio says, "Oh, very well, my lord, the music ended. We'll fit the kid fox with a pennyworth." Hoodman blind. The childish sport now called blind man's buff was known by various names, such as hoodwink, blind hob, etc. It was termed hoodman blind, because the players formerly were blinded with their hoods. 797 and under this designation it is mentioned by Hamlet, 3. 4. What devil was't that thus hath cozened you at Hoodman blind? In Scotland this game was called belly blind, and Gay, in his Shepherd's Week, I, 96, says concerning it. As once I played at blindman's buff, it happed. About my eyes the towel thick was wrapped. I missed the swains, and seized on blouse-lined. True speaks that ancient proverb, love is blind. The term hoodman occurs in All's Well That Ends Well, 4. 3. The First Lord says, Hoodman comes, and no doubt there is an allusion to the game in the same play, 3. 6. We will bind and hoodwink him, and in Macbeth, 4. 3. Macduff says, the time you may so hoodwink. There may also have been a reference to falconry, the hawks being hooded in the intervals of sport. Thus, in Latham's Falconry, 1615, to hood is the term used for the blinding, to unhood for the unblinding. Horse racing. That this diversion was in Shakespeare's day occasionally practiced in the spirit of the modern turf is evident from Cymbeline, 3. 2. I have heard of riding wagers, where horses have been nimbler than the sands, that run I the clock's behalf. Burton, 798-2, who wrote at the close of the Shakespearean era, mentions the ruinous consequences of this recreation. Horse races are deports of great men, and good in themselves, though many gentlemen by such means gallop quite out of their fortunes. Leapfrog. One boy stoops down with his hands upon his knees and others leap over him, every one of them running forward and stooping in his turn. It is mentioned by Shakespeare in Henry V. v. 2, where he makes the king say, if I could win a lady at leapfrog, or by vaulting into my saddle with my armor on my back, I should quickly leap into a wife. Ben Jonson, in his comedy of Bartholomew Fair, speaks of a leapfrog chance note. Laugh and lie down, more properly laugh and lay down, was a game at cards, to which there is an allusion in the Two Noble Kinsmen, 2. 1. I could laugh now. Wait. I could lie down, I'm sure. Log at that, the game so called resembles bowls, but with notable differences. 799 First, it is played, not on a green, but on a floor strewed with ashes. The jack is a wheel of lignum vitae, or other hard wood, 9 inches in diameter, and 3 or 4 inches thick. The logat, made of apple wood, is a truncated cone, 26 or 27 inches in length, tapering from a girth of 82 to 9 inches at one end to 32 or 4 inches at the other. Each player has 3 logats, which he throws, holding lightly the thin end. The object is to lie as near the jack as possible. Hamlet speaks of this game, v. 1, did these bones cost no more the breeding, but to play at logats with them, comparing perhaps the skull to the jack at which the bones were thrown. In Ben Jonson's Tale of a Tub, 4. 5, we read, now are they tossing of his legs and arms, like logats at a pear tree. Sir Thomas Hanmer makes the game the same as ninepins, or skittles. He says, it is one of the unlawful games enumerated in the 33rd statute of Henry VIII. 800 It is the same which is now called kittle pins, in which the boys often make use of bones instead of wooden pins, throwing at them with another bone instead of bowling. Marbles. It has been suggested that there is an allusion to this pastime in Measure for Measure, I, 3. Believe not that the dribbling dart of love can pierce a complete bosom. Dribbling being a term used in the game of marbles, for shooting slowly along the ground, in contradistinction to plumping, which is elevating the hand so that the marble does not touch the ground till it reaches the object of its aim. 801 According to others, a dribbler was a term in archery expressive of contempt. 802. This was a phrase for a scramble, when any small objects were thrown down, to be taken by those who could seize them. In Antony and Cleopatra, 3. 13, the former says, like boys unto a muss, kings would start forth. The word is used by Dryden in the prologue to the Widow Ranter. Bauble and cap no sooner are thrown down, but there's a muss of more than half the town. 9 Men's Morris. This rustic game, which is still extant in some parts of England, was sometimes called the nine men's merles, from merles, or marauds, an ancient French word for the jetons or counters with which it was played. 803 The other term morris is probably a corruption suggested by the sort of dance, which in the progress of the game the counters performed. Some consider 804 that it was identical with the game known as 9 holes, 805 mentioned by Herrick in his Hesperides. Raspy plays at 9 holes, and 'tis known he gets many a tester by his game, and bets. Cotgrave speaks of le jeu de merles, the boyish game called merles, or 5-penny morris, played here most commonly with stones, but in France with pawns or men made of purpose, and termed merles. It was also called peg morris, as is evidenced by Clare, who, in his Rural Muse, speaking of the shepherd boy, says, "Oft we may track his haunts, where he hath been, to spend the leisure which his toils bestow. By 9-peg morris nicked upon the green." The game is fully described by James in the Variorum Shakespeare, as follows, in that part of Warwickshire where Shakespeare was educated, and the neighbouring parts of Northamptonshire. The shepherds and other boys dig up the turf with their knives to represent a sort of imperfect chessboard. It consists of a square, sometimes only a foot diameter, sometimes 3 or 4 yards. Within this is another square, every side of which is parallel to the external square. And these squares are joined by lines drawn from each corner of both squares, and the middle of each line. One party or player has wooden pegs, the other stones, which they move in such a manner as to take up each other's men, as they are called, and the area of the inner square is called the pound, in which the men taken up are impounded. These figures are by the country people called 9 men's morris, or merles, and are so called because each party has 9 men. These figures are always cut upon the green turf or leas, as they are called, or upon the grass at the end of ploughed lands, and in rainy seasons never fail to be choked up with mud. This verifies the allusion made by Shakespeare in A Midsummer Night's Dream, 2. 1. The 9 men's morris is filled up with mud, and the quaint mazes in the wanton green, for lack of tread are undistinguishable. This game was also transferred to a board, and continues a fireside recreation of the agricultural laborer. It is often called by the name of mill, or shepherd's mill, 806. Naughty. Some doubt exists as to what game at cards was signified in this term. It has been suggested that cribbage is meant. Mr. Singer thinks it bore some resemblance to the more recent game of beat the knave out of doors, which is mentioned together with rough and new coat in Heywood's play of A Woman Killed with Kindness. The game is probably alluded to in Troilus and Cressida, I.2, in the following dialogue. Pandarus. When comes Troilus? I'll show you Troilus anon, if he see me, you shall see him nod at me. Cress. Will he give you the nod? Pan. You shall see. Cress. If he do, the rich shall have more. 807. The term naughty was also applied to a fool, because, says Minshew, he nods when he should speak. In this sense it occurs in 2 Gentlemen of Verona, I.1. Speed. You mistook, sir, I say, she did nod, and you ask me if she did nod, and I say, I. Proteus. And that set together is naughty. Novum quinquadat, a game of dice, so called from its principal throws being 5 and 9. It is alluded to in Love's Labour's Lost, v. 2, by Byron, who speaks of it simply as novum. Parish top. Formerly a top was kept for public exercise in a parish, a custom to which the old writers often refer. Thus in Twelfth Night, I. 3, Sir Toby Belch says, he's a coward and a coistrel that will not drink to my niece till his brains turn the toe like a parish top. On which passage Mr. Stevens says, a large top was kept in every village, to be whipped in frosty weather, that the peasants might be kept warm by exercise and out of mischief while they could not work. Beaumont and Fletcher, in Thierry and Theodoret, 2. 3, speak of the practice. I'll hazard my life upon it, that a body of 12 should scourge him hither like a parish top, and make him dance before you. And in their Night Walker, 3, they mention the town top. Evelyn, enumerating the uses of willow wood, speaks of great town tops. Mr. Knight 808 remarks that the custom which existed in the time of Elizabeth, and probably long before, of a large top being provided for the amusement of the peasants in frosty weather, presents a curious illustration of the mitigating influences of social kindness in an age of penal legislation. Primero. In Shakespeare's time this was a very fashionable game at cards, and hence is frequently alluded to by him. It was known under the various designations of primero, prime, and prima vista, and, according to Strutt 809, has been reckoned among the most ancient games of cards known to have been played in England. Shakespeare speaks of Henry VIII. V. 1, playing at primero with the Duke of Suffolk, and makes Falstaff exclaim in Merry Wives of Windsor, 4. 5, I never prospered since I forswore myself at primero. That it was the court game is shown in a very curious picture described by Mr. Barrington in the Archaeologia, 8. 132, which represents Lord Burleigh playing at this pastime with 3 other noblemen. Primero continued to be the most fashionable game throughout the reigns of Henry VIII, Edward VI, Mary, Elizabeth, and James I. In the Earl of Northumberland's letters about the Gunpowder Plot, we find that Jocelyn Percy was playing at primero on Sunday, when his uncle the conspirator called on him at Essex House, and in the Sydney papers. There is an account of a quarrel between Lord Southampton and one Ambrose Willoughby, on account of the former persisting to play at primero in the presence chamber, after the Queen had retired to rest. The manner of playing was thus: 810 each player had 4 cards dealt to him one by one, the 7 was the highest card in point of number that he could avail himself of, which counted for 21. The 6 counted for 16, the 5 for 15, and the ace for the same, but the 2, the 3, and the 4, for their respective points only. There may be further allusions to this game in Taming of the Shrew, 2. 1, where Tranio says, "A vengeance on your crafty withered hide. Yet I have faced it with a card of 10. The phrase, to face it with a card of 10, being derived, as some suggest, possibly from primero, wherein the standing boldly on a 10 was often successful. To face, meant, as it still does, to attack by impudence of face. In 1 Henry VI. v. 3, Suffolk speaks of a cooling card, which Nares considers is borrowed from primero, a card so decisive as to cool the courage of the adversary. Gifford objects to this explanation, and says a cooling card is literally a bolus. There can be no doubt, however, that, metaphorically, the term was used to denote something which damped or overwhelmed the hopes of an expectant. Thus, in Fletcher's Island Princess, I. 3, Pinheiro says, "These hot youths, I fear, will find a cooling card." Push-pin was a foolish sport, consisting in nothing more than pushing one pin across another. Byron in Love's Labour's Lost, 4. 3, speaks of Nestor playing at pushpin with the boys. Quintin. This was a figure set up for tilters to run at, in mock resemblance of a tournament, and is alluded to in As You Like It, I. 2, by Orlando, who says, "My better parts are all thrown down, and that which here stands up is but a quintin, a mere lifeless block." It cannot be better or more minutely described than in the words of Mr. Strutt 811, tilting or combating at the quintin is a military exercise of high antiquity, and antecedent, I doubt not, to the justs and tournaments. The quintin originally was nothing more than the trunk of a tree or post set up for the practice of the tyros in chivalry. Afterwards a staff or spear was fixed in the earth, and a shield being hung upon it, was the mark to strike at. The dexterity of the performer consisted in smiting the shield in such a manner as to break the ligatures and bear it to the ground. In process of time this diversion was improved, and instead of a staff and the shield, the resemblance of a human figure carved in wood was introduced. To render the appearance of this figure more formidable, it was generally made in the likeness of a Turk or a Saracen armed at all points, bearing a shield upon his left arm, and brandishing a club or a saber with his right. The quintin thus fashioned was placed upon a pivot, and so contrived as to move round with facility. In running at this figure, it was necessary for the horseman to direct his lance with great adroitness, and make his stroke upon the forehead between the eyes or upon the nose. For if he struck wide of those parts, especially upon the shield, the quintin turned about with much velocity, and, in case he was not exceedingly careful, would give him a severe blow upon the back with the wooden saber held in the right hand. Which was considered as highly disgraceful to the performer, while it excited the laughter and ridicule of the spectators. 812 In Ben Jonson's Underwoods, it is thus humorously mentioned. Go, Captain Stubb, lead on, and show what horse you come on, by the blow you give Sir Quintin, and the cuff you scape the sandbag's counterbuff. Quoits. This game derived its origin, according to Strutt 813 from the ancient discus, and with us, at the present day, it is a circular plate of iron perforated in the middle, not always of one size, but larger or smaller to suit the strength or conveniency of the several candidates. It is referred to in 2 Henry IV. 2:4, by Falstaff, who assigns as one of the reasons why Prince Henry loves poins, because their legs are both of a bigness, and plays at quoits well, and formerly in the country, the rustics not having the round perforated quoits to play with, used horseshoes, and in many places the quoit itself, to this day, is called a shoe. Running for the ring. This, according to Staunton, was the name of a sport, a ring having been one of the prizes formerly given in wrestling and running matches. Thus, in the Taming of the Shrew, I.1, Hortensio says, he that runs fastest gets the ring. Running the figure of 8. Stevens says that this game is alluded to by Shakespeare in A Midsummer Night's Dream, 2:1, where Titania speaks of the quaint mazes in the wanton green. Mr. Halliwell Phillips, in referring to this passage says, several mazes of the kind here alluded to are still preserved, having been kept up from time immemorial. On the top of Catherine Hill, Winchester, the usual playplace of the school was a very perplexed and winding path, running in a very small space over a great deal of ground, called a mismaze. The senior boys obliged the juniors to tread it, to prevent the figure from being lost, and I believe it is still retained. 814. Seesaw. Another name for this childish sport is that given by Falstaff, in 2 Henry IV. 2:4, where he calls it, riding the wild mare. Gay thus describes this well-known game. Across the fallen oak the plank I laid, and myself poised against the tottering maid. High leaped the plank, adown Bucksonia fell, and shove groat. The object of this game was to shake or push pieces of money on a board to reach certain marks. It is alluded to in 2 Henry IV. 2:4, where Falstaff says, quoit him down, Bardolph, like a shove-groat shilling. Or, in other words, Bardolph was to quoit pistol downstairs as quickly as the smooth shilling, the shove-groat, flies along the board. In a statute of 33 Henry VIII. Shove-groat is called a new game, and was probably originally played with the silver-groat. The broad shilling of Edward VI. Came afterwards to be used in this game, which was no doubt the same as shovelboard, with the exception that the latter was on a larger scale. Master Slender, in The Merry Wives of Windsor, I.1, had his pocket picked of 2 Edward shovelboards, that cost him 2 shilling and 2 pence a piece. Mr. Halliwell Phillips, in describing the game in his Archaic Dictionary, says, that a shilling or other smooth coin was placed on the extreme edge of the shovelboard, and propelled towards a mark by a smart stroke with the palm of the hand. It is mentioned under various names, according to the coin employed, as shove-groat 815 and the game of shove-halfpenny is mentioned in the Times of April 25, 1845, as then played by the lower orders. According to Strutt it was analogous to the modern pastime called Justice Jervis, or Jarvis, which is confined to common pothouses. Snowballs. these are alluded to in Pericles, 4. 6, and in the Merry Wives of Windsor, 3. 5. Span counter. In this boyish game one throws a counter, or piece of money, which the other wins, if he can throw another so as to hit it, or lie within a span of it. In 2 Henry VI. 4. 2, Cade says, Tell the king from me, that, for his father's sake, Henry V, in whose time boys went to span counter for French crowns, I am content he shall reign. It is called in France, tapper. And in Swift's time was played with farthings, as he calls it, span farthing 816. Stool ball. This game, alluded to in the Two Noble Kinsmen, v. 2, was formerly popular among young women. And occasionally was played by persons of both sexes indiscriminately, as the following lines, from a song written by Durfee for his play of Don Quixote, acted at Dorset Gardens, in 1694, show 817. Down in a vale on a summer's day, all the lads and lasses met to be merry. A match for kisses at stool ball to play. And for cakes, and ale, and cider, and perry. Chorus, come all, great small, short tall, away to stool ball. Strutt informs us that this game, as played in the north, consists in simply setting a stool upon the ground, and one of the players takes his place before it, while his antagonist, standing at a distance, tosses a ball with the intention of striking the stool. And this is the business of the former to prevent by beating it away with the hand, reckoning one to the game for every stroke of the ball. If, on the contrary, it should be missed by the hand and touch the stool, the players change places. The conqueror is he who strikes the ball most times before it touches the stool. Tennis. According to a story told by the old annalists, one of the most interesting historical events in connection with this game happened when Henry V was meditating war against France. The Dolphin, says Hall in his Chronicle, when King Henry to be given still to such plays and lyght follies as he exercised and used before the time that he was exalted to the crown, sent to him a ton of tennis balls to play with. As who said that he had better skill of tennis than of war. On the foundation of this incident, as told by Hollingshed, Shakespeare has constructed his fine scene of the French ambassador's audience in King Henry V. 2. As soon as the first ambassador has given the Dauphin's message an insulting gift, the English king speaks thus. We are glad the Dauphin is so pleasant with us. His present and your pains we thank you for. When we have matched our rackets to these balls, we will, in France, by God's grace, play a set. Shall strike his father's crown into the hazard. Tell him he hath made a match with such wrangler, that all the courts of France will be disturbed with chases. In Hamlet, 2. 1, Polonius speaks of this pastime, and alludes to falling out at tennis. In the 16th century tennis courts were common in England, and the establishment of such places was countenanced by the example of royalty. It is evident that Henry VII was a tennis player. In a MS. Register of his expenditures, made in the 13th year of his reign, this entry occurs, item, for the king's loss at tennis, 12 pence, for the loss of balls, 3 pence. Stowe, in his Survey of London, tells us that among the additions that King Henry VIII made to Whitehall, were divers fair tennis courts, bowling alleys and a cockpit. Charles II frequently diverted himself with playing at tennis, and had a particular kind of dress made for that purpose. Pericles, when he is shipwrecked and cast upon the coast of Pentapolis, addresses himself and the 3 fishermen whom he chances to meet thus, 2. 1. A man whom both the waters and the wind, in that vast tennis court, have made the ball for them to play upon, entreats you pity him. In Much Ado About Nothing, 3. 2. Claudio referring to Benedict says, that the old ornament of his cheek hath already stuffed tennis balls, 818 and in King Henry V. 3. 7. The Dauphin says his horse bounds from the earth as if his entrails were hairs. Again, bandy was originally a term at tennis, to which Juliet refers in Romeo and Juliet 2. 5, when speaking of her nurse. Had she affections and warm youthful blood, she would be as swift in motion as a ball. My words would bandy her to my sweet love, and his to me. Also, King Lear, I. 4, says to Oswald, do you bandy looks with me, you rascal? Tic-tac. This was a sort of backgammon, and is alluded to by Lucio in Measure for Measure, I. 2, who, referring to Claudio's unpleasant predicament, says, I would be sorry should be thus foolishly lost at a game of tic-tac. In Weaver's Lusty Juventus, Hypocrisy, seeing lusty Juventus kiss abominable Lewing, says, what a hurly-burly is here. Smick-smack, and all thie's gear. You well, will, to tic-take. I fear, if thou had time. 819. Jouro trick-track is used, too, in France in a wanton sense. Trap-trip. This was probably a game at cards, played with dice as well as with cards, the success in which chiefly depended upon the throwing of trays. Thus in a satire called Machiavel's Dog, 1617. But, leaving cardes, let's go to dice a while. To passage, tri-trip, hazard, or mum chance. In Twelfth Night, 2. 5, Sir Toby Belch asks, shall I play my freedom at tray-trip, and become thy bond slave? It may be remembered, too, that in The Scornful Lady of Beaumont and Fletcher, 2. 1, the chaplain complains that the butler had broken his head, and being asked the reason, says for reproving him at trot-trip, sir, for swearing. Some are of opinion that it resembled the game of hopscotch, or scotch-hop. But this, says Nares 820, seems to rest merely upon unauthorized conjecture. Troll my dame. The game of troll madam, still familiar as bagatelle, was borrowed from the French, true madam. One of its names was pigeon-holes, because played on a board, at one end of which were a number of arches, like pigeon-holes, into which small balls had to be bowled. In Winter's Tale, 4. 2, it is mentioned by Autolycus who, in answer to the clown, says that the manner of fellow that robbed him was one that he had known to go about with troll-my-dames. Cotgrave declares it as the game called trunks or the hole. Trump. This was probably the triumpho of the Italians, and the triomphe of the French, being perhaps of equal antiquity in England with primero. At the latter end of the 16th century, it was very common among the inferior classes. There is, no doubt, a particular allusion to this game in Antony and Cleopatra, 4. 14, where Antony says, the queen, whose heart I thought I had, for she had mine, which whilst it was mine had annexed unto't. A million more, now lost, she, Eros, has packed cards with Caesar, and false blade my glory unto an enemy's triumph. The poet meant to say, that Cleopatra, by collusion, played the great game they were engaged in falsely, so as to sacrifice Antony's fame to that of his enemy. There is an equivoque between trump and triumph. The game in question bore a very strong resemblance to our modern whist, the only points of dissimilarity being that more or less than 4 persons might play at trump, that all the cards were not dealt out, and that the dealer had the privilege of discarding some, and taking others in from the stock. In Eliot's Fruits for the French, 1593, it is called a very common alehouse game in England. Wrestling. Of the many allusions that are given by Shakespeare to this pastime, we may quote the phrase, to catch on the hip, made use of by Shylock in the Merchant of Venice, I. 3, who, speaking of Antonio, says, if I can catch him once upon the hip, I will feed fat the ancient grudge I bear him. The meaning being, to have at an entire advantage. 821. The expression occurs again in Othello, 2. 1, where Iago says, I'll have our Michael Cassio on the hip. Nares 822 however, considers the phrase was derived from hunting, because, when the animal pursued is seized upon the hip, it is finally disabled from flight. In As You Like It, 2. 3. Where Adam speaks of the bonny prizer of the humorous Duke, Singer considers that a prizer was the phrase for a wrestler, a prize being a term in that sport for a grappling or hold taken. Chapter 17. Dances. We are indebted to Shakespeare for having bequeathed to us many interesting allusions to some of the old dances in use in his day, but which have long ago passed into oblivion. As will be seen, these were of a very diverse character, but, as has been remarked, were well suited to the merry doings of our forefathers. And although in some cases they justly merited censure for their extravagant nature, yet the greater part of these sources of diversion were harmless. Indeed, no more pleasing picture can be imagined than that of a rustic sheep-shearing gathering in the olden times, when, the work over, the peasantry joined together in some simple dance. Each one vying with his neighbor to perform his part with as much grace as possible. Antic. This was a grotesque dance. In Macbeth, 4. The witch, perceiving how Macbeth is affected by the horrible apparitions which he has seen, says to her sisters, "Come, sisters, cheer we up his sprites, and show the best of our delights. I'll charm the air to give a sound, while you perform your antic round." To quote another instance, our motto, in Love's Labour's Lost, v. 1, says, "We will have, if this fadge not, an antique Bergomask dance." According to Sir Thomas Hanmer, this was a dance after the manner of the peasants of Bergamasco, a county in Italy belonging to the Venetians. All the buffoons in Italy affected to imitate the ridiculous jargon of that people, and from thence it became customary to mimic also their manner of dancing. In the Midsummer Night's Dream, v. 1, Bottom asks Theseus whether he would like to hear a Bergomask dance, between two of their company. Brawl. This was a kind of dance. It appears that several persons united hands in a circle, and gave one another continual shakes, the steps changing with the tune. With this dance balls were usually open. 823 Kissing was occasionally introduced. In Love's Labour's Lost, 3. 1, Moth asks his master, "Will you win your love with a French brawl?" Canary. This was the name of a sprightly dance, the music to which consisted of 2 strains with 8 bars in each. An allusion to which is made by Moth in Love's Labour's Lost, 3. Who speaks of jigging off a tune at the tongue's end, and canarying to it with the feet, and in All's Well That Ends Well, 2. 1, Lawful tells the king that he has seen a medicine that's able to breathe life into a stone, quicken a rock, and make you dance canary, with sprightly fire and motion. This dance is said to have originated in the Canary Islands, an opinion, however, which has, says Dice, been disputed. 824. Sync pace. This was so named from its steps being regulated by the number 5. 5 was the number of the music's feet, which still the dance did with 5 paces meet. 825. In Much Ado About Nothing, 2. 1, Shakespeare makes Beatrice make a quibble upon the term. For after comparing wooing, wedding, and replating to a Scotch jig, a measure, and a sync pace, she says, then comes repentance, and, with his bad legs, falls into the sync pace faster and faster, till he sink into his grave. A further reference occurs in Twelfth Night, I. 3, by Sir Toby Belch, who calls it a syncopace. Coranto. An allusion to this dance, which appears to have been of a very lively and rapid character, is made in Henry V. 3. 5, where the Duke of Bourbon describes it as the swift Coranto, and in All's Well That Ends Well, 2. 3, Lawful refers to it. A further notice of it occurs in Twelfth Night, I. 3, in the passage where Sir Toby Belch speaks of coming home in a Coranto. Fading. Malone quotes a passage from Sportive Wit, 1666, which implies that this was a rustic dance. The courtiers scorn us country clowns. We country clowns do scorn the court. We can be merry upon the downs, as you at midnight with all your sport. With a fading, with a fading. It would appear, also, from a letter appended to Boswell's edition of Malone, that it was an Irish dance, and that it was practiced upon rejoicings as recently as 1803. The date of the letter. This dance is practiced on rejoicing occasions in many parts of Ireland. A king and queen are chosen from amongst the young persons who are the best dancers. The queen carries a garland composed of 2 hoops placed at right angles, and fastened to a handle. The hoops are covered with flowers and ribbons. You have seen it, I dare say, with the May maids. Frequently in the course of the dance the king and queen lift up their joined hands as high as they can, she still holding the garland in the other. The most remote couple from the king and queen first pass under, all the rest of the line linked together follow in succession. When the last has passed, the king and queen suddenly face about and front their companions. This is often repeated during the dance, and the various undulations are pretty enough, resembling the movements of a serpent. The dancers on the 1st of May visit such newly married pairs of a certain rank as have been married since last May Day in the neighborhood, who commonly bestow on them a stuffed ball richly decked with gold and silver lace, and accompanied with a present in money, to regale themselves after the dance. This dance is practiced when the bonfires are lighted up, the queen hailing the return of summer in a popular Irish song beginning, "We lead on summer, see. She follows in our train." In the Winter's Tale, 4. Shakespeare seems to allude to this dance where he makes the servant speaking of the peddler say, he has the prettiest love songs for maids, so without bawdry, which is strange, with such delicate burthens of dildos and fadings, and some commentators 826 however, consider that only the song is meant. Dowse 827 says, this dance was borrowed by us from the French, and is classed among the brawls, in Thoinot Arbaux's Orchesography, 1588. In Love's Labours Lost, v. 1, Dull says, I will play on the tabor to the worthies, and let them dance the hay. Jig. Besides meaning a merry sprightly dance, a jig also implied a coarse sort of comic entertainment, in which sense it is probably used by Hamlet, too. 2. He's for a jig or a tale of bawdry. It seems, says Mr. Collier 828, to have been a ludicrous composition in rhyme, sung, or said, by the clown, and accompanied by dancing and playing upon the pipe and tabor. 829 an instance of which perhaps occurs in the clown's song at the close of Twelfth Night. When that I was a little tiny boy, etc. Fletcher in the prologue to the Fair Maid of the Inn, says, a jig should be clapped at, and every rhyme praised and applauded by a clamorous chime. Amongst the allusions to this dance, we may quote one in Much Ado About Nothing, 2. 1, where Beatrice compares wooing to a Scotch jig, and another in Twelfth Night, 3, where Sir Toby Belch says, his very walk should be a jig. La Volta. According to Florio, the La Volta is a kind of turning French dance, in which the man turns the woman round several times, and then assists her in making a high spring or cabriole. It is thus described by Sir John Davies. Yet is there one the most delightful kind, a lofty jumping, or a leaping round, where arm in arm 2 dancers are entwined, and wind themselves, with strict embracements bound, and still their feet an anapest do sound. An anapest is all their music's song, whose first 2 feet are short, and third is long. Dowse 830 however, considers it to be of Italian origin, and says, it passed from Italy into Provence and the rest of France, and thence into England. Scott, too, in his Discovery of Witchcraft, thus speaks of it, he saith, that these night-walking or rather night-dancing witches, brought out of Italy into France that dance which is called La Volta. Shakespeare in his Henry V. 3. 5, makes the Duke of Bourbon allude to it. They bid us to the English dancing schools, and teach La Volta's high and swift corantos. Again in Troilus and Cressida, 4. Troilus says, I cannot sing, nor heel the high La Volte. Light, oh, love. This was an old tune of a dance, and was a proverbial expression for levity especially in love matters. 831 In Much Ado About Nothing, 3. 4. Margaret says, claps into light o' love, that goes without a burden, do you sing it, and I'll dance it, to which Beatrice answers, ye light o' love, with your heels. In Two Gentlemen of Verona, I. 2. It is alluded to. Julia, best sing it to the tune of light o' love. Lucetta, it is too heavy for so light a tune. In the Two Noble Kinsmen, v. 2, we read. He'll dance the Indians 20 mile an hour. And gallops to the tune of light o' love. And in Beaumont and Fletcher's Chances, I. 3, Frederick says, sure he has encountered some light o' love or other. Pavin. This was a grave and majestic dance in which the gentlemen wore their caps, swords, and mantles, and the ladies their long robes and twains. The dancers stepped round the room and then crossed in the middle, trailing their garments on the ground, the motion whereof, says Sir J. Hawkins, resembled that of a peacock's tail. It is alluded to in Twelfth Night, v. 1, by Sir Toby, a passé measures Pavin. Although the reading of this passage is uncertain, the editors of the Globe edition substituting Panin. It has been conjectured that the passé measure Galliard, and the passé measure Pavon, were only two different measures of the same dance, from the Italian passerezzo. 832. Roundel. This also called the round, a dance of a circular kind, and is probably referred to by Titania in the Midsummer Night's Dream, 2. 3, where she says to her twain, 833. Come now, a roundel and a fairy song. Ben Jonson, in the Tale of a Tub, 834 seems to call the rings, which such fairy dances are supposed to make in the dance, roundels. I'll have no roundels, I in the Queen's paths. Satyr's Dance. A dance of satyrs was a not uncommon entertainment in Shakespeare's day, or even at an earlier period. 835 It was not confined to England, and has been rendered memorable by the fearful accident with which it was accompanied at the court of France in 1392, a graphic description of which has been recorded by Froissart. In the Winter's Tale, 4. 4. The satyr's dance is alluded to by the servant, who says, Master, there is 3 carters, 3 shepherds, 3 neatherds, 3 swineherds, that have made themselves all men of hair. They call themselves salters, and they have a dance which the wenches say is a gallimaufry of gambols, because they are not in't. In a book of songs, composed by Thomas Ravenscroft and others, in the time of Shakespeare, we find one 836 called the Satyr's Dance. It is for 4 voices, and as follows. Round arounda, keep your ring. To the glorious sun we sing. Ho, ho. He that wears the flaming reyes, and the imperial crown of bays. Him, with shouts and songs we praise. Ho, ho. That in his bounty would vouchsafe to grace the humble Sylvains and their shaggy race. Sword dance. In olden times there were several kinds of sword dances, most of which afforded opportunities for the display of skill. In Antony and Cleopatra, 3. 4. There seems to be an allusion to this custom, where Antony, speaking of Caesar, says, 837. He at Philippi kept his sword e'en like a dancer. And in All's Well That Ends Well, 2. 1, where Bertram, lamenting that he is kept from the wars, adds, I shall stay here the 4-horse to a smock, creaking my shoes on the plain masonry, till honor be bought up and no sword worn, but one to dance with. In Titus Andronicus, 2. 1, 2, Demetrius says to Chiron, why, boy, although your mother, unadvised, gave you a dancing rapier by your side, tread a measure, to which the king refers in Love's Labours Lost, v. 2, when he tells Boyet to tell Rosalind, we have measured many miles, to tread a measure with her on this grass. Was a grave solemn dance, with slow and measured steps like the minuet. As it was of so solemn a nature it was performed 838 at public entertainments in the Inns of Court, and it was, not unusual, nor thought inconsistent, for the first characters in the law to bear a part in treading a measure. Trip and Go was the name of a favorite Morris dance, and appears, says Mr. Chappell, in his Popular Music of the Olden Times, and second edition, page 131, to have become a proverbial expression. It is used in Love's Labour's Lost, 4. 2. Upspring. From the following passage, in Chapman's Alphonsus, Emperor of Germany, it would seem that this was a German dance. We Germans have no changes in our dances. An Almain and an upspring, that is all. Carl Els 839, who, a few years ago, reprinted Chapman's Alphonsus at Leipzig, says that the word upspring is the Hupfauf, the last and wildest dance at the old German merrymakings. No epithet could there be more appropriate to this drunken dance than Shakespeare's swaggering, in Hamlet, I.4. The king doth wake tonight, and takes his rouse. Keeps wassail, and the swaggering upspring reels. Chapter 18. Punishments. Shakespeare has not omitted to notice many of the punishments which were in use in years gone by. The scattered allusions to these being interesting in so far as they serve to illustrate the domestic manners and customs of our forefathers. Happily, however, these cruel tortures, which darken the pages of history, have long ago passed into oblivion, and at the present day it is difficult to believe that such barbarous practices could ever have been tolerated in any civilized country. The horrible punishment of boiling to death is mentioned in Twelfth Night 2. 5, where Fabian says, "If I lose a scruple of this sport, let me be boiled to death with melancholy." In Winter's Tale, 3. 2, Paulina inquires, "What studied torments, tyrant, hast for me? What wheels? Racks? Fires? What flaying? Boiling? In leads or oils? What old or newer torture must I receive?" There seems to be an indirect allusion to this punishment in The Two Noble Kinsmen, 4. 3, where the jailer's daughter in her madness speaks of those who are mad, or hang, or drown themselves, being put into a cauldron of lead and usurer's grease, and their boiling like a gammon of bacon that will never be enough. The practice of holding burning basins before the eyes of captives to destroy their eyesight, is probably alluded to by Macbeth, 4. 1, in the passage where the apparitions are presented to him by the witches. "Thou art too like the spirit of Banquo, down. Thy crown does sear mine eyeballs." 840. In Antony and Cleopatra, 2. 4, soaking in brine as a punishment, is referred to by Cleopatra, who says to the messenger, "Thou shalt be whipped with wire, and stewed in brine. Smarting in lingering pickle." Drowning by the tide, a method of punishing criminals, is probably noticed in The Tempest, I.1, by Antonio. "We are merely cheated of our lives by drunkards. This wide-chapped rascal, would thou mightst lie drowning. The washing of 10 tides." Baffled. This was formerly a punishment of infamy inflicted on recreant knights, one part of which consisted in hanging them up by the heels, to which Falstaff probably refers in 1 Henry IV. I. 2, where he says to the prince, "Call me villain, and baffle me." And further on, 2. 4, "If thou dost it half so gravely, so majestically, both in word and matter, hang me up by the heels for a rabbit sucker, or a poulter's hair." 841 in 2 Henry IV. I.2, the Chief Justice tells Falstaff that to punish him by the heels would amend the attention of his ears. And in All's Well That Ends Well, 4. 3, where the Lord relates how Parolles has sat in the stocks all night, Bertram says, "His heels hath deserved it, in usurping his spurs so long." Spenser in his Faerie Queene, 6. 7, thus describes this mode of punishment. "And after all for greater infamy, he by the heels him hung upon a tree, and baffled so, that all which passed by, the picture of his punishment might see." The appropriate term, too, for chopping off the spurs of a knight when he was to be degraded, was hack, a custom to which it has been suggested. Mrs. Page alludes in the Merry Wives of Windsor, 2. 1, 842, Watt, Sir Alice Ford. These knights will hack, and so thou shouldst not alter the article of thy gentry. 843. Mr. Dice 844 however, says the most probable meaning of this obscure passage is that, there is an allusion to the extravagant number of knights created by King James, and that hack is equivalent to, become cheap or vulgar. It appears, too, that in days gone by, the arms, etc., of traitors and rebels might be defaced. Thus, in King Richard II. 2, 3, Berkeley tells Bolingbroke. Mistake me not, my lord, 'tis not my meaning to raise one title of your honour out. Upon which passage we may quote from Camden's Remains, 1605, p. 186, how the names of them, which for capital crimes against majesty, were erased out of the public records, tables, and registers or forbidden to be borne by their posterity, when their memory was damned, I could show at large. In the following act, 3. 1. Bolingbroke further relates how his enemies had disparked my parks and felled my forest woods. From my own windows tore my household coat. Raised out my impress, leaving me no sign. Bilboes. These were a kind of stocks or fetters used at sea to confine prisoners, of which Hamlet speaks to Horatio, v. 2. Sir, in my heart there was a kind of fighting that would not let me sleep, methought I lay worse than the mutines in the bilboes. This punishment is thus described by Stephens: the bilboes is a bar of iron with fetters annexed to it, by which mutinous or disorderly sailors were anciently linked together. The word is derived from Bilbao, a place in Spain where instruments of steel were fabricated in the utmost perfection. To understand Shakespeare's allusion completely, it should be known that, as these fetters connect the legs of the offenders very close together, their attempts to rest must be as fruitless as those of Hamlet, in whose mind, there was a kind of fighting that would not let him sleep. Every motion of one must disturb his partner in confinement. The bilboes are still shown in the Tower of London, among the other spoils of the Spanish Armada, 845. Brand, the branding of criminals is indirectly alluded to in 2 Henry VI, v. 2, by young Clifford, who calls the Duke of Richmond a foul stigmatic, which properly meant a person who had been branded with a hot iron for some crime, one notably defamed for naughtiness. The practice was abolished by law in the year 1822. The practice, too, of making persons convicted of perjury wear papers while undergoing punishment, descriptive of their offence, is spoken of in Love's Labours Lost, 4. 3, where Byron says of Longaville, "Why, he comes in like a perjur, wearing papers." Hollinsh relates how Wolsey so punished a perjur with open punishment, and open paper wearing, that in his time it was disused. Breach. This old term to whip or punish as a schoolboy is noticed in the Taming of the Shrew, 3. 1. I am no breeching scholar in the schools. I'll not be tied to hours nor pointed times. Breeching being equivalent to liable to be whipped. In Merry Wives of Windsor, 4. 1. Sir Hugh Evans tells the boy page, if you forget your quees, your quas, and your quats, you must be preaches, breeched. Crown. A burning crown, as the punishment of regicides, or other criminals, is probably alluded to by and in Richard III, 4. 1. I would to God that the inclusive verge of golden metal that must round my brow were red-hot steel, to sear me to the brain. Mr. Singer 846 in a note on this passage quotes from Chettl's Tragedy of Hoffman, 1631, where this punishment is introduced. Fix on thy master's head my burning crown. And again, was adjudged to have his head seared with a burning crown. The Earl of Athol, who was executed for the murder of James I of Scotland, was before his death crowned with a hot iron. In some of the monkish accounts of a place of future torments, a burning crown is appropriated to those who deprived any lawful monarch of his kingdom. Pillory. This old mode of punishment is referred to by Launce in the Two Gentlemen of Verona, 4, where he speaks of having stood on the pillory. In Taming of the Shrew, 2:1, Hortensio, when he tells Baptista how he had been struck by Caterina because I did but tell her she mistook her pets, adds, "She struck me on the head. And through the instrument my pate made way. And there I stood amazed for a while, as on a pillory, looking through the lute." It has been suggested that there may be an allusion to the pillory in Measure for Measure, v. 1, where Lucio says to the Duke disguised in his friar's hood, "You must be hooded, must you? Show your knave's visage, with a pox to you. Show your sheep-biting face, and be hanged an hour." The alleged crime was not capital, and suspension in the pillory for an hour was all that the speaker intended. 847. Press. Several allusions occur to this species of torture applied to contumacious felons. It was also, says Malone, formerly inflicted on those persons, who, being indicted, refused to plead. In consequence of their silence, they were pressed to death by a heavy weight laid upon the stomach. In Much Ado About Nothing, 3:1, Hero says of Beatrice, "She would laugh me out of myself, press me to death with wit." In Richard II, 3:4, the Queen exclaims, "Oh, I am pressed to death through want of speaking." And in Measure for Measure, v. 1, Lucio tells the Duke that, marrying a punk, my lord, is pressing to death, whipping, and hanging. In the Perfect Account of the Daily Intelligence, April 16, 1651, we find it recorded, Mond, April 14. This session, at the Old Bailey, were 4 men pressed to death that were all in one robbery, and, out of obstinacy and contempt of the court, stood mute and refused to plead. This punishment was not abolished until by Statute 12 c. 20. Rack. According to Mr. Blackstone, this was utterly unknown to the law of England, though once, when the Duke of Exeter and Suffolk and other ministers of Henry VI had laid a design to introduce the civil law into this kingdom as a rule of government, for the beginning thereof they erected a rack of torture, which was called, in derision, the Duke of Exeter's daughter, and still remains in the Tower of London, where it was occasionally used as an engine of state, not of law, more than once in the reign of Queen Elizabeth. But when upon the assassination of Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, it was proposed, in the Privy Council, to put the assassin to the rack, in order to discover his accomplices, the judges, being consulted, declared unanimously, to their own honor and the honor of the English law, that no such proceeding was allowable by the law of England. Mr. Hallam observes, that though the English law never recognized the use of torture, yet there were many instances of its employment in the reign of Elizabeth and James, and among others, in the case of the Gunpowder Plot. He further adds, in the latter part of the reign of Elizabeth, the rack seldom stood idle in the Tower. Of the many allusions to this torture, may be mentioned Sebastian's word in Twelfth Night, v. 1. Antonio. O my dear Antonio! How have the hours racked and tortured me, since I have lost thee! In Measure for Measure, v. 1, Aeschylus orders the unreverend and unhallowed friar, the Duke disguised, to be taken to the rack. Take him hence, to the rack with him. We'll touse you, joint by joint. The engine, which sometimes meant the rack, is spoken of in King Lear, I. 4. That, like an engine, wrenched my frame of nature from the fixed place. 848. So in Beaumont and Fletcher's Night Walker, 4. 5. Their souls shot through with adders, torn on engines. Once more in Measure for Measure, 2. 1, where Aeschylus tells how some run from breaks of ice, and answer none. A passage which Mr. Dice would thus read. Some run from breaks of vice. It has been suggested that there is an allusion to engines of torture, although owing to the many significations of the word break, its meaning here has been much disputed. 849. Stocks. This old-fashioned mode of punishment is the subject of frequent allusion by Shakespeare. Thus, Launce in The Two Gentlemen of Verona, 4 says, I have sat in the stocks for puddings he hath stolen. In All's Well That Ends Well, 4:3, Bertram says, Come, bring forth this counterfeit module, has deceived me, like a double-meaning prophesier. Whereupon one of the French lords adds, Bring him forth, has sat I the stocks all night, poor gallant knave. Volumnia says of Coriolanus, v. 3. There's no man in the world more bound to's mother, yet here he lets me prate like one I the stocks. Again, in Comedy of Errors, 3:1, Lewes speaks of a pair of stocks in the town, and in King Lear, 2:2, Cornwall, referring to Kent, says, Fetch forth the stocks, you stubborn ancient knave. It would seem that formerly in great houses, as in some colleges, there were movable stocks for the correction of the servants. Putting a person in the stocks, too, was an exhibition familiar to the ancient stage. In Hic Scorner, 850 printed in the reign of Henry VIII, pity is placed into the stocks, and left there until he is freed by perseverance and contemplation. Strappado. This was a military punishment by which the unfortunate sufferer was cruelly tortured in the following way: a rope being fastened under his arms, he was drawn up by a pulley to the top of a high beam, and then suddenly let down with a jerk. The result, usually, was a dislocation of the shoulder blade. In 1 Henry IV. 2:4, it is referred to by Falstaff, who tells Poins, Were I at the Strappado, or all the racks in the world, I would not tell you on compulsion. At Paris, says Douce 851, there was a spot called El Estrapade, in the Fauxbourg Saint-Jacques, where soldiers received this punishment. The machine, whence the place took its name, remained fixed like a perpetual gallows. The term is probably derived from the Italian strap pair, to pull or draw with violence. Toss in a sieve. This punishment, according to Cotgrave, was inflicted on such as committed gross absurdities. In 1 King Henry VI. I. 3, Gloucester says to the Bishop of Winchester, I'll canvass thee in thy broad cardinal's hat, if thou proceed in this thy insolence. It is alluded to in Davenant's Cruel Brother, 1630. I'll sift and winnow him in an old hat. Wheel. The punishment of the wheel was not known at Rome, but we read of Medius Tafetius being torn asunder by quadrigo driven in opposite directions. As Shakespeare, remarks Malone, has coupled this species of punishment with another that certainly was unknown to ancient Rome, it is highly probable that he was not apprised of the story of Medius Tafetius, and that in this, as in various other instances, the practice of his own times was in his thoughts, for in 1594 John Chastel had been thus executed in France for attempting to assassinate Henry IV. Coriolanus, 3:2 says, Let them put all about mine ears, present me death on the wheel, or at wild horses' heels. Whipping. 3 centuries ago this mode of punishment was carried to a cruel extent. By an act passed in 2 Henry VIII. Vagrants were to be carried to some market town, or other place, and there tied to the end of a cart, naked, and beaten with whips throughout such market town, or other place, till the body should be bloody by reason of such whipping. The punishment was afterwards slightly mitigated, for by a statute passed in 39th of Elizabeth's reign, vagrants were only to be stripped naked from the middle upwards, and whipped till the body should be bloody. The stocks were often so constructed as to serve both for stocks and whipping posts. 852 Amongst the numerous references to this punishment by Shakespeare, we may quote 2 Henry IV. v. 4, where the beadle says of Hostess quickly, The constables have delivered her over to me, and she shall have whipping, cheer enough, I warrant her. In The Taming of the Shrew, I. 1, Gremio says, speaking of Caterina, I had as lief take her dowry with this condition, to be whipped at the high cross every morning, in allusion to what Hortensio had just said, why, man, there be good fellows in the world. And a man could light on them, would take her with all faults, and money enough. In 2 Henry VI. 2:1, Gloucester orders Simcox and his wife to be whipped through every market town, till they come to Berwick, from whence they came. Wisp. This was a punishment for a scold. 853 It appears that a wisp, or small twist of straw or hay, was often applied as a mark of opprobrium to an immodest woman, a scold, or similar offender, even, therefore, the showing it to a woman, was considered a grievous affront. In 3 Henry VI. 2:2, Edward says of Queen Margaret, "A wisp of straw were worth 1,000 crowns. To make this shameless cow let 854 know herself." A wisp, adds Nares, seems to have been the badge of the scolding woman in the ceremony of skimmington. 855 An allusion to which is given in a dialogue between John and Joan, striving who shall wear the breeches, in the Pleasures of Poetry, cited by Malone. "Good, gentle Joan, withhold thy hands. This once let me entreat thee. And make me promise never more, that thou shalt mind to beat me. For fear thou wear the wisp, good wife. And make our neighbours ride." In Nash's Pierce Penniless, 1593, there is also an amusing allusion to it, "Why, thou errant butter-whore, thou cot-queen and scrat-top of scolds, wilt thou never leave afflicting a dead carcass? Continually read the rhetoric lecture of Ramally. A wisp, you kitchen stuff wrangler." Chapter 19. Proverbs. In the present chapter are collected together the chief proverbs either quoted or alluded to by Shakespeare. Many of these are familiar to most readers, but have gained an additional interest by reason of their connection with the poet's writings. At the same time, it may be noted, that very many of Shakespeare's pithy sayings have since his day passed into proverbs, and have taken their place in this class of literature. It is curious to notice, as Mrs. Cowden Clarke remarks 856 how Shakespeare has paraphrased some of our commonest proverbs in his own choice and elegant diction. Thus, "Make hay while the sun shines," becomes, "The sun shines hot. And if we use delay, cold biting winter mars our hoped for hay." A statement which applies to numerous other proverbial sayings. "A black man is a jewel in a fair woman's eyes." In the Two Gentlemen of Verona, v. 2, the following passage is an amusing illustration of the above. Thurio. "What says she to my face?" Proteus. "She says it is a fair one." Thurio. "Nay then, the wanton lies, my face is black." Proteus. "But pearls are fair. And the old saying is, black men are pearls in beauteous ladies' eyes." In Titus Andronicus, v. 1, there is a further allusion to this proverb where Lucius says of Aaron, "This is the pearl that pleased your empress eye. A beggar marries a wife and lice." So in King Lear, 3. 2, Song. "The codpiece that will house, before the head has any, the head and he shall louse. So beggars marry many. Thus it is also said, a beggar payeth a benefit with a louse. A cunning knave needs no broker." This old proverb is quoted by Hume in 2 Henry VI. 2. "A crafty knave does need no broker. A cursed cur must be tied short." With this proverb we may compare what Sir Toby says in Twelfth Night, 3. 2, to Sir Andrew. "Go, write it in a martial hand, be cursed and brief. A drop hollows the stone, or many drops pierce the stone." We may compare 3 Henry VI. 3:2, "Much rain wears the marble, and also the messenger's words," 2:1, when he relates how the noble Duke of York was slain. "Environed he was with many foes, and stood against them, as the hope of Troy. Against the Greeks that would have entered Troy. But Hercules himself must yield to odds. And many strokes, though with a little axe. Hew down and fell the hardest timbered oak. A finger in every pie. So in Henry VIII. 1 Buckingham says of Wolsey. No man's pie is freed from his ambitious finger. To the same purport is the following proverb 857, he had a finger in the pie when he burnt his nail off. A fool's bolt is soon shot. Quoted by Duke of Orleans in Henry V. 3. 7. With this we may compare the French, de fol jug breve sentence, 858. A friend at court is as good as a penny in the purse. So in 2 Henry IV. v. 1, Shallow says. A friend the court is better than a penny in purse. The French equivalent of this saying is, bon fait avoir ami en cour, car le procès en est plus court. A little pot's soon hot. Grumio in Taming of the Shrew, 4. 1, uses this familiar proverb, were not I a little pot and soon hot, my very lips might freeze to my teeth, and a pox of the devil. Henry V. 2, 1. A smoky chimney and a scolding wife are two bad companions. There are various versions of this proverb. Ray gives the following, smoke, raining into the house, and a scolding wife, will make a man run out of doors. Hotspur, in 1 Henry IV. 3. 1, says of his father. Oh, he is as tedious as a tired horse, a railing wife. Worse than a smoky house. A snake lies hidden in the grass. This, as Mr. Green 859 remarks, is no unfrequent proverb, and the idea is often made use of by Shakespeare. Thus in 2 Henry VI. 3. 1, Margaret declares to the attendant nobles. Henry my lord is cold in great affairs. Too full of foolish pity, 1 and Gloucester's show. Beguiles him as the mournful crocodile. With sorrow snares relenting passengers. Or as the snake. Rolled in a flowering bank. With shining checkered slough, doth sting a child. That for the beauty thinks it excellent. Lady Macbeth, 5, tells her husband. Look like the innocent flower. But be the serpent under't. Juliet, Romeo and Juliet, 3. 2, speaks of serpent heart, hid with a flowering face. A staff is quickly found to beat a dog. Other versions of this proverb are. It is easy to find a stick to beat a dog. It is easy to find a stone to throw at a dog, 860. So in 2 Henry VI. 3. 1, Gloucester says. I shall not want false witness to condemn me. Nor store of treasons to augment my guilt. The ancient proverb will be well effected. A staff is quickly found to beat a dog. A wise man may live anywhere. In Richard II. 3, John of Gaunt says. All places that the eye of heaven visits are to a wise man ports and happy havens. A woman conceals what she does not know. Hence Hotspur says to his wife in 1 Henry IV. 2. 3. Constant you are. But yet a woman, and for secrecy. No lady closer, for I well believe. Thou wilt not utter what thou dost not know. And so far will I trust thee, gentle Kate. All men are not alike. Much ado about nothing, 3. 5.861. All's well that ends well. As lean as a rake. So in Coriolanus, 1 of the citizens says, let us revenge this with our pikes, ere we become rakes. So Spenser in his Fairy Queen, BK. 2, can it. His body lean and meagre as a rake. This proverb is found in Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, 289. Al so lena was his or as is a rake. As thin as a whipping post is another proverb of the same kind. As mad as a March hare. The two noble kinsmen, 3. 5. We may compare the expression, harebrained, I King Henry IV. v. 2. As sound as a bell. So in Much Ado About Nothing, 3. 2. Don Pedro says of Benedick, he hath a heart as sound as a bell. As the bell clinketh, so the fool thinketh. This proverb is indirectly alluded to in Much Ado About Nothing, 3. 1. In the previous passage, where Don Pedro says of Benedick that he hath a heart as sound as a bell, and his tongue is the clapper, for what his heart thinks his tongue speaks. Another form of the same proverb is, as the fool thinks, the bell tinks, 862. As true as steel. This popular adage is quoted in Troilus and Cressida, 3. 2. As true as steel, as plantage to the moon. We may also compare the proverb, as true as the dial to the sun. At hand, quoth Pickpurse, 1 Henry IV. 2, 1. This proverbial saying arose, says Malone, from the Pickpurse, always seizing the prey nearest him. Tell me that and unyoke, Hamlet, v. 1. This was a common adage for giving over or ceasing to do a thing, a metaphor derived from the unyoking of oxen at the end of their labor. Back care, quoth Mortimer to his sow. With this Mr. Halliwell Phillips compares Gremio's words in The Taming of the Shrew, 2. 1. Saving your tail, Petruchio, I pray. Let us, that are poor petitioners, speak too. Back care. You are marvelous forward. Mr. Dice, Glossary, p. 23, says the word signifies, go back, and cites one of John Heywood's epigrams upon it. Back are, quoth Mortimer to his sow. Went that so back at that bidding, trow you. Barns are blessings. All's well that ends well, 3. Base is the slave that pays, Henry V. 2, 1. 863. Bastards are born lucky. This proverb is alluded to in King John, 1, by the bastard, who says, Brother, adieu, good fortune come to thee. For thou wast got the way of honesty. Philip wishes his brother good fortune, because Robert was not a bastard. Beggars mounted run their horses to death, 864, quoted by York in 3 Henry VI. 4. We may also compare the proverb, set a beggar on horseback, he'll ride to the devil. Begone when the sport is at the best. Mr. Halliwell Phillips quotes Benvolio's words in Romeo and Juliet, 5. Away, begone. The sport is at the best. To the same effect are Romeo's words, 4. The game was ne'er so fair, and I am done. Be off while your shoes are good. This popular phrase still in use, seems alluded to by Catherine in Taming of the Shrew, 3. 2, who says to Petruchio, You may be jogging whiles your boots are green. Better a witty fool than a foolish wit. Quoted by the clown in Twelfth Night, 5. Better fed than taught. This old saying may be alluded to in All's Well That Ends Well, 2. 2. By the clown, I will show myself highly fed and lowly taught, and again, 2. 4. By paroles. A good knave, faith, and well fed. Blessing of your heart, you brew good ale. Quoted by Launce as a proverb in the Two Gentlemen of Verona, 3. 1. Blush like a black dog. This saying is referred to in Titus Andronicus, v. 1. First Goth. What, canst you say all this, and never blush? Aaron. Like a black dog, as the saying is. Bought and sold, Troilus and Cressida, 2. X. A proverbial phrase applied to anyone entrapped or made a victim by treachery or mismanagement. It is found again in the Comedy of Errors, 3. 1, in King John, v. 4, and in Richard III. v. 3. Bring your hand to the buttery bar and let it drink. Twelfth Night, 3. Mr. Dice quotes the following explanation of this passage, although he does not answer for its correctness. This is a proverbial phrase among forward Abigails, to ask at once for a kiss and a present. Sir Andrew's slowness of comprehension in this particular gave her a just suspicion at once, of his frigidity and avarice. The buttery bar means the place in palaces and in great houses whence provisions were dispensed. And it is still to be seen in most of our colleges. Bragg's a good dog, but Holdfast is a better. This proverb is alluded to in Henry V. 2:3, by Pistol. Holdfast is the only dog, my duck 865. Bush natural, more hair than wit. Ray's Proverbs, so in 2 Gentlemen of Verona, 3:1, it is said, she hath more hair than wit. By chance but not by truth 866, King John, I:1. Care will kill a cat, yet there's no living without it. So in Much Ado About Nothing, v:1, Claudio says to Don Pedro, what though care killed a cat, thou hast mettle enough in thee to kill care. Come Cut and Long Tail, Merry Wives of Windsor, 3:4. This proverb means, let any come that may, good or bad, and was, no doubt, says Staunton, originally applied to dogs or horses. Comparisons are odious. So in Much Ado About Nothing, 3:5, Dogberry tells Verges. Comparisons are odorous. Confess and be hanged. This well-known proverb is probably alluded to in The Merchant of Venice, 3:2. Bassanio. Promise me life, and I'll confess the truth. Portia. Well then, confess and live. We may also refer to what Othello says, 4:1, to confess, and to be hanged for his labor, first to be hanged, and then to confess. I tremble at it. In Timon of Athens, I:2, Apomantus says, ho, ho, confessed it. Hanged it, have you not? Cry him, and have him. So Rosalind says in As You Like It, I:3, if I could try him and have him. Cry you mercy, I took you for a joint stool. King Lear, 3:5, it is given by Ray in his Proverbs, 1768, see also, Taming of the Shrew, 2:1. Cuculus non facit monachum. So in Henry VIII. 3:1, Queen Catherine says, all hoods make not monks. Chaucer thus alludes to this proverb. Habite any mocketh monk any fear. But a clean life and devotion. Mocketh goad men of religion. Dead as a door nail. So in 2 Henry VI. 4:10, Cade says to Iden, I have eat no meat these 5 days. Yet, come thou and thy 5 men, and if I do not leave you all as dead as a doornail, I pray God I may never eat grass more. We may compare the term, dead as a herring, which Caius uses in the Merry Wives of Windsor, 2:3, by gar, the herring is no dead so as I will kill him. Death will have his day. Richard II. 3:2. Delays are dangerous. In 1 Henry VI. 3:2, Rainier says. Defer no time, delays have dangerous ends. Deluculo surgir, and Twelfth Night, 2:3. Dogs must eat. This with several other proverbs is quoted by Agrippa in Coriolanus, I:1. Duns the mouse, Romeo and Juliet, I:4. This was a proverbial saying, of which no satisfactory explanation has yet been given. Nares thinks it was frequently employed with no other intent than that of quibbling on the word dun. Ray has, as done as a mouse. Mercutio says, tut, duns the mouse, the constable's own word. Empty vessels give the greatest sound. Quoted in Henry V. 4:4. Every dog hath his day, and every man his hour. This old adage seems alluded to by the Queen in Hamlet, v. 1:867. The cat will mew and dog will have his day. Every man at 40 is either a fool or a physician. 868. This popular proverb is probably referred to in Merry Wives of Windsor, 3. 4. By Mistress Quickly, who tells Fenton how she had recommended him as a suitor for Mr. Page's daughter instead of Dr. Caius. This is my doing now, nay, said I, will you cast away your child on a fool, and a physician? Look on Master Fenton, this is my doing. Familiarity breeds contempt. So in the Merry Wives of Windsor, 1, Slender says, I hope, upon familiarity will grow more contempt. Fast bind, fast find. In Merchant of Venice, 2. 5, Shylock says, well, Jessica, go in. Perhaps I will return immediately. Do as I bid you, shut doors after you. Fast bind, fast find. A proverb never stale in thrifty mind. Finis Coronet Opus. A translation of this Latin proverb is given by Helena in All's Well That Ends Well, 4. 4. Still the finds the crown. In 2 Henry VI. v. 2, 2, Clifford's expiring words are, La fin couronne les oeuvres. We still have the expression to crown, in the sense of to finish or make perfect. Mr. Dowse 869 remarks that coronadum imponere is a metaphor well known to the ancients, and supposed to have originated from the practice of finishing buildings by placing a crown at the top as an ornament. And for this reason the words crown, top and head, are become synonymous in most languages. There is reason for believing that the ancients placed a crescent at the beginning, and a crown, or some ornament that resembled it, at the end of their books. In Troilus and Cressida, 4. 5, Hector says, the fall of every Phrygian stone will cost a drop of Grecian blood, the end crowns all. And that old common arbitrator, time, will one day end it. Prince Henry, 2 Henry IV, 2. 2, in reply to Poins, gives another turn to the proverb, by this hand, thou thinkest me as far in the devil's book as thou and Falstaff for obduracy and persistency, let the end try the man. 870. Fly pride, says the peacock. This is quoted by Dromio of Syracuse in The Comedy of Errors, 4. 3, 871. Friends may meet, but mountains never greet. This is ironically alluded to in As You Like It, 3. 2, by Celia, it is a hard matter for friends to meet. But mountains may be removed with earthquakes and so encounter. Give the devil his due. In Henry V. 3, 7, it is quoted by the Duke of Orleans. God sends fools fortune. It is to this version of the Latin adage, Fortuna favit fatuus, fortune favors fools, that Touchstone alludes in his reply to Jacques, in As You Like It, 2. 7. No, sir, quoth he. Call me not fool till heaven hath sent me fortune. Under different forms the same proverb is found on the continent. The Spanish say, the mother of God appears to fools, and the German one is this, fortune and women are fond of fools. 872. God sends not corn for the rich only. This is quoted by Martius in Coriolanus, I. 1. Good goose, do not bite. This proverb is used in Romeo and Juliet, 2. 4. Mercutio. I will bite thee by the ear for that jest. Romeo. Nay, good goose, bite not. Good liquor will make a cat speak. So in The Tempest, 2. 2, Stephano says, come on your ways, open your mouth, here is that which will give language to you, cat, open your mouth. Good wine needs no bush. This old proverb, which is quoted by Shakespeare in As You Like It, v. For epilogue, if it be true that good wine needs no bush, 'tis true that a good play needs no epilogue, refers to the custom of hanging up a bunch of twigs, or a wisp of hay at a roadside inn, as a sign that drink may be had within. This practice, which still lingers in the cider-making counties of the west of England, and prevails more generally in France, is derived from the Romans, among whom a bunch of ivy was used as the sign of a wine shop. They were, also, in the habit of saying, vendible wine needs no ivy hung up. The Spanish have a proverb, good wine needs no crier 873. Greatest clerks not the wisest men. Mr. Halliwell Phillips, in his Handbook Index to Shakespeare, 391, quotes the following passage in Twelfth Night, 4. 2, where Maria tells the clown to personate Sir Topas the curate, I am not tall enough to become the function well, nor lean enough to be thought a good student. But to be said an honest man and a good housekeeper goes as fairly as to say a careful man and a great scholar. Happy man be his dole. Taming of the Shrew, I, 1 Henry IV, 2. 2, Ray has it, happy man, happy dole. Or, happy man by his dole. Happy the bride on whom the sun shines. Mr. Halliwell Phillips, in his Handbook Index to Shakespeare, page 392, quotes as an illustration of this popular proverb, the following passage in the Twelfth Night, 4. 3, where Olivia and Sebastian having made a contract of eternal bond of love, the former says, and heavens so shine, that they may fairly note this act of mine. Happy the child whose father went to the devil. 874, so, in 3 King Henry VI. 2, the king asks interrogatively. And happy always was it for that son, whose father for his hoarding went to hell. The Portuguese say, alas, for the son whose father goes to heaven. Hares pull dead lions by the beard. In King John, 2. 1, the bastard says to Austria. You are the hare of whom the proverb goes. Whose valor plucks dead lions by the beard. Have is have, however men do catch. Quoted by the bastard in King John, I, 1. Heavens above all. In Richard II. 3. York tells Bolingbroke. Take not, good cousin, further than you should. Lest you mistake the heavens are o'er our heads. So, too, in Othello, 2. 3, Cassio says. God's above all 875. He is a poor cook who cannot lick his own fingers. Under a variety of forms, this proverb is found in different countries. The Italians say, he who manages other people's wealth does not go supperless to bed. The Dutch, too, say, all officers are greasy, that is, something sticks to them. 876 in Romeo and Juliet, 4. 2, the saying is thus alluded to. Capulet. Sirrah, go hire me 20 cunning cooks. Secretary Sir. You shall have none ill, sir, for I'll try if they can lick their fingers. Cap. How canst thou try them so? Secretary Sir. Marry, sir, 'tis an ill cook that cannot lick his own fingers, therefore he that cannot lick his fingers goes not with me. He's mad that trusts in the tameness of a wolf, a horse's health, a boy's love, or a whore's oath. King Lear, 3. 6, 877. Hiram filii noxi. It is a common notion that a father above the common rate of men, has usually a son below it. Hence in the Tempest, I. 2, Shakespeare probably alludes to this Latin proverb. My trust, like a good parent, did beget of him. A falsehood, in its contrary as great as my trust was. He knows not a hawk from a handsaw. Hamlet says, 2. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw. He may hang himself in his own garters. So, Falstaff, 1 Henry IV. 2, says, go hang thyself in thy own heir apparent's garters. He that is born to be hanged will never be drowned. In the Tempest, I, 1, Gonzalo says of the boatswain, I have great comfort from this fellow, methinks he hath no drowning mark upon him, his complexion is perfect gallows. Stand fast, good fate, to his hanging, make the rope of his destiny our cable, for our own doth little advantage. If he be not born to be hanged, our case is miserable. The Italians say, he that is to die by the gallows, may dance on the river. He that dies pays all debts. Tempest, 3. 2. He who eats with the devil hath need of a long spoon. This is referred to by Stephano in the Tempest, 2. 2. This is a devil, and no monster, I will leave him, I have no long spoon. Again, in the Comedy of Errors, 4. 2, Dromio of Syracuse says, he must have a long spoon that must eat with the devil. The old adage which tells how he who will not when he may, when he wills he shall have nay, is quoted in Antony and Cleopatra, 2. 7, by Minos. Who seeks, and will not take when once 'tis offered, shall never find it more. Hold hook and line. 2 King Henry IV. 2, 4. This, says Dice, is a sort of cant proverbial expression which sometimes occurs in our early writers, glossary, page 210. Hold, or cut bowstrings. Midsummer Night's Dream, I, 2. Honest as the skin between his brows. Much Ado About Nothing, 3. 5.878. Hunger will break through stone walls. This is quoted by Martius in Coriolanus, I, 1, who, in reply to Agrippa's question, what says the other troop? Replies. They are dissolved, hang em. They said they were an hungry, cite forth Proverbs. That hunger broke stone walls, etc. According to an old Suffolk proverb 879, hunger will break through stone walls, or anything, except Suffolk cheese. I scorn that with my heels. Much Ado About Nothing, 3. 4, a not uncommon proverbial expression. It is again referred to in The Merchant of Venice, 2. 2, by Lancelot, do not run, scorn running with thy heels. Dice thinks it is alluded to in Venus and Adonis, beating his kind embracements with her heels. If you are wise, keep yourself warm. This proverb is probably alluded to in the Taming of the Shrew, 2. 1. Petruchio. Am I not wise? Catherine. Yes, keep you warm. So, in Much Ado About Nothing, I. 1. That if he has wit enough to keep himself warm. I fear no colors. 12th Night, I. 5. Ill-gotten goods never prosper. This proverb is referred to by the king, 3 Henry VI, 2. 2. Clifford, tell me, didst thou never hear that things ill-got had ever bad success? Illotis manibus tractar sacra. Falstaff, in 1 Henry IV. 3. 3, says, rob me the exchequer the first thing thou doest, and do it with unwashed hands too. Ill will never said well. This is quoted by Duke of Orleans in Henry V. 3, 7. In at the window, or else o'er the hatch. King John, I, 1. Applied to illegitimate children. Staunton has this note, woe worth the time that ever a gave suck to a child that came in at the window. The Family of Love, 1608. So also in The Witches of Lancashire, by Heywood and Broom, 1634, it appears you came in at the window. I would not have you think I scorn my Granum's cat to leap over the hatch. It is a foul bird which defiles its own nest. This seems alluded to in As You Like It, 4. 1, where Celia says to Rosalind, you have simply misused our sex in your love-prate, we must have your doublet and hose plucked over your head, and show the world what the bird hath done to her own nest. It is a poor dog that is not worth the whistling. So Goneril in King Lear, 4. 2, I have been worth the whistle. It is a wise child that knows its own father. In The Merchant of Venice, 2. 2, Lancelot has the converse of this, it is a wise father that knows his own child. It is an ill wind that blows nobody good. So, in 3 King Henry VI. 2, 5, we read. Ill blows the wind that profits nobody. And in 2 Henry IV. v. 3. When Falstaff asks Pistol, "What wind blew you hither?" the latter replies, "Not the ill wind which blows no man to good." It is easy to steal a shive from a cut loaf. In Titus Andronicus, 2. 1, Demetrius refers to this proverb. Ray has, "'Tis safe taking a shive out of a cut loaf. It's a dear collop that's cut out of my own flesh." Mr. Halliwell Phillips thinks there may be possibly an allusion to this proverb in 1 Henry VI. v. 4, where the shepherd says of La Pucelle, "God knows thou art a collop of my flesh. I will make a shaft or a bolt of it." In the Merry Wives of Windsor, 3. 4, this proverb is used by Slender. 880 Ray gives, to make a bolt or a shaft of a thing. This is equivalent to, "I will either make a good or a bad thing of it, I will take the risk." It is like a barber's chair. All's well that ends well, 2. 2. The following passage in Midsummer Night's Dream, 3. 2. Jack shall have Jill. Naught shall go ill. The man shall have his mare again, and all shall be well. Refers to the popular proverb of olden times, says Staunton, signifying, all ended happily. So, too, Byron says, in Love's Labour's Lost, v. 2. Our wooing doth not end like an old play. Jack hath not Jill. It occurs in Skelton's poem Magnificence, Dice, edition I, 234. Jack shall have Gyl. And in Haywood's Dialogue, Sig f.3, 1598. Come, chat at hame, all is well, Jack shall have Gill. Kindness will creep where it cannot go. Thus, in the Two Gentlemen of Verona, 4. 2, Proteus tells Thurio how love will creep in service where it cannot go. There is a Scotch proverb, kindness will creep where it mount a gang. Let the world slide, taming of the shrew, I. In Duck. Let them laugh that win. Othello says, 4. 1. So, they laugh that win. On the other hand the French say, Marchand que perd any put rire. Like will to like, as the devil said to the collier. With this we may compare the following passage in Twelfth Night, 3. 4, What, man? 'Tis not for gravity to play at cherry pit with Satan, hang him, foul collier. Collier having been in Shakespeare's day a term of the highest reproach. Losers have leave to talk. Titus Andronicus, 3. 1, says. Then give me leave, for losers will have leave. To ease their stomachs with their bitter tongues. Maids say nay, and take. So Julia, in the Two Gentlemen of Verona, I. 2, says. Since maids, in modesty, say no to that which they would have the proffer construe, I. In the Passionate Pilgrim we read. Have you not heard it said full oft? A woman's nay doth stand for naught. Make hay while the sun shines. King Edward, in 3 King Henry VI. 4, 8, alludes to this proverb. The sun shines hot, and, if we use delay, cold biting winter mars our hoped for hay. The above proverb is peculiar to England, and as Trench remarks, could have its birth only under such variable skies as ours. Many talk of Robin Hood that never shot in his bow. So, in 2 Henry IV. 3. 2, Justice Shallow, says Falstaff, talks as familiarly of John a Gaunt as if he had been sworn brother to him, and I'll be sworn never saw him but once in the tilt yard, and then he burst his head for crowding among the marshal's men. Marriage and hanging go by destiny. This proverb is the popular creed respecting marriage, and under a variety of forms is found in different countries. Thus, in Merchant of Venice, 2. 9, Nerissa says. The ancient saying is no heresy. Hanging and wiving goes by destiny, 881. Again in All's Well That Ends Well, I, 3, the clown says. For I the ballad will repeat. which men full true shall find. Your marriage comes by destiny. Your cuckoo sings by kind. We may compare the well-known proverb, marriages are made in heaven, and the French version, les mariages sont écrits dans le ciel. Marriage as bad as hanging. In Twelfth Night, I. 5, the clown says, many a good hanging prevents a bad marriage. Merry Trap. Merry Wives of Windsor, I. 1. This, says Nares, is apparently a kind of proverbial exclamation, as much as to say, by Mary, you are caught. Meat was made for mouths. Quoted in Coriolanus, I. 1. Misfortunes seldom come alone. This proverb is beautifully alluded to by the king in Hamlet, 4. 5. When sorrows come, they come not single spies, but in battalions. The French say 882, malheur en vint jamais seul. More hair than wit. Two Gentlemen of Verona, 3. 2. A well-known Old English proverb. Mortuo leoni et lepores insultant. This proverb is alluded to by the bastard in King John, 2. 1, who says to the Archduke of Austria, you are the hare of whom the proverb goes, whose valor plucks dead lions by the beard. Much water goes by the miller knows not of. This adage is quoted in Titus Andronicus, 2. 1, by Demetrius. More water glitteth by the mill. Then what's the miller of? My cake is dough. Taming of the Shrew, v. 1. An obsolete proverb repeated on the loss of hope or expectation, the allusion being to the old-fashioned way of baking cakes at the embers, when it may have been occasionally the case for a cake to be burnt on one side and dough on the other. In a former scene, I. 2, Grumio had before said, our cake is dough on both sides. Staunton quotes from The Case is Altered, 1609. Steward, your cake is dough, as well as mine. Murder will out. So in The Merchant of Venice, 2. 2. Lancelot says, murder cannot be hid long, a man's son may, but at the length truth will out. Near or far off, well one is still well shot. King John, I. 1. Needs must when the devil drives. In All's Well That Ends Well, I. 3. The clown tells the countess, I am driven on by the flesh, and he must needs go that the devil drives. Neither fish nor flesh, nor good red herring. 883, Falstaff says of the hostess in 1 Henry IV. 3. 3. Why, she's neither fish nor flesh, a man knows not where to have her. One nail drives out another. In Romeo and Juliet, I. 2, Benvolio says, tut, man, one fire burns out another's burning. One pain is lessened by another's anguish. Turn giddy, and be holp by backward turning. One desperate grief cures with another's languish. Take thou some new infection to thy eye, and the rank poison of the old will die. The allusion, of course, is to homeopathy. The Italians say, poison quells poison. Old men are twice children, or, as they say in Scotland, old men are twice bairns. We may compare the Greek delta pi alpha delta epsilon omicron gamma epsilon rho omicron nu tau epsilon. The proverb occurs in Hamlet, 2. 2. An old man is twice a child. Out of God's keeping into the warm sun. So Kent says in King Lear, 2. 2. Good king, that must approve the common saw. Thou out of heaven's benediction comest to the warm sun. Patience perforce is a medicine for a mad dog. This proverb is probably alluded to by Tybalt in Romeo and Juliet, I. 5. Patience perforce with wilful choler meeting. Makes my flesh tremble in their different greeting. And again in Richard III. I. 1. Glow. Meantime, have patience. Clar. I must perforce. Farewell. Pitch and pay. Henry V. 2, 3. This is a proverbial expression equivalent to pay down at once. 884. It probably originated from pitching goods in a market, and paying immediately for their standing. Tusser, in his Description of Norwich, calls it a city trim, where strangers well may seem to dwell, that pitch and pay, or keep their day. Pitchers have ears. Baptista quotes this proverb in Taming of the Shrew, 4. Pitchers have ears, and I have many servants. According to another old proverb, small pitchers have great ears. Poor and proud. Fy. Olivia, in Twelfth Night, 3:1, says, O world, how apt the poor are to be proud. Praise in departing. Tempest, 3:3. The meaning is, do not praise your entertainment too soon, lest you should have reason to retract your commendation. Staunton quotes from The Paradise of Dainty Devices, 1596. A good beginning oft we see, but seldom standing at one stay. For few do like the mean degree, then praise at parting some men say. Pray God my girdle break. 885. 1 Henry IV. 3:4. Put your finger in the fire and say it was your fortune. An excellent illustration of this proverb is given by Edmund in King Lear, I. 2. This is the excellent foppery of the world, that when we are sick in fortune, we make guilty of our disasters, the sun, the moon, and the stars, as if we were villains on necessity, fools, by heavenly compulsion. Knaves, thieves and treachers by spherical predominance, drunkards, liars and adulterers, by an enforced obedience of planetary influence, and all that we are evil in, by a divine thrusting on, an admirable evasion, etc. Rispice finum, rispice furum. It has been suggested that Shakespeare, Comedy of Errors, 4, may have met with these words in a popular pamphlet of his time by George Buchanan, entitled Chameleon Redivivus. Or, Nathaniel's Character Reversed, a satire against the Laird of Lightingstone, 1570, which concludes with the following words, Rispice finum, rispice furum. Seldom comes the better. In Richard III. 2:3, one of the citizens says, Bad news, by Our Lady, seldom comes the better. I fear, 'twill prove a troublous world. A proverbial saying of great antiquity. Mr. Dowse 886 cites an account of its origin from a M.S. collection of stories in Latin, compiled about the time of Henry III. Service is no inheritance. So, in All's Well That Ends Well, 3, the clown says, Service is no heritage. Sit thee down, sorrow. Love's labour's lost, 1. Sit at the stern. A proverbial phrase to have the management of public affairs. So, in 1 Henry VI. 1, Winchester says, The king from Eltham I intend to steal, and sit at chiefest stern of public weal. She has the men's in our own hands. This proverbial phrase is of frequent occurrence in our old writers, and probably signifies, it is her own fault, or, the remedy lies with herself. It is used by Pandarus in Troilus and Cressida, 1. Burton in his Anatomy of Melancholy, writes, And if men will be jealous in such cases, the men's is in their own hands, they must thank themselves. Small herbs have grace, great weeds do grow apace. Richard III. 2:4. So wise, so young, do ne'er live long. King Richard III. 3:1.887. So like you, 'tis the worse. This is quoted as an old proverb by Paulina in the Winter's Tale, 2:3. Something about, a little from the right. King John, 1. Sowed cockle, reap no corn. Love's labour's lost, 4:3. Speak by the card. Hamlet, v. 1. A merchant's expression, equivalent to, be as precise as a map or book. The card is the document in writing containing the agreement made between a merchant and the captain of a vessel. Sometimes the owner binds himself, ship, tackle, and furniture, for due performance, and the captain is bound to declare the cargo committed to him in good condition. Hence, to speak by the card is to speak according to the indentures or written instructions. Still swine eat all the draff. Merry Wives of Windsor, 4. 2. Ray gives, the still sow eats up all the draught. Still waters run deep. So in 2 Henry VI. 3, 1, Suffolk says. Smooth runs the water where the brook is deep. Strike sail. A proverbial phrase to acknowledge oneself beaten. In 3 Henry VI. 3. 3, it occurs. Now Margaret must strike her sail and learn a while to serve. When kings command. When a ship in fight, or on meeting another ship lets down her topsails at least half-mast high, she is said to strike, that is, to submit or pay respect to the other. 888. Strike while the iron is hot. Poins probably alludes to this proverb in 2 Henry IV. 2, 4, my lord, he will drive you out of your revenge and turn all to a merriment, if you take not the heat. Again, in King Lear, I. 1, Goneril adds. We must do something, and I, the heat. Take all, pay all, Merry Wives of Windsor, 2. 2, Ray gives another version of this proverb, take all, and pay the baker. Tell the truth and shame the devil. In 1 Henry IV. 3, 1, Hotspur tells Glendower. I can teach thee, coz, to shame the devil. By telling truth, tell truth and shame the devil. That was laid on with a trowel. This proverb, which is quoted by Ray, is used by Celia in As You Like It, I, 2. Thus we say, when anyone bespatters another with gross flattery, that he lays it on with a trowel. The cat loves fish, but she's loath to wet her feet. It is to this proverb that Lady Macbeth alludes when she upbraids her husband for his irresolution, I, 7. Letting I dare not wait upon I would. Like the poor cat I, the adage. There are various forms of this proverb. 889 thus, according to the rhyme. Fain would the cat fish eat. But she's loath to wet her feet. The French version is, Le chat aime le poisson mais il n'aime pas à meuler la patte, so that it would seem he borrowed from the French. The devil rides on a fiddlestick, 1 Henry IV. 2, 4. The galled jade will wince. So Hamlet says, 3. 2, let the galled jade wince, our withers are unwrung. The grace, O God, is gear enough. This is the Scotch form of the proverb which Lancelot Gobbo speaks of as being well parted between Bassanio and Shylock in The Merchant of Venice, 2. 2. The old proverb is very well parted between my master Shylock and you, sir. You have the grace of God, sir, and he hath enough. The mayor of Northampton opens oysters with his dagger. This proverb is alluded to by Pistol in Merry Wives of Windsor, 2. 2, when he says, why, then the world's my oyster, which I with sword will open. Northampton being some 80 miles from the sea, oysters were so stale before they reached the town, before railroads or even coaches were known, that the mayor would be loath to bring them near his nose. The more haste the worse speed. In Romeo and Juliet, 2. 6, Friar Lawrence says, these violent delights have violent ends. And in their triumph die, like fire and powder. Which as they kiss consume. The sweetest honey is loathsome in his own deliciousness. And in the taste confounds the appetite. Therefore love moderately, long love doth so. Too swift arrives as tardy as too slow. The proverb thus alluded to seems to be derived from the Latin adage, festinatio tarda est. It defeats its own purpose by the blunders and imperfect work it occasions. 890 Hence the French say, he that goes too hastily along often stumbles on a fair road. There is flattery in friendship, used by the Constable of France in Henry V. 3:7. The usual form of this proverb being, there is falsehood in friendship. There was but one way, Henry V. 2:3. This, says Dice, is a kind of proverbial expression for death. Glossary, p. 494. The weakest goes to the wall. This is quoted by Gregory in Romeo and Juliet, I:1, whereupon Samson adds, women, being the weaker vessels, are ever thrust to the wall, therefore I will push Montague's men from the wall, and thrust his maids to the wall. There went but a pair of shears between them. Measure for measure, I:2, i.e., we are both of the same piece. The world goes on wheels. This proverbial expression occurs in Antony and Cleopatra, 2:7. And Taylor, the water poet, has made it the subject of one of his pamphlets, The World Runs on Wheels, or, Oddies Betwixt Carts and Coaches. 3 women and a goose make a market. This proverb is alluded to in Love's Labour's Lost, 3:I. Thus came your argument in. Then the boy's fat envoy, the goose that you bought. And he ended the market. The following lines in 1 King Henry VI. I:6. Thy promises are like Adonis gardens, that one day bloomed, and fruitful were the next. Allude to the Adonis hoardie, which were nothing but portable earthen pots, with some lettuce or fennel growing in them. On his yearly festival every woman carried one of them in honor of Adonis, because Venus had once laid him in a lettuce bed. The next day they were thrown away. The proverb seems to have been used always in a bad sense, for things which make a fair show for a few days and then wither away. The Dauphin is here made to apply it as an encomium. There is a good account of it in Erasmus's Adagia. But the idea may have been taken from The Fairy Queen, Book 3, Cant. 6, St. 42, Singers, Shakespeare, 1875, 6. 32. To clip the anvil of my sword. This expression in Coriolanus, 4:5, is very difficult, says Mr. Green, to be explained, unless we regard it as a proverb, denoting the breaking of the weapon and the laying aside of enmity. Aufidius makes use of it in his welcome to the banished Coriolanus. Here I clip the anvil of my sword, and do contest as hotly and as nobly with thy love, as ever in ambitious strength I did contend against thy valor. To have a month's mind to a thing. Raise Proverbs. So in the Two Gentlemen of Verona, Julia says, I see you have a month's mind to them. 'Tis merry in hall when beards wag all. 891, this is quoted by Silence in 2 Henry IV. v. 3. Be merry, my wife has all. For women are shrews, both short and tall. 'Tis merry in hall when beards wag all. And welcome merry Shrewtide. Be merry, to have one in the wind. This is one of Camden's proverbial sentences. In All's Well That Ends Well, 3:6, Bertram says, I spoke with her but once, and found her wondrous cold, but I sent to her, by this same coxcomb that we have the wind, tokens and letters which she did resend, to hold a candle to the devil, that is, to aid or countenance that which is wrong. Thus in the Merchant of Venice, 2:6, Jessica says, What, must I hold a candle to my shames? The allusion being to the practice of the Roman Catholics who burn candles before the image of a favorite saint, carry them in funeral processions, and place them on their altars. To the dark house, All's Well That Ends Well, 2:3. A house which is the seat of gloom and discontent. Truth should be silent. Enobarbus in Antony and Cleopatra, 2:2 says, That truth should be silent I had almost forgot. To take mine ease in my inn. A proverbial phrase used by Falstaff in 1 Henry IV. 3:3, implying, says Mr. Drake, a degree of comfort which has always been the peculiar attribute of an English house of public entertainment. 892. Twice away says stay, Twelfth Night, v. 1. Malone thinks this proverb is alluded to by the clown, conclusions to be as kisses, if your 4 negatives make your 2 affirmatives, why, then, the worse for my friends and the better for my foes. And quotes Marlowe's Last Dominion, where the Queen says to the Moor, "Come, let's kiss." Moor. "Away, away." Queen. "No, no says I, and twice away says stay. Trust not a horse's heel." In King Lear, 3. 6, the fool says, he's mad that trusts a horse's health. Malone would read heels. 2 may keep counsel putting 1 away. So Aaron, in Titus Andronicus, 4. 2, says, 2 may keep counsel when the third's away. Ungirt, unblessed. Falstaff alludes to the old adage in 1 Henry IV. 3, 3, I pray God my girdle break. Malone quotes from an ancient ballad. Ungirt, unblessed, the proverb says. And they to prove it right have got a fashion nowadays that's odious to the sight. Like Frenchmen, all on points they stand. No girdles now they wear. Walls have ears. So in A Midsummer Night's Dream, v. 1, Thisbe is made to say, O wall, full often hast thou heard my moans, for parting my fair Pyramus and me. Wedding and ill-wintering tame both man and beast. Thus, in Taming of the Shrew, 4. 1, Grumio says, Winter tames man, woman, and beast, for it hath tamed my old master, and my new mistress, and myself. We may also compare the Spanish adage, you will marry and grow tame. We steal as in a castle. 1 Henry IV. 2, 1. This, says Stevens, was once a proverbial phrase. What can't be cured must be endured. With this popular adage may be compared the following, past cure is still past care, in Love's Labour's Lost, v. 2. So in King Richard II. 2. 3, the Duke of York says, things past redress are now with me past care. Again, Macbeth, 3. 2, says, things without all remedy should be without regard, what's done is done. What's mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. Measure for measure, v. 1. When things come to the worst they'll mend. The truth of this popular adage is thus exemplified by Pandulph in King John, 3. 4. Before the curing of a strong disease, even in the instant of repair and health, the fit is strongest, evils that take leave. On their departure most of all show evil. Of course it is equivalent to the proverb, when the night's darkest the day's nearest. When? Can you tell? Comedy of Errors, 3. 1. This proverbial query, often met with in old writers, and perhaps alluded to just before in this scene, when Dromio of Syracuse says, Right, sir, I'll tell you when, and you'll tell me wherefore, occurs again in 1 Henry IV. 2, 1, when. Canst tell. When 2 men ride the same horse one must ride behind. So in Much Ado About Nothing, 3. 5, Dogberry says, and 2 men ride of a horse, one must ride behind. 893 With this may be compared the Spanish adage, he who rides behind does not saddle when he will. While the grass grows, the steed starves. This is alluded to by Hamlet, 3. 2, but sir, while the grass grows, the proverb is something musty. See Dyce's Glossary, page 499. Who dares not stir by day must walk by night. King John, 1. Who goes to Westminster for a wife, to St. Paul's for a man, and to Smithfield for a horse, may meet with a queen, a knave, and a jade. This proverb often quoted by old writers, is alluded to in 2 Henry IV. 2. Falstaff. Where's Bardolph? Page. He's gone into Smithfield to buy your worship a horse. Falstaff. I bought him in Paul's, and he'll buy me a horse in Smithfield, and I could get me but a wife in the stews, I were manned, horsed, and wived. Wit, whither wilt? This was a proverbial expression not unfrequent in Shakespeare's day. It is used by Orlando in As You Like It, 4. A man that had a wife with such a wit, he might say, Wit, whither wilt? Will you take eggs for money? This was a proverbial phrase, quoted by Leontes in the Winter's Tale, too, for putting up with an affront, or being cajoled or imposed upon. Words are but wind, but blows unkind. In Comedy of Errors, 3. Dromio of Ephesus uses the first part of this popular adage. Worth a Jew's eye. Lancelot in the Merchant of Venice, 2. 5, says. There will come a Christian by. Will be worth a Jewess eye. According to tradition, the proverb arose from the custom of torturing Jews to extort money from them. It is simply, however, a corruption of the Italian gioia, a jewel. You'll never be burnt for a witch. This proverb, which was applied to a silly person, is probably referred to in Antony and Cleopatra, I.1, by Charmian to the soothsayer. Out, fool, I forgive thee for a witch. Young ravens must have food. Merry wives of Windsor, I. 3, 894 Ray has small birds must have meat. Chapter 20. Human body. It would be difficult to enumerate the manifold forms of superstition which have, in most countries, in the course of past centuries, clustered round the human body. Many of these, too, may still be found scattered, here and there, throughout our own country. One of the most deep-rooted being palmistry, several allusions to which are made by Shakespeare. According to a popular belief current in years past, a trembling of the body was supposed to be an indication of demoniacal possession. Thus, in the Comedy of Errors, 4. The courtesan says of Antipholus of Ephesus. Mark how he trembles in his ecstasy. And Pinch adds. I charge thee, Satan, housed within this man, to yield possession to my holy prayers, and to thy state of darkness hie thee straight. I conjure thee by all the saints in heaven. In the Tempest, 2. Caliban says to Stephano, Thou dost me yet but little hurt, thou wilt anon, I know it by thy trembling. It was formerly supposed that our bodies consisted of the 4 elements, fire, air, earth, and water, and that all diseases arose from derangement in the due proportion of these elements. Thus in Antony's eulogium on Brutus in Julius Caesar, v. 5, this theory is alluded to. His life was gentle, and the elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, this was a man. In Twelfth Night, 2. 3, it is also noticed. Sir Toby. Do not our life consist of the 4 elements? Sir Andrew. Faith, so they say, but I think it rather consists of eating and drinking. Sir Toby. Thou art a scholar, let us therefore eat and drink. Marian, I say. A stoup of wine. In Antony and Cleopatra, v. 2, Shakespeare makes the latter say. I am fire and air, my other elements I give to baser life. This theory is the subject, too, of the 44th and 45th sonnets, and is set forth at large in its connection with physic in Sir Philip Sidney's Arcadia. O elements, by whose, men say, contention our bodies be in living power maintained. Was this man's death the fruit of your dissension? O physic's power, which, some say, hath restrained approach of death, alas, thou keepest meagerly. When once one is for Atropos distrained. Great be physicians' brags, but aid is beggarly. When rooted moisture fails, or groweth dry, they leave off all, and say, death comes too eagerly. They are but words therefore that men do by. Of any, since God Aesculapius ceased. This notion was substantially adopted by Galen, and embraced by the physicians of the olden times. 895. Blood. In old phraseology this word was popularly used for disposition or temperament. In Timon of Athens, 4:2, Flavius says, "Strange, unusual blood, when man's worst sin is, he does too much good." In the opening passage of Cymbeline, it occurs in the same sense. "You do not meet a man but frowns, our bloods. No more obey the heavens than our courtiers. Still seem as does the king." The meaning evidently being that, our dispositions no longer obey the influences of heaven, they are courtiers, and still seem to resemble the disposition the king is in. Again, in Much Ado About Nothing, 2:3, Wisdom and blood combating in so tender a body, we have 10 proofs to 1 that blood hath the victory. Once more, in King Lear, 4:2, the Duke of Albany says to Goneril, "Wert my fitness to let these hands obey my blood, they are apt enough to dislocate and tear thy flesh and bones." Again, the phrase, "to be in blood," was a term of the chase, meaning to be in good condition, to be vigorous. In 1 Henry VI, 4:2, Talbot exclaims, "If we be English dear, be then in blood. Not rascal-like, to fall down with a pinch." The expression being put in opposition to rascal, which was the term for the deer when lean and out of condition. In Love's Labours Lost, 4:2, Holofernes says, "The deer was, as you know, sanguis, in blood." The notion that the blood may be thickened by emotional influences, is mentioned by Polixenes in The Winter's Tale, I.2, where he speaks of thoughts that would thick my blood. In King John's temptation of Hubert to murder Arthur, 3:3, it is thus referred to. "Or if that surly spirit, melancholy, had baked thy blood and made it heavy sick, which else runs tickling up and down the veins," etc. Red blood was considered a traditionary sign of courage. Hence in The Merchant of Venice, 2:x, the Prince of Morocco, when addressing himself to Portia, and urging his claims for her hand, says, "Bring me the fairest creature northward born, where Phoebus' fire scarce thaws the icicles, and let us make incision for your love." 896. To prove whose blood is reddest, his or mine. Again, in the present play, cowards are said to have livers as white as milk, and an effeminate man is termed a milksop. Macbeth, 2:3, calls one of his fright soldiers a lily-livered boy. And in King Lear, 2:2, the Earl of Kent makes use of the same phrase. In illustration of this notion Mr. Dowse 897 quotes from Bartholomew Glanville, who says, "Reed clothes have been laid upon deed men in remembrance of their hardines and boldens, while they were in their bloud." The absence of blood in the liver as the supposed property of a coward, originated, says Dr. Bucknell 898 in the old theory of the circulation of the blood, which explains Sir Toby's remarks on his dupe in Twelfth Night, 3:2, "For Andrew, if he were opened, and you find so much blood in his liver as will clog the foot of a flea, I'll eat the rest of the anatomy." We may quote here a notion referred to in Lucrece, 1747-50, that, ever since the sad death of Lucrece, corrupted blood has watery particles about the morning and congealed face. Of that blood a watery wriggle goes, which seems to weep upon the tainted place. And ever since, as pitying Lucrece woes, corrupted blood some watery token shows. And blood untainted still doth red abide, blushing at that which is so putrefied. Brain. By old anatomists the brain was divided into 3 ventricles, in the hindermost of which they placed the memory. That this division was not unknown to Shakespeare, is apparent from Love's Labours Lost, 4:2, where Holofernes says, "A foolish extravagant spirit, full of forms, figures, shapes, objects, ideas, apprehensions, motions, revolutions, these are begot in the ventricle of memory." Again, Lady Macbeth, I. 7, speaking of Duncan's two chamberlains, says, "Will I with wine and wassail so convince that memory, the warder of the brain, shall be a fume, and the receipt of reason a limbeck only." The third ventricle is the cerebellum, by which the brain is connected with the spinal marrow and the rest of the body. The memory is posted in the cerebellum like a warder or sentinel to warn the reason against attack. Thus, when the memory is converted by intoxication into a mere fume 899, then it fills the brain itself, the receipt or receptacle of reason, which thus becomes like an alembic or cap of a still. 900. A popular nickname, in former times, for the skull, was brain pan, to which Cade, in 2 Henry VI. 4:10, refers, many a time, but for a sowlet, my brain pan had been cleft with a brown bill. The phrase, to beat out the brains, is used by Shakespeare metaphorically in the sense of defeat or destroy, just as nowadays we popularly speak of knocking a scheme on the head. In Measure for Measure, v. 1, the Duke addressing Isabel tells her, "O most kind maid, it was the swift celerity of his death, which I did think with slower foot came on, that brained my purpose." The expression, to bear a brain, which is used by the nurse in Romeo and Juliet, I. 3. Nay, I do bear a brain, denoted much mental capacity either of attention, ingenuity, or remembrance. 901. Thus in Marston's Dutch Courtesan, 1605, we read, "My silly husband, alas, knows nothing of it, 'tis I that must bear a brain for all." The notion of the brain as the seat of the soul is mentioned by Prince Henry, who, referring to King John, v. 7, says, "His pure brain, which some suppose the soul's frail dwelling-house, doth by the idle comments that it makes, foretell the ending of mortality." Ear. According to a well-known superstition, much credited in days gone by, and still extensively believed, a tingling of the right ear is considered lucky, being supposed to denote that a friend is speaking well of one. Whereas a tingling of the left is said to imply the opposite. This notion, however, varies in different localities, as in some places it is the tingling of the left ear which denotes the friend, and the tingling of the right ear the enemy. In Much Ado About Nothing, 3. 1, Beatrice asks Ursula and Hero, who had been talking of her, "What fire is in mine ears?" The reference, no doubt, being to this popular fancy. Sir Thomas Browne 902 ascribes the idea to the belief in guardian angels, who touch the right or left ear according as the conversation is favorable or not to the person. In Shakespeare's day it was customary for young gallants to wear a long lock of hair dangling by the ear, known as a lovelock. Hence in Much Ado About Nothing, 3. 3, the watch identifies one of his delinquents. "I know him. Wears a lock," 903. Again, further on, v. 1, Dogberry gives another allusion to this practice. "He wears a key in his ear, and a lock hanging by it." An expression of endearment current in years gone by was, to bite the ear. In Romeo and Juliet, 2. 4, Mercutio says, "I will bite thee by the ear for that jest." A passage which is explained in Nares, Glossary, I. p. 8i, by the following one from Ben Jonson's Alchemist, 2. 3. Mammon. Th hast witched me, rogue, take, go. Face. Your jack, and all, sir. Mammon. Slave, I could bite thine ear. Away, thou dost not care for me. Gifford, in his Notes on Jonson's Works, 2. p. 184, says the odd mode of expressing pleasure by biting the ear seems to be taken from the practice of animals, who, in a playful mood, bite each other's ears. Whilst speaking of the ear, it may be noted that the so-called want of ear for music has been regarded as a sign of an austere disposition. Thus Caesar says of Cassius, I. 2. He hears no music. Seldom he smiles. There is too the well-known passage in the Merchant of Venice, v. 1. The man that hath no music in himself, nor is not moved with concord of sweet sounds, is fit for treasons, stratagems and spoils. According to the Italian proverb, whom God loves not, that man loves not music, 904. Elbow. According to a popular belief, the itching of the elbow denoted an approaching change of some kind or other. 905. Thus in 1 Henry IV. v. 1, the king speaks of fickle changelings and poor discontents, which gape and rub the elbow at the news of hurly-burly innovation. With this idea we may compare similar ones connected with other parts of the body. Thus in Macbeth, 4. 1, one of the witches exclaims, by the pricking of my thumbs, something wicked this way comes. Again, in Troilus and Cressida, 2. 1, Ajax says, my fingers itch, 906, and an itching palm was said to be an indication that the person would shortly receive money. Hence it denoted a hand ready to receive bribes. Thus in Julius Caesar, 4. 3, Brutus says to Cassius, let me tell you, Cassius, you yourself are much condemned to have an itching palm, to sell and mart your offices for gold to undeservers. So in Merry Wives of Windsor, 2. 3, Shallow says, if I see a sword out, my finger itches to make one. Again, in Othello, 4. 3, poor Desdemona says to Emilia, mine eyes do itch. Doth that bode weeping? Grose alludes to this superstition, and says, when the right eye itches, the party affected will shortly cry, if the left, they will laugh. The itching of the eye as an omen is spoken of by Theocritus, who says, my right eye itches now, and I will see my love. Eyes. A good deal of curious folklore has, at one time or another, clustered round the eye. And the well-known superstition known as the evil eye has already been described in the chapter on birth and baptism. Blueness above the eye was, in days gone by, considered a sign of love, and as such is alluded to by Rosalind in As You Like It, 3. 2, where she enumerates the marks of love to Orlando, a lean cheek, which you have not. A blue eye and sunken, which you have not. The term, baby in the eye, was sportively applied by our forefathers to the miniature reflection of himself, which a person may see in the pupil of another's eye. In Timon of Athens, I. 2, one of the Lords says, joy had the like conception in our eyes. And at that instant like a babe sprung up. An allusion probably being made to this whimsical notion. It is often referred to by old writers, as for instance by Drayton in his Ideas. But oh, see, we need inquire no further. Upon your lips the scarlet drops are found. And in your eye, the boy that did the murder. 907. We may compare the expression, to look babies in the eyes, a common amusement of lovers in days gone by. In Beaumont and Fletcher's Loyal Subject, 3. 2, Theodore asks, can ye look babies, sisters, in the young gallants' eyes, and twirl their band strings? And once more to quote from Massinger's Renegado, 2. 4, where Denusa says, when a young lady wrings you by the hand, thus, or with an amorous touch presses your foot, looks babies in your eyes, plays with your locks, and another old term for the eyes was crystal, which is used by Pistol to his wife, Mrs. Quickly, in Henry V. 2, 3. Therefore Cavito be thy counselor. Go, clear thy crystals. That is, dry thine eyes. In Romeo and Juliet, I. 2, the phrase is employed by Benvolio. Tut. You saw her fair, none else being by. Herself poised with herself in either eye. But in that crystal scales let there be weight. Your lady's love against some other maid, and it also occurs in Beaumont and Fletcher's Double Marriage, v. 3, where Juliana exclaims, Sleep you, sweet glasses. An everlasting slumber crown those crystals. The expression, wall-eyed, denotes, says Dice, Glossary, page 486, eyes with a white or pale gray iris, glaring-eyed. It is used by Lucius in Titus Andronicus, v. 1. Say, wall-eyed slave, whither wouldst thou convey this growing image of thy fiend-like face? In King John, 4. 3, Salisbury speaks of wall-eyed wrath. Brockett, in his Glossary of North Country Words, says, in those parts of the north with which I am best acquainted, persons are said to be wall-eyed when the white of the eye is very large and to one side. On the borders sick folks are considered lucky. The term is also occasionally applied to horses with similar eyes, though its wider general acceptation seems to be when the iris of the eye is white, or of a very pale color. A wall-eyed horse sees perfectly well. Face. A common expression, to play the hypocrite, or feign, was to face. So in 1 Henry VI. v. 3, Suffolk declares how fair Margaret knows that Suffolk does not flatter, face, or feign. Hence the name of one of the characters in Ben Jonson's Alchemist. So in the Taming of the Shrew, 2. 1. Yet have I faced it with a card of 10. The phrase, also, to face me down, implied insisting upon anything in opposition. So in the Comedy of Errors, 3. Antipholus of Ephesus says, but here's a villain that would face me down. He met me on the mart. Feet. Stumbling has from the earliest period been considered ominous. 908 Thus Cicero mentions it amongst the superstitions of his day. And numerous instances of this unlucky act have been handed down from bygone times. We are told by Ovid how Myrrha, on her way to Cinyra's chamber stumbled thrice, but was not deterred by the omen from an unnatural and fatal crime. And Tibullus, lib. I, Eleg. 3:20, refers to it. O. Quoties ingressus iter, mihi tristia dixi. Often sum in porta signa didis pedum. This superstition is alluded to by Shakespeare, who in 3 Henry VI. 4. 7, makes Gloucester say, for many men that stumble at the threshold are well foretold that danger lurks within. In Richard III. 3. 4, Hastings relates, 909. 3 times today my footcloth horse did stumble. And startled, when he looked upon the tower, as loath to bear me to the slaughter-house. In the same way, stumbling at a grave has been regarded as equally unlucky, and in Romeo and Juliet, v. 3, Friar Lawrence says, how oft tonight have my old feet stumbled at graves. Hair. From time immemorial there has been a strong antipathy to red hair, which originated, according to some antiquarians, in a tradition that Judas had hair of this color. One reason, it may be, why the dislike to it arose, was that this color was considered ugly and unfashionable, and on this account a person with red hair would soon be regarded with contempt. It has been conjectured, too, that the odium took its rise from the aversion to the red-haired Danes. In As You Like It, 3. 4, Rosalind, when speaking of Orlando, refers to this notion, 910. His very hair is of the dissembling color. Whereupon Celia replies, something browner than Judas's. Yellow hair, too, was in years gone by regarded with ill favor, and esteemed a deformity. In ancient pictures and tapestries both Cain and Judas are represented with yellow beards, in allusion to which Simple, in the Merry Wives of Windsor, I. 4, when interrogated, says of his master, he hath but a little wee face, with a little yellow beard, a cane-colored beard. 911. In speaking of beards, it may be noted that formerly they gave rise to various customs. Thus, in Shakespeare's day, dyeing beards was a fashionable custom, and so Bottom, in A Midsummer Night's Dream, I, too, is perplexed as to what beard he should wear when acting before the Duke. He says, I will discharge it in either your straw-color beard, your orange-tawny beard, your purple ingrain beard, or your French crown color beard, your perfect yellow. 912. To mutilate a beard in any way was considered an irreparable outrage, a practice to which Hamlet refers, 2. Who calls me villain? Breaks my pate across. Plucks off my beard, and blows it in my face. And in King Lear, 3. 7, Gloucester exclaims. By the kind gods, 'tis most ignobly done. To pluck me by the beard. Stroking the beard before a person spoke was preparatory to favor. Hence in Troilus and Cressida, I. 3, Ulysses, when describing how Achilles asks Patroclus to imitate certain of their chiefs, represents him as saying, now play me Nestor, hem, and stroke thy beard. As he being Dreist to some oration. Again, the phrase, to beard, meant to oppose face to face in a hostile manner. Thus in 1 Henry IV. 4:1, Douglas declares, no man so potent breathes upon the ground. But I will beard him. And in 1 Henry VI. I. 3, the Bishop of Winchester says to Gloucester, do what thou darest, I beard thee to thy face. It seems also to have been customary to swear by the beard, an allusion to which is made by Touchstone in As You Like It, I. 2, stroke your chins, and swear by your beards that I am a knave. We may also compare what Nestor says in Troilus and Cressida, 4. 5. By this white beard, I'll fight with thee tomorrow. Our ancestors paid great attention to the shape of their beards, certain cuts being appropriated to certain professions and ranks. In King Henry V. 3:6, Gower speaks of a beard of the general's cut. As Mr. Staunton remarks, not the least odd among the fantastic fashions of our forefathers was the custom of distinguishing certain professions and classes by the cut of the beard. Thus we hear, inter alia, of the bishop's beard, the judge's beard, the soldier's beard, the citizen's beard, and even the clown's beard. Randall Holm tells us, the broad or cathedral beard, is, so called because bishops and gownmen of the church anciently did wear such beards. By the military man, the cut adopted was known as the stiletto or spade. The beard of the citizen was usually worn round, as Mrs. Quickly describes it in Merry Wives of Windsor, I. 4, like a glover's paring knife. The clown's beard was left bushy or untrimmed. Malone quotes from an old ballad entitled Le Prince d'Amour, 1660. Next the clown doth outrush with the beard of the bush. According to an old superstition, much hair on the head has been supposed to indicate an absence of intellect, a notion referred to by Antipholus of Syracuse in the Comedy of Errors, 2. There's many a man hath more hair than wit. In the Two Gentlemen of Verona, 3. 1, the same proverbial sentence is mentioned by Speed. Malone quotes the following lines upon Suckling's Aglaura, as an illustration of this saying 913. This great voluminous pamphlet may be said to be like one that hath more hair than head, more excrement than body, trees which sprout with broadest leaves have still the smallest fruit. Stevens gives an example from Florio, a tisty-toasty wag feather, more hair than wit. Excessive fear has been said to cause the hair to stand on end, an instance of which Shakespeare records in Hamlet, 3. 4, in that celebrated passage where the queen, being at a loss to understand her son's strange appearance during his conversation with the ghost, which is invisible to her, says, and, as the sleeping soldiers in the alarm, your bedded hair, like life in excrements, starts up, and stands an end. A further instance occurs in the Tempest, I. 2, where Ariel, describing the shipwreck, graphically relates how all but mariners plunged in the foaming brine and quit the vessel. Then all afire with me, the king's son, Ferdinand, with hair up staring, then like reeds, not hair, was the first man that leaped. Again, Macbeth says, I. 3. Why do I yield to that suggestion? Whose horrid image doth unfix my hair? And further on he says, v. 5. The time has been, my senses would have cooled, to hear a night shriek. And my fell of hair would at a dismal treatise rouse and stir as life were in't. In 2 Henry VI. 3:2, it is referred to by Suffolk as a sign of madness. Mine hair be fixed on end, as one distract. And once more, in King Richard III. 3, Hastings declares, mine hair doth stand on end to hear her curses. Another popular notion, mentioned by Shakespeare, is that sudden fright or great sorrow will cause the hair to turn white. In 1 Henry IV. 2:4, Falstaff, in his speech to Prince Henry, tells him, thy father's beard is turned white with the news. Among the many instances recorded to establish the truth of this idea, it is said that the hair and beard of the Duke of Brunswick whitened in 24 hours. Upon his hearing that his father had been mortally wounded in the Battle of Auerstadt. Marie Antoinette, the unfortunate queen of Louis XVI, found her hair suddenly changed by her troubles, and a similar change happened to Charles I, when he attempted to escape from Carisbrooke Castle. Mr. Timms, in his Doctors and Patients, 1876, page 201, says that chemists have discovered that hair contains an oil, a mucus substance, iron, oxide of manganese, phosphate and carbonate of iron, flint, and a large proportion of sulfur. White hair contains also phosphate of magnesia, and its oil is nearly colorless. When hair becomes suddenly white from terror, it is probably owing to the sulfur absorbing the oil, as in the operation of whitening woolen cloths. Hair was formerly used metaphorically for the color, complexion, or nature of a thing. In 1 Henry IV. 4:1, Worcester says, I would your father had been here. The quality and hair of our attempt brooks no division. In Beaumont and Fletcher's Nice Valor, it is so used. A lady of my hair cannot want pitying. Hands. Various superstitions have at different times clustered round the hand. Thus in palmistry a moist one is said to denote an amorous constitution. In Othello, 3:4, we have the following allusion to this popular notion. Othello. Give me your hand, this hand is moist, my lady. Desdemona. It yet have felt no age nor known no sorrow. Othello. This argues fruitfulness and liberal heart. Again in Antony and Cleopatra, I2, says, there's a palm presages chastity. Whereupon Charmian adds, if an oily palm be not a fruitful prognostication, I cannot scratch mine ear. And in the Comedy of Errors, 3:2, Dromio of Syracuse speaks of barrenness as hard in the palm of the hand. A dry hand, however, has been supposed to denote age and debility. In 2 Henry IV. I2, the Lord Chief Justice enumerates this amongst the characteristics of such a constitution. 914. In the Merchant of Venice, 2:2, Lancelot, referring to the language of palmistry, calls the hand, the table, meaning thereby the whole collection of lines on the skin, within the hand. Well, if any man in Italy hath a fairer table which doth offer to swear upon a book, I shall have good fortune. He then alludes to one of the lines in the hand, known as the line of life. Go to, here's a simple line of life. In the Two Noble Kinsmen, 3:5, palmistry is further mentioned. Jailer's daughter. Give me your hand. Gerold. Why? Jailer's daughter. I can tell your fortune. It was once supposed that little worms were bred in the fingers of idle servants. To this notion Mercutio refers in Romeo and Juliet, I.4, where, in his description of Queen Mab, he says, her wagoner a small grey-coated gnat, not half so big as a round little worm, pricked from the lazy finger of a maid. This notion is alluded to by John Bannister, a famous surgeon in Shakespeare's day, in his Compendious Chirurgery, 1585, p. 465, we commonly call them worms, which many women, sitting in the sunshine, can cunningly pick out with needles, and are most common in the hands. A popular term formerly in use for the nails on the 10 fingers was the 10 Commandments, which, says Nares 9:15, doubtless led to the swearing by them, as by the real commandments. Thus, in 2 Henry VI. I. 3, the Duchess of Gloucester says to the Queen, "Could I come near your beauty with my nails? I'll set my 10 Commandments in your face." In the same way the fingers were also called the 10 bones, as a little further on in the same play where Peter swears, by these 10 bones. The phrase, of his hands, was equivalent to, of his inches, or of his size. A hand being the measure of 4 inches. So in the Merry Wives of Windsor, I. 4, Simple says, "Forsooth, but he is as tall a man of his hands as any is between this and his head," the expression being used probably for the sake of a jocular equivocation in the word tall, which meant either bold or high. 916. Again, in the Winter's Tale, v. 2, the clown tells the shepherd, "I'll swear to the prince thou art a tall fellow of thy hands and that thou wilt not be drunk, but I know thou art no tall fellow of thy hands and that thou wilt be drunk. But I'll swear it, and I would thou wouldst be a tall fellow of thy hands." A proverbial phrase for being tall from necessity was, to blow the nail. In 3 Henry VI. 2. 5, the king says, "When dying clouds contend with growing light, what time the shepherd, blowing of his nails, can neither call it perfect day or night." It occurs in the song at the end of Love's Labour's Lost. And Dick the shepherd blows his nails. To bite the thumb at a person implied an insult, hence in Romeo and Juliet, I.1, Samson says, "I will bite my thumb at them," which is a disgrace to them, if they hear it. The thumb in this action we are told represented a fig, and the whole was equivalent to a fig for you. Dekker in his Dead Term, 1608, speaking of the various groups that daily frequented St. Paul's Church, says, "What swearing is there, what shouldering, what justling, what jeering, what biting of thumbs, to beget quarrels." Hare lip. A cleft lip so called from its supposed resemblance to the upper lip of a hare. It was popularly believed to be the mischievous act of an elf or malicious fairy. So in King Lear, 3. For Edgar says of Gloucester, "This is the foul fiend Flibbertigibbet, he squints the eye and makes the hare lip." In the Midsummer Night's Dream, v. 2, Oberon, in blessing the bridal bed of Theseus and Hippolyta, says, "Never mole, hare lip, nor scar, and shall upon their children be." The expression, hang the lip, meant to drop the lip in sullenness or contempt. Thus in Troilus and Cressida, 3. 1, Helen explains why her brother Troilus is not abroad by saying, "He hangs the lip at something." We may compare, too, the words in 1 Henry IV. 2, 4, "A foolish hanging of thy nether lip." Head, according to the old writers on physiognomy, a round head denoted foolishness, a notion to which reference is made by Cleopatra, 3. 3, in the following dialogue, who inquiring about Octavia, says to the messenger, "Bear'st thou her face in mind? Is long or round?" Messenger. Round even to faultiness. Cleopatra. For the most part, too, they are foolish that are so. In Hill's Pleasant History, etc., 1613, we read, "The head very round, to be forgetful and foolish." Again, the head long, to be prudent and wary. Heart. The term broken heart, as commonly applied to death from excessive grief, is not a vulgar error, but may arise from violent muscular exertion, or strong mental emotions. In Macbeth, 4. 3, Malcolm says, "The grief that does not speak whispers the o'er-fraught heart and bids it break." We may compare, too, Queen Margaret's words to Buckingham in King Richard III. I. 3, where she prophesies how Gloucester shall split thy very heart with sorrow. Mr. Timms, in his Mysteries of Life, Death, and Futurity, 1861, p. 149, has given the following note on the subject: this affection was, it is believed, first described by Harvey, but since his day several cases have been observed. Morgani has recorded a few examples, amongst them, that of George II, who died suddenly of this disease in 1760, and, what is very curious, Morgani himself fell a victim to the same malady. Dr. Eliotson, in his Lumleian Lectures on Diseases of the Heart in 1839, stated that he had only seen one instance. But in the Cyclopedia of Practical Medicine, Dr. Townsend gives a table of 25 cases, collected from various authors. In olden times the heart was esteemed the seat of the understanding. Hence in Coriolanus, I. 1, the citizen speaks of the counsellor heart. With the ancients, also, the heart was considered the seat of courage, to which Shakespeare refers in Julius Caesar, 3:2. Ser. Plucking the entrails of an offering forth. They could not find a heart within the beast. Cause. The gods do this in shame of cowardice. Caesar should be a beast without a heart. If he should stay at home today for fear. Liver. By a popular notion the liver was anciently supposed to be the seat of love, a superstition to which Shakespeare frequently alludes. Thus, in Love's Labours Lost, 4:3, Byron, after listening to Longaville's sonnet, remarks: "This is the liver vein, which makes flesh a deity. A green goose a goddess, pure, pure idolatry." In Much Ado About Nothing, 4:1, Friar Francis says, "If ever love had interest in his liver." Again, in As You Like It, 3:2, Rosalind professing to be able to cure love, which, he says, is merely a madness, says to Orlando, "I will take upon me to wash your liver as clean as a sound sheep's heart, that there shall not be one spot of love in't." In Twelfth Night, 2:4, the Duke, speaking of women's love, says, "Their love may be called appetite. No motion of the liver, but the palate, and Fabian, 2:5, alluding to Olivia's supposed letter to Malvolio, says, "This wins him, liver and all." Once more, in Merry Wives of Windsor, 2:1, Pistol alludes to the liver as being the inspirer of amorous passions, for, speaking of Falstaff, he refers to his loving Ford's wife, with liver burning hot. 917 Dowse says, 918, there is some reason for thinking that this superstition was borrowed from the Arabian physicians, or at least adopted by them. For in the Turkish tales, an amorous tailor is made to address his wife by the titles of, "Thou corner of my liver," and "Soul of my love." And in another place the king of Syria, who had sustained a temporary privation of his mistress, is said to have had his liver, which had been burnt up by the loss of her, cooled and refreshed at the sight of her. According to an old Latin distich. Sioar sapit, pulmo loquitur, vel comerat ires. Splen ritera facit, cogit amare jacur. Bartholomeus in his De Proprietatibus Rerum, lib v. 39, informs us that the liver is the place of voluptuousness and liking of the flesh. Moles. These have from time immemorial been regarded as ominous, and special attention has been paid by the superstitious to their position on the body. 919 In A Midsummer Night's Dream, v. 1, a mole on a child is spoken of by Oberon as a bad omen, speaking of the three who had lately been married, says, "And the blots of nature's hand shall not in their issue stand. Never mole, harelip, nor scar, nor mark prodigious, such as are despised in nativity, shall upon their children be." Iachimo, Cymbeline, 2:2, represents Imogene as having on her left breast a mole sink-spotted, like the crimson drops, the bottom of a cowslip. And we may also compare the words of Cymbeline, v. 5. Guiderius had upon his neck a mole, a sanguine star. It was a mark of wonder. Spleen. This was once supposed to be the cause of laughter, a notion probably referred to by Isabella in Measure for Measure, 2. 2, where, telling how the angels weep over the follies of men, she adds, who, with our spleens, would all themselves laugh mortal. In Taming of the Shrew, Induction, SCI. The Lord says, haply my presence may well abate the overmerry spleen, which otherwise would grow into extremes. And Maria says to Sir Toby in Twelfth Night, 3. 2, if you desire the spleen, and will laugh yourselves into stitches, follow me. Wits. With our early writers, the 5 senses were usually called the 5 wits. So, in Much Ado About Nothing, 1, Beatrice says, in our last conflict 4 of his 5 wits went halting off, and now is the whole man governed with one. In his 141st sonnet, Shakespeare makes a distinction between wits and senses. But my 5 wits nor my 5 senses can dissuade one foolish heart from serving thee. The 5 wits, says Staunton, being common wit, imagination, fantasy, estimation, memory. Johnson says the wits seem to have been reckoned 5, by analogy to the 5 senses, or the 5 inlets of ideas. In King Lear, 3. 4, we find the expression, bless thy 5 wits. According to a curious fancy, eating beef was supposed to impair the intellect, to which notion Shakespeare has several allusions. Thus, in Twelfth Night, 3, Sir Andrew says, methinks sometimes I have no more wit than a Christian or an ordinary man has, but I am a great eater of beef, and I believe, that does harm to my wit. In Troilus and Cressida, 2. 1, Thersites says to Ajax, the plague of Greece upon thee, thou mongrel beef-witted lord. Chapter 21. Fishes. Although it has been suggested that Shakespeare found but little recreation in fishing, 920 rather considering, as he makes Ursula say in Much Ado About Nothing, 3. 1. The pleasantest angling is to see the fish cut with her golden oars the silver stream, and greedily devour the treacherous bait. And that it would be difficult to illustrate a work on angling with quotations from his writings, the Reverend H. N. Ellicombe, in his interesting papers 921 on Shakespeare as an Angler, has not only shown the strong probability that he was a lover of this sport, but further adds that he may be claimed as the first English poet that wrote of angling with any freedom. And there can be little doubt that he would not have done so if the subject had not been very familiar to him, so familiar that he could scarcely write without dropping the little hints and unconscious expressions which prove that the subject was not only familiar, but full of pleasant memories to him. His allusions, however, to the folklore associated with fishes are very few, but the 2 or 3 popular notions and proverbial sayings which he has quoted in connection with them, help to embellish this part of our subject. Carp. This fish was proverbially the most cunning of fishes, and so, Polonius's comparison of his own worldly-wise deceit to the craft required for catching a carp, is most apt, Hamlet 2. 1, 922. See you now. Your bait of falsehood takes this carp of truth. This notion is founded on fact, the brain of the carp being 6 times as large as the average brain of other fishes. Cockle. The badge of a pilgrim was formerly a cockleshell, which was worn usually in the front of the hat. The habit, we are told 923, being sacred, this served as a protection, and therefore was often assumed as a disguise. The escalope was sometimes used, and either of them was considered as an emblem of the pilgrim's intention to go beyond the sea. Thus in Ophelia's ballad, Hamlet, 4. 5, song, the lover is to be known by his cockle hat and staff, and his sandal shoon. In Peele's Old Wives' Tale, 1595, we read, I will give thee a palmer's staff of ivory, and a scallop shell of beaten gold. Nares, 2, quotes from Green's Never Too Late, an account of the pilgrim's dress. A hat of straw, like to a swain. Shelter for the sun and rain. With a scalloped shell before. Cuttle. A foul-mouthed fellow was so called, says Mr. Halliwell Phillips 924, because this fish is said to throw out of its mouth, upon certain occasions, an inky and black juice that fouls the water. And as an illustration of its use in this sense, he quotes Doll Tearsheet's words to Pistol, 2 Henry IV. 2:4, "By this wine, I'll thrust my knife in your mouldy chaps, and you play the saucy cuddle with me." Dice says that the context would seem to imply that the term is equivalent to coulter, swaggerer, bully, 925. Gudgeon. This being the bait for many of the larger fish, to swallow a gudgeon, was sometimes used for to be caught or deceived. More commonly, however, the allusion is to the easiness with which the gudgeon itself is caught, as in the Merchant of Venice, I.1, where Gratiano says, "But fish not, with this melancholy bait. For this fool gudgeon." Gurnet. The phrase "soused gurnet" was formerly a well-known term of approach, in allusion to which Falstaff, in 1 Henry IV. 4:2, says, "If I be not ashamed of my soldiers, I am a soused gurnet." The gurnet, of which there are several species, was probably thought a very bad and vulgar dish when soused or pickled. Loach. A small fish, known also as the groundling. The allusion to it by one of the carriers, in 1 Henry IV. 2:1, who says, "Your chamberlain breeds fleas like a loach," has much puzzled the commentators. It appears, however, from a passage in Holland's translation of Pliny's Natural History, B. 9. c. 47, that anciently fishes were supposed to be infested with fleas. Last of all, some fishes there be which of themselves are given to breed fleas and lice, among which the chalcis, a kind of tergot, is one. Malone suggests that the passage may mean, breeds fleas as fast as a loach breeds loaches, this fish being reckoned a peculiarly prolific fish. It seems probable, however, that the carrier alludes to one of those fanciful notions as make up a great part of the natural history among the common people. 926 At the present day there is a fisherman's fancy on the Norfolk coast that fish and fleas come together. Locke, sir, said an old fellow, near Cromer, to a correspondent of Notes and Queries, October 7th, 1865, "Times is as you may look in my flannel shirt, and scarce see a flea, and then there ain't but a very few herons, but times that LL be right alive with M, and then there's sartin to be a sight o' fish." Mr. Houghton, writing in the Academy, May 27, 1882, thinks that in the above passage the small river loach, Cobites barbatula, is the fish intended. He says, at certain times of the year, chiefly during the summer months, almost all freshwater fish are liable to be infested with some kind of epizoa. There are two kinds of parasitic creatures which are most commonly seen on various fish caught in the rivers and ponds of this country. And these are the Argulus foliaceus, a crustacean, and the Piscicula piscium, a small cylindrical kind of leech. Mermaids. From the earliest ages mermaids have had a legendary existence, the sirens of the ancients evidently belonging to the same remarkable family. The orthodox mermaid is half woman half fish, the fishy half being sometimes depicted as doubly tailed. Shakespeare frequently makes his characters talk about mermaids, as in the Comedy of Errors, 3:2, where Antipholus of Syracuse says, "Oh, train me not, sweet mermaid, with thy note, to drown me in thy sister's flood of tears. Sing, siren, for thyself and I will dote. Spread o'er the silver waves thy golden hairs. And as a bed I'll take them and there lie. And in that glorious supposition think. He gains by death that hath such means to die." And again, further on he adds, "I'll stop my ears against the mermaid's song." Staunton considers that in these passages the allusion is obviously to the long-current opinion that the siren, or mermaid, decoyed mortals to destruction by the witchery of her songs. This superstition has been charmingly illustrated by Lydon, in his poem, The Mermaid, see Scott's Minstrelsy of the Scottish Border, 4. 294. Thus, all to soothe the chieftain's woe. Far from the maid he loved so dear. The song arose, so soft and slow. He seemed her prating sigh to hear. That sea maid's form of pearly light was whiter than the downy spray, and round her bosom, heaving bright, her glossy, yellow ringlets play. Borne on a foaming crested wave, she reached amain the bounding prow. Then clasping fast the chieftain brave, she, plunging, sought the deep below. This tradition gave rise to a curious custom in the Isle of Man, which, in Waldron's time, was observed on the December 24th, though afterwards on St. Stephen's Day. It is said that, once upon a time, a fairy of uncommon beauty exerted such undue influence over the male population that she induced, by the enchantment of her sweet voice, numbers to follow her footsteps, till by degrees she led them into the sea, where they perished. This barbarous exercise of power had continued for a great length of time, till it was apprehended that the island would be exhausted of its defenders. Fortunately, however, a knight-errant sprang up, who discovered a means of counteracting the charms used by this siren, even laying a plot for her destruction, which she only escaped by taking the form of a wren. Although she evaded instant annihilation, a spell was cast upon her, by which she was condemned, on every succeeding New Year's Day, to reanimate the same form, with the definite sentence that she must ultimately perish by human hand. Hence, on the specified anniversary, every effort was made to extirpate the fairy, and the poor wrens were pursued, pelted, fired at, and destroyed without mercy, their feathers being preserved as a charm against shipwreck for 1 year. At the present day there is no particular time for pursuing the wren, it is captured by boys alone, who keep up the old custom chiefly for amusement. On St. Stephen's Day, a band of boys go from door to door with a wren suspended by the legs, in the center of 2 hoops crossing each other at right angles, decorated with evergreens and ribbons, singing lines called Hunt the Wren. 927. In the Midsummer Night's Dream, 2. 1. Oberon speaks of heaving a mermaid on a dolphin's back, and in Hamlet, the queen referring to Ophelia's death, says, 4. 7. Her clothes spread wide, and, mermaid-like, awhile they bore her up. In 2 other passages Shakespeare alludes to this legendary creature. Thus in 3 Henry VI. 3:2, Gloucester boasts that he will drown more sailors than the mermaid shall. And in Antony and Cleopatra, 2:2, Enobarbus relates how her gentlewomen, like the Nereides, so many mermaids, tended her the eyes, and made their bends adornings, at the helm. A seeming mermaid steers. In all these cases Shakespeare, 928 as was his wont, made his characters say what they were likely to think, in their several positions and periods of life. It has been suggested, 929 however, that the idea of the mermaid, in some of the passages just quoted, seems more applicable to the siren, especially in the Midsummer Night's Dream, where the mermaid on a dolphin's back could not easily have been so placed, had she had a fish-like tail instead of legs. Notices of mermaids are scattered abundantly in books of bygone times. Mermen and mermaids, men of the sea, and women of the sea, having been as stoutly believed in as the great sea serpent, and on very much the same kind of evidence. Holinshed gives a detailed account of a merman caught at Oxford, in Suffolk, in the reign of King John. He was kept alive on raw meal and fish for 6 months, but at last gled secretly to the sea, and was nowhere after seen nor heard of. Even in modern times we are told how every now and then a mermaid has made her appearance. Thus, in the General Magazine, Jan. 1747, we read, "It is reported from the north of Scotland that sometime this month a sea creature, known by the name of mermaid, which has the shape of a human body from the trunk upwards, but below is wholly fish, was carried some miles up the water of Devon." In 1824, 930 a mermaid or merman made its appearance, when, as the papers of that day inform us, upwards of 150 distinguished fashionables went to see it. The sign of the Mermaid was a famous tavern, situated in Bread Street. As early as the 15th century, we are told, it was one of the haunts of the pleasure-seeking Sir John Howard, whose trusty steward records, anno 1464, paid for win at the Mermaid in Bread Street, for my master and Sir Nicholas Latimer, XD. O.B. In 2603 Sir Walter Raleigh established a literary club in this house, amongst its members being Shakespeare, Ben Jonson, Beaumont and Fletcher, Selden, Carew, Martin, Dune, and C. It is often alluded to by Beaumont and Fletcher. Minnow. This little fish, from its insignificant character, is used by Coriolanus, 3. 1, as a term of contempt, hear you this Triton of the minnows, and again in Love's Labours Lost, I. 1, letter, it occurs, that base minnow of thy mirth. Pike. An old name for this fish was luce. In the Merry Wives of Windsor, I. 1, we are told that the luce is the fresh fish. There can be no doubt, too, that there is in this passage an allusion to the armorial bearings of Shakespeare's old enemy, Sir Thomas Lucy. Amongst the various instances of the use of this term we may quote Isaac Walton, who says, the mighty luce or pike is taken to be the tyrant, as the salmon is the king of the fresh waters. Stowe, in his Survey of London, describes a procession of the Fishmongers' Company in 1298, as having horses painted like sea luce, then 4 salmons of silver on 4 horses. And after them 6 and 4 armed knights riding on horses made like lucies of the sea. Porpoise. According to sailors the playing of porpoises round a ship is a certain prognostic of a violent gale of wind, hence the allusion in Pericles, 2. 1, where one of the fishermen says, speaking of the storm, Nay, master, said not I as much when I saw the porpoise how he bounced and tumbled. Thus, too, in the Canterbury Guests, or A Bargain Broken, by Ravenscroft, we read, My heart begins to leap and play, like a porpoise before a storm. And a further reference occurs in Wilsford's Nature's Secrets, porpoises, or sea hogs, when observed to sport and chase one another about ships, expect then some stormy weather. Sea monster. The reference in King Lear, I. 4, to the sea monster. Ingratitude, thou marble-hearted fiend. More hideous when thou show'st thee in a child. Than the sea monster. Is generally supposed to be the hippopotamus, which, according to Upton, was the hieroglyphical symbol of impiety and ingratitude. 931 Sandys 932 gives a picture said to be portrayed in the porch of the Temple of Minerva at Sais, in which is the figure of a river horse, denoting murder, impudence, violence, and injustice. For they say that he killeth his sire and ravisheth his own dam. His account is no doubt taken from Plutarch's Isis and Osiris, and Shakespeare may have read it in Holland's translation, p. 1300, 933, but why he should call the river horse a sea monster is not very clear. It is more likely, however, that the whale is meant. Chapter 22. Sundry Superstitions. Almanacs. In Shakespeare's day these were published under this title, An Almanac and Prognostication made for the year of our Lord God, 1595. So in the Winter's Tale, 4. 3, Autolycus says, the hottest day prognostication proclaims, that is, the hottest day foretold in the almanac. In the Zith sonnet the prognostications in almanacs are also noticed. Not from the stars do I my judgment pluck. And yet methinks I have astronomy. But not to tell of good or evil luck. Of plagues, of dearths, or seasons' quality. Nor can I fortune to brief minutes tell. Pointing to each his thunder, rain, and wind. Or say with princes if it shall go well. By oft predict that I in heaven find. In Antony and Cleopatra, I, 2, Enobarbus says, they are greater storms and tempests than almanacs can report, and in 2 Henry IV. 2. 4, Prince Henry says, Saturn and Venus this year in conjunction. What says the almanac to that? Amulets. A belief in the efficacy of an amulet or charm to ward off diseases and to avert contagion has prevailed from a very early period. The use of amulets was common among the Greeks and Romans, whose amulets were principally formed of gems, crowns of pearls, necklaces of coral, shells, and the amulet of modern times has been of the most varied kinds. Objects being selected either from the animal, vegetable, or mineral kingdom, pieces of old rags or garments, scraps of writing in legible or illegible characters in fact. Of anything to which any superstitious property has been considered to belong. 934 This form of superstition is noticed in I Henry VI. v. 3, in the scene laid at Angiers where La Pucelle exclaims, "The regent conquers, and the Frenchmen fly. Now help, ye charming spells and periapts." Periapts being charms which were worn as preservatives against diseases or mischief. Thus Cotgrave 935 explains the word as, a medicine hanged about any part of the body. Ceremonies. These, says Malone, were omens or signs deduced from sacrifices or other ceremonial rites. Thus, in Julius Caesar, 2:1, Cassius says of Caesar, that he is superstitious grown of late. Quite from the main opinion he held once. Of fantasy, of dreams, and ceremonies, and in the next scene Calpurnia adds, Caesar, I never stood on ceremonies. Yet now they fright me. Charms. These, as Mr. Pettigrew 936 has pointed out, differ little from amulets, the difference consisting in the manner in which they are used rather than in their nature. Thus, whereas the amulet was to be suspended on the person when employed, the charm was not necessarily subjected to such a method of application. In days gone by, and even at the present day, in country districts, so universal has been the use of this source of supposed magical power that there is scarcely a disease for which a charm has not been given. It is not only, also, to diseases of body and mind that the superstitious practice has been directed, having been in popular request to avert evil, and to counteract supposed malignant influences. As might be expected, Shakespeare has given various allusions to this usage, as, for example, in Cymbeline, v. 3, where Pastimes says, "Today how many would have given their honors to have saved their carcasses? Took heel to do't, and yet died too. I, in my own woe charmed, could not find death where I did hear him groan, nor feel him where he struck." This passage referring to the notion of certain charms being powerful enough to keep men unhurt in battle. Othello, 3:4, speaking of the handkerchief which he had given to Desdemona, relates, "That handkerchief did an Egyptian to my mother give. She was a charmer, and almost could read the thoughts of people." And in the same play, I. Brabantio asks, "Is there not charms by which the property of youth and maidhood may be abused?" Again, in Much Ado About Nothing, 3:2, Benedick, who is represented as having the toothache, after listening to the banter of his comrades, replies, "Yet is this no charm for the toothache?" Perfect silence seems to have been regarded as indispensable for the success of any charm, and Pliny informs us that, "Favit linguis," was the usual exclamation employed on such an occasion. From this circumstance it has been suggested that the well-known phrase, "to charm a tongue," may have originated. Thus we have the following dialogue in Othello, v. 2. Iago. Go to, charm your tongue. Emilia. I will not charm my tongue, I am bound to speak. Thus, on the appearance amidst thunder of the first apparition to Macbeth, after the witches have performed certain charms, Shakespeare introduces the following dialogue. Macbeth. Tell me thou unknown power. First witch. He knows thy thoughts. Hear his speech, but say thou not. Again in the Tempest, 4:1, Prospero says, Hush, and be mute. Or else our spell is marred. Metrical charms. There was a superstition long prevalent that life might be taken away by metrical charms. Reginald Scott, in his Discovery of Witchcraft, 1584, says, the Irishmen addict themselves, and they will not stick to affirm that they can rhyme a man to death, 937 in 1 Henry VI. The Duke of Exeter, referring to the lamented death of Henry V, says, shall we think the subtle-witted French conjurers and sorcerers, that afraid of him by magic verses have contrived his end. These magic verses, to which the death of Henry V is here attributed, were not required to be uttered in his presence, their deadly energy existing solely in the words of the imprecation and the malevolence of the reciter, which were supposed to render them effectual at any distance. Again, the alphabet was called the Christ cross row, either because a cross was prefixed to the alphabet in the old primers, or more probably from a superstitious custom of writing the alphabet in the form of a cross by way of a charm. In Richard III. I. Clarence relates how the king hearkens after prophecies and dreams, and from the cross row plucks the letter G. Dreams. These, considered as prognostics of good or evil, are frequently introduced by Shakespeare. In Troilus and Cressida, v. Andromache exclaims, "My dreams will, sure, prove ominous to the day." While Romeo, v. declares, "My dreams presage some joyful news at hand." It is chiefly as precursors of misfortune that the poet has availed himself of their supposed influence as omens of future fate. Thus, there are few passages in his dramas more terrific than the dreams of Richard III and Clarence. The latter especially, as Mr. Drake says, 938, is replete with the most fearful imagery, and makes the blood run chill with horror. Dreaming of certain things has generally been supposed to be ominous either of good or ill luck. 939 And at the present day the credulous pay oftentimes no small attention to their dreams, should these happen to have referred to what they consider unlucky things. In the same way Shylock, in the Merchant of Venice, 2:5, is a victim to much superstitious dread. Jessica, my girl, look to my house. I am right loath to go. There is some ill a-brewing towards my rest. For I did dream of money-bags tonight. In Julius Caesar, dreaming of banquet is supposed to presage misfortune. It was also supposed that malicious spirits took advantage of sleep to torment their victims. 940 Hence Macbeth, 2:1, exclaims, "Merciful powers, restrain in me the cursed thoughts that nature gives way to in repose." 941. Duels. The death of the vanquished person was always considered a certain evidence of his guilt. Thus in 2 Henry VI. 2:3, King Henry speaking of the death of Horner in the duel with Peter, says, 942. "Go, take hence that traitor from our sight. For by his death we do perceive his guilt. And God in justice hath revealed to us the truth and innocence of this poor fellow, which he hath thought to have murdered wrongfully. Come, fellow, follow us for thy reward." We may also compare what Arcite says to Palamon in the Two Noble Kinsmen, 3:6. "If I fall, curse me, and say I was a coward. For none but such dare die in these just trials." Among the customs connected with dueling, it appears that, according to an old law, knights were to fight with the lance and the sword, as those of inferior rank fought with an ebon staff or batoon, to the farther end of which was fixed a bag crammed hard with sand. Thus Shakespeare, in 2 Henry VI. 2:3, represents Horner entering, bearing his staff with a sandbag fastened to it. 943 Butler, in his Hudibras, alludes to this custom. "In gagged with money bags, as bold as men with sandbags did of old." Stevens adds that a passage in St. Chrysostom very clearly proves the great antiquity of this practice. Fortune-tellers. A common method of fortune-tellers in pretending to tell future events, was by means of a barrel or glass. In an extract from the Penal Laws Against Witches, it is said, they do answer either by voice, or else set before their eyes in glasses, crystal stones, etc., the pictures or images of the persons or things sought for. It is to this kind of juggling prophecy that Angelo in Measure for Measure, 2:2, refers, when he tells how the law, like a prophet, looks in a glass, that shows what future evils, either new, or by remissness new conceived, etc. Again, Macbeth, 4. When a show of 8 kings is presented to him, exclaims after witnessing the 7th, "I'll see no more." And yet the 8th appears, who bears a glass, which shows me many more. Spenser 944 has given a circumstantial account of the glass which Merlin made for King Rience. A mirror of the same kind was presented to Cambuslan, in the Squire's Tale of Chaucer. And we are also told how a certain philosopher did the like to Pompey, the which showed him in a glass the order of his enemies' march. 945 Brand, in his Popular Antiquities, 946 gives several interesting accounts of this method of fortune-telling, and quotes the following from Valency's Collectania de Rebus Hibernicis. In the Highlands of Scotland, a large crystal, of a figure somewhat oval was kept by the priests to work charms by. Water poured upon it at this day is given to cattle against diseases. These stones are now preserved by the oldest and most superstitious in the country. They were once common in Ireland. Further allusions to fortune-tellers occur in Comedy of Errors, v. 1, and Merry Wives of Windsor, 4. 2. It appears, too, that the trade of fortune-telling was in Shakespeare's day, as now, exercised by the wandering hordes of gypsies. In Antony and Cleopatra, 4. 12, the Roman complains that Cleopatra, like a right gypsy, hath, at fast and loose, beguiled me to the very heart of loss. Giants. The belief in giants and other monsters was much credited in olden times, and, amongst the legends of nearly every race or tribe, few are more universal than those relating to giants or men of colossal size and superhuman power. 947 That such stories were current in Shakespeare's day, is attested by the fact that the poet makes Othello, I. 3, in his eloquent defense before the Senate of Venice, when explaining his method of courtship, allude to the cannibals that each other eat, the anthropophagi, and men whose heads do grow beneath their shoulders. In the Tempest, 3. Gonzalo relates how, when we were boys, who would believe that there were mountaineers do lapped like bulls whose throats had hanging at them wallets of flesh, or that there were such men whose heads stood in their breasts. And after the appearance of Prospero's magic repast, Sebastian says, "Now I will believe that there are unicorns, that in Arabia there is one tree, the phoenix's throne, one phoenix at this hour reigning there." Amongst the numerous references to giants by Shakespeare, we may quote the following. In 2 Henry VI. 2:3, Horner says, "Peter, have at thee with a downright blow, as Bevis of Southampton fell upon Ascapart." 948. Ascapart, according to the legend, was full 30-foot lunge, and was conquered by Sir Bevis of Southampton. In Cymbeline, 3:3, Belarius says, "The gates of monarchs are arched so high, that giants may jet through, and keep their impious turbans on, without. Good morrow to the sun." In the Merry Wives of Windsor, 2:1, Mrs. Page says, "I had rather be a giantess, and lie under Mount Pelion." 949. Lucky days. From the most remote period certain days have been supposed to be just as lucky as others are the reverse, a notion which is not confined to any one country. In Shakespeare's day great attention was paid to this superstitious fancy, which is probably alluded to in the Winter's Tale, 3:3, where the shepherd says to the clown, "'Tis a lucky day, boy, and will do good deeds on't." In King John, 3:1, Constance exclaims, "What hath this day deserved? What hath it done? That it in golden letters should be set among the high tides in the calendar? Nay, rather turn this day out of the week. This day of shame, oppression, perjury. Or, if it must stand still, let wives with child pray that their burthens may not fall this day, lest that their hopes prodigiously be crossed. But on this day let seamen fear no wreck. No bargains break that are not this day made. This day, all things begun come to ill end. Yea, faith itself to hollow falsehood change. Again, Macbeth, 4:1, says, let this pernicious hour stand I accursed in the calendar. In the old almanacs the days supposed to be favorable or unfavorable are enumerated, allusion to which occurs in Webster's Duchess of Malfi, 1623. By the almanac, I think, to choose good days and shun the critical. At the present day this superstition still retains its hold on the popular mind, and in the transactions of life exerts an important influence. 950. Magic. The system of magic which holds such a prominent place in The Tempest, was formerly an article in the popular creed, and as such is frequently noticed by the writers of Shakespeare's time. Thus, in describing Prospero, Shakespeare has given him several of the adjuncts, beside the costume, of the popular magician, much virtue being inherent in his very garments. So Prospero, when addressing his daughter, I, too, says, lend thy hand, and pluck my magic garment from me. So lie there, my art. A similar importance is assigned to his staff, for he tells Ferdinand, I, too, I can here disarm thee with this stick, and make thy weapon drop. And when he abjures the practice of magic, one of the requisites is, to break his staff, and to, v1. bury it certain fathoms in the earth. The more immediate instruments of power were books, by means of which spells were usually performed. Hence, in the old romances the sorcerer is always furnished with a book, by reading certain parts of which he is enabled to summon to his aid what demons or spirits he has occasion to employ. When he is deprived of his book his power ceases. Malone quotes an illustration of this notion Caliban's words in The Tempest, 3:2. Remember first to possess his books, for without them he's but a sot, as I am, nor hath not one spirit to command. Prospero, 2, declares, 3:1. I'll to my book. For yet ere supper time must I perform much business appertaining. And on his relinquishing his art he says that deeper than did ever plummet sound, I'll drown my book. Those who practice nocturnal sorcery are styled in Troilus and Cressida, 4:2, venomous wights. Merlin's prophecies. In Shakespeare's day there was an extensive belief in strange and absurd prophecies, which were eagerly caught up and repeated by one person to another. This form of superstition is alluded to in 1 King Henry IV. 3:1, where, after Owen Glendower has been descanting on the omens and portents dire, which heralded his nativity, and Hotspur's unbelieving and taunting replies to the chieftain's assertions, the poet makes Hotspur, on Mortimer saying, Fie, cousin Percy, how you cross my father, thus reply. I cannot choose, sometime he angers me with telling me of the moldwarp and the ant, of the dreamer Merlin and his prophecies, and of a dragon and a finless fish, etc. In King Lear, 3:2, the fool says, I'll speak a prophecy ere I go. When priests are more in word than matter, when brewers mar their malt with water, when nobles are their tailors' tutors, no heretics burned, but wenches' suitors, when every case in law is right, no squire in debt, nor no poor knight, when slanders do not live in tongues, nor cut purses come not to throngs, when usurers tell their gold i'th the field, and bawds and whores do churches build, then shall the realm of Albion come to great confusion. Then comes the time, who lives to seat, that going shall be used with feet. This prophecy Merlin shall make, for I live before his time. This witty satire was probably against the prophecies attributed to Merlin, which were then prevalent among the people. 951. Formerly, too, prophecies of apparent impossibilities were common in Scotland, such as the removal of one place to another. So in Macbeth, 4. The apparition says. Macbeth shall never vanquished be until great Burnham wood to high Dunsinane hill shall come against him. Portents and prodigies. In years gone the belief in supernatural occurrences was a common article of faith, and our ancestors made use of every opportunity to prove the truth of this superstitious belief. The most usual monitions of this kind were, lamentings heard in the air, shakings and tremblings of the earth, sudden gloom at noonday, the appearance of meteors, the shooting of stars, eclipses of the sun and moon, the moon of a bloody hue. The shrieking of owls, the croaking of ravens, the shrillings of crickets, night howlings of dogs, the death watch, the chattering of pies, wild neighing of horses, blood dropping from the nose, winding sheets, strange and fearful noises, and many of which Shakespeare has used, introducing them as the precursors of murder, sudden death, disasters, and superhuman events. 952 Thus in King Richard II. 2. 4. The following prodigies are selected as the forerunners of the death or fall of kings. 'Tis thought the king is dead, we will not stay. The bay trees in our country are all withered. And meteors fright the fixed stars of heaven. The pale-faced moon looks bloody on the earth. And lean-looked prophets whisper fearful change. Rich men look sad and ruffians dance and leap. The one in fear to lose what they enjoy. The other to enjoy by rage and war. These signs forerun the death or fall of kings. Previous to the assassination of Julius Caesar we are told in Hamlet, I. 1, how, in the most high and palmy state of Rome, a little ere the mightiest Julius fell, the graves stood tenantless and the sheeted dead did squeak and gibber in the Roman streets. As stars with trains of fire and dews of blood. Disasters in the sun, and the moist star, upon whose influence Neptune's empire stands, was sick almost to doomsday with eclipse. More appalling still are the circumstances which preceded and accompanied the murder of Duncan, Macbeth. 2. 3. We may also compare the omens which marked the births of Owen Glendower and Richard III. Indeed, the supposed sympathy of the elements with human joy or sorrow or suffering is evidently a very ancient superstition. And this presumed sensitiveness, not only of the elements, but of animated nature to the perpetration of deeds of darkness and blood by perverted nature, has in all ages been extensively believed. It is again beautifully illustrated in the lines, where Shakespeare makes Lennox, on the morning following the murder of Duncan, by his host, Macbeth. 2. 3. Give the following narrative. The night has been unruly, where we lay. Our chimneys were blown down, and, as they say, lamentings heard I the air. Strange screams of death. And prophesyings with accents terrible. Of dire combustion and confused events. New hatched to the woeful time, the obscure bird. Clamored the livelong night, some say, the earth was feverish and did shake. This idea is further illustrated in the dialogue, which follows, between Ross and an old man. Old man 70 I can remember well. Within the volume of which time I have seen hours dreadful and things strange. But this sore night hath trifled former knowings. Ross. Ah, good father. Thou sayest the heavens, as troubled with man's act, threaten his bloody stage, by the clock, 'tis day. And yet dark night strangles the travelling lamp. Is't night's predominance, or the day's shame? That darkness does the face of earth entomb, when living light should kiss it. Supernatural authority of kings. The belief in the supernatural authority of monarchs is but a remnant of the long-supposed, divine right, of kings to govern, which resulted from a conviction that they could trace their pedigrees back to the deities themselves. 953 Thus Shakespeare even puts into the mouth of the murderer and usurper Claudius, king of Denmark, the following sentence. Let him go, Gertrude, do not fear our person. There's such a divinity doth hedge a king. That treason can but peep to what it would. Acts little of his will. This notion is by no means confined to either civilized or semi-civilized nations. It is, says Mr. Hardwick, a universal feeling among savage tribes. The ignorant serf of Russia believed, and indeed yet believes, that if the deity were to die the emperor would succeed to his power and authority. Sympathetic indications. According to a very old tradition, the wounds of a murdered person were supposed to bleed afresh at the approach or touch of the murderer. This effect, though impossible, remarks Nares 954, except it were by miracle, was firmly believed, and almost universally, for a very long period. Poets, therefore, were fully justified in their use of it. Thus Shakespeare in King Richard III. I. 2, makes Lady Anne, speaking of Richard Duke of Gloucester, say, "Oh, gentlemen, see, dear Henry's wounds. Open their congealed mouths and bleed afresh. Blush, blush, thou lump of foul deformity. For 'tis thy presence that exhales this blood. From cold and empty veins, where no blood dwells. Thy deed, inhuman and unnatural, provokes this deluge most unnatural." Stowe alludes to this circumstance in his Annals, 424. He says the king's body was brought to St. Paul's in an open coffin, barefaced, where he bled, thence he was carried to the Blackfriars, and there bled. Matthew Paris also states that after Henry II's death his son Richard came to view the body, quo supervenient, confestum erupit sanguis ex naribus regis mortui. Acci indignaritor spiritus in adventu aegis, ca e justa mortis causa esse credibator, uti videriter sanguis clamar ad Deum, 955 in the Athenian Oracle, I. 106. This supposed phenomenon is thus accounted for: the blood is congealed in the body for 2 or 3 days, and then becomes liquid again, in its tendency to corruption. The air being heated by many persons coming about the body, is the same thing to it as motion is. 'Tis observed that dead bodies will bleed in a concourse of people when murderers are absent, as well as present, yet legislators have thought fit to authorize it, and use this trial as an argument, at least to frighten. Though 'tis no conclusive one to condemn them. Among other allusions to this superstition may be mentioned one by King James in his Demonology, where we read, "In a secret murder, if the dead carcass be at any time thereafter handled by the murderer, it will gush out of blood. As if the blood were crying to heaven for revenge of the murderer." It is spoken of also in a note to chapter 5, of the Fair Maid of Perth, that this bleeding of a corpse was urged as an evidence of guilt in the High Court of Justiciary at Edinburgh as late as the year 1668. An interesting survival of this curious notion exists in Durham, where, says Mr. Henderson, 956, touching of the corpse by those who come to look at it is still expected by the poor on the part of those who come to their house while a dead body is lying in it, in token that they wished no ill to the departed, and were in peace and amity with him. We may also compare the following passage, where Macbeth, 3:4, speaking of the ghost, says, "It will have blood, they say, blood will have blood. Stones have been known to move and trees to speak. Augurs and understood relations have by magpies and choughs and rooks brought forth the secretst man of blood." Shakespeare perhaps alludes to some story in which the stones covering the corpse of a murdered man were said to have moved of themselves, and so revealed the secret. The idea of trees speaking probably refers to the story of the tree which revealed to Aeneas the murder of Polydorus, Virg. Aeneid, 3:22, 599. Indeed, in days gone by, this superstition was carried to such an extent that we are told, in Disraeli's Curiosities of Literature, by the side of the bier, if the slightest change was observable in the eyes, the mouth, feet, or hands of the corpse, the murderer was conjectured to be present, and many an innocent spectator must have suffered death. This practice forms a rich picture in the imagination of our old writers, and their histories and ballads are labored into pathos by dwelling on this phenomenon. Chapter 23. Miscellaneous Customs, etc. Badge of Poverty. In the reign of William III, those who received parish relief had to wear a badge. It was the letter P, with the initial of the parish to which they belonged, in red or blue cloth, on the shoulder of the right sleeve. In 2 Henry VI. v. 1, Clifford says, "Might I but know thee by thy household badge. Bedfellow." A proof of the simplicity of manners in olden times is evidenced by the fact, that it was customary for men, even of the highest rank, to sleep together. In Henry V. 2, Exeter says, "Nay, but the man that was his bedfellow, whom he hath dulled and cloyed with gracious favours." This unseemly custom, says Malone, continued common till the middle of the last century, if not later. Beaumont and Fletcher, in the Coxcomb, I.1, thus refer to it. "Must we that have so long time been as one, seen cities, countries, kingdoms, and their wonders, been bedfellows, and in our various journey, mixed all our observations, and in the same way letters from noblemen to each other often began with the appellation bedfellow." 957. The curfew bell, which is generally supposed to be of Norman origin, is still rung in some of our old country villages, although it has long lost its significance. It seems to have been as important to ghosts as to living men, it being their signal for walking, a license which apparently lasted till the first cock. Fairies, too, and other spirits were under the same regulations, and hence Prospero, in the Tempest, v. 1, says of his elves, that they rejoice to hear the solemn curfew. In King Lear, 3:4, we find the fiend Flibbertigibbet obeying the same rule, for Edgar says, "This is the foul fiend Flibbertigibbet. He begins at curfew, and walks till the first cock." In Measure for Measure, 4:2, we find another allusion. Duke. The best and wholesomest spirits of the night envelope you, good provost. Who called here of late? Prov. None, since the curfew rung. And once more in Romeo and Juliet, 4:4, Capulet says, "Come, stir, stir, stir. The second cock hath crowed. The curfew bell hath rung, 'tis 3 o'clock, 9:58. Sacring bell. This was a bell which rang for processions and other holy ceremonies. 959 It is mentioned in Henry VIII. 3:2, by the Earl of Surrey. "I'll startle you. Worse than the sacring bell. It is rung in the Romish church to give notice that the host is approaching, and is now called Sanctus Bell, from the words Sanctus, 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 Dominus, Deus, Sabaoth, pronounced by the priest." On the graphic passage, 2:1, where Macbeth says, "The bell invites me. Hear it not, Duncan, for it is a knell that summons thee to heaven or to hell." Malone has this note, thus Raleigh speaking of love, in England's Helicon, 1600. It is perhaps that sonsing bell that tools all into heaven or hell. Sonsing being probably a mistake for sacring or saint's bell, originally, perhaps, written Saintie's bell. In Hudibras, we find the old Saintie's bell that rings all in carpet nights. These were knights dubbed at court by mere favour, and not on the field of battle for their military exploits. In Twelfth Night, 3:4, Sir Toby defines one of them thus: "He is knight, dubbed with unhatched rapier and on carpet consideration." A trencher knight was probably synonymous, as in Love's Labour's Lost, v. 2. Some mumbles news, some trencher knight, some dick. These carpet knights were sometimes called Knights of the Green Cloth, 960. Chair days. Days of old age and infirmity. So, in 2 Henry VI. v. 2, young Clifford, on seeing his dead father, says, "Wast thou ordained, dear father, to close thy youth in peace, and to achieve the silver livery of advised age, and in thy reverence, and thy chair days, thus to die in ruffian battle, Chivalry. The expression, sworn brothers, which Shakespeare several times employs, refers to the fratres jurati, who in the days of chivalry mutually bound themselves by oath to share each other's fortune. Thus, Falstaff says of Shallow in 2 Henry IV. 3:2, he talks as familiarly of John a Gaunt as if he had been sworn brother to him. In Henry V. 2:1, Bardolph says, "We'll be all three sworn brothers to France." In course of time it was used in a laxer sense to denote intimacy, as in Much Ado About Nothing, I.1, where Beatrice says of Benedick, that he hath every month a new sworn brother. 961. According to the laws of chivalry, a person of superior birth might not be challenged by an inferior, or if challenged might refuse combat, a reference to which seems to be made by Cleopatra, Antony and Cleopatra 2:5. I will not hurt him. These hands do lack nobility, that they strike. A meaner than myself. Again, in Troilus and Cressida, v. 5, the same practice is alluded to by Hector, who asks Thersites, "What art thou, Greek? Art thou for Hector's match? Art thou of blood and honor?" Singer quotes from Melville's Memoirs, 1735, page 165, the Laird of Grange offered to fight Bothwell, who answered that he was not his equal. The like answer made he to Tullibardine. Then my Lord Lindsay offered to fight him, which he could not well refuse, but his heart failed him, and he grew cold on the business. 962. Clubs. According to Malone, it was once a common custom, on the breaking out of a fray, to call out, "Clubs, clubs," to part the combatants. Thus, in 1 Henry VI. I.3, the mayor declares, "I'll call for clubs, if you will not away." In Titus Andronicus, 2:1, Aaron says, "Clubs, clubs. These lovers will not keep the peace." Clubs, too, was originally the popular cry to call forth the London apprentices, who employed their clubs for the preservation of the public peace. Sometimes, however, they used those weapons to raise a disturbance, as they are described doing in the following passage in Henry VIII. v. 4, I missed the meteor once, and hit that woman, who cried out, "Clubs!" When I might see from far some 40 truncheoners draw to her succor, which were the hope o' the Strand, where she was quartered. Color lore. Green eyes have been praised by poets of nearly every land. 963 and according to our motto, in Love's Labour's Lost, I.2, green indeed is the color of lovers. In A Midsummer Night's Dream, v. 1. Thisbe laments. Lovers, make moan. His eyes were green as leeks. The nurse, in her description of Romeo's rival, Romeo and Juliet, 3:5, says, "An eagle, madam, hath not so green, so quick, so fair an eye, as Paris hath." In the Two Noble Kinsmen, v. 1, Emilia, praying to Diana, says, "O vouchsafe, with that thy rare green eye, which never yet beheld things maculate, look on thy virgin." The words of our motto have been variously explained as alluding to green eyes, Spanish writers being peculiarly enthusiastic in this praise, to the willow worn by unsuccessful lovers, and to their melancholy. 964 It has also been suggested 965 that as green is the color most suggestive of freshness and springtime, it may have been considered the most appropriate lover's badge. At the same time, however, it is curious, that as green has been regarded as an ominous color it should be connected with lovers for, as an old couplet remarks, "Those dressed in blue have lovers true, in green and white, forsaken quite." 966. In Merchant of Venice, 3:2, green-eyed jealousy, and in Othello, 3:3, its equivalent, green-eyed monster, are expressions used by Shakespeare. Yellow is an epithet often, too, applied to jealousy by the old writers. In the Merry Wives of Windsor, I. 3, Nym says he will possess Ford with yellowness. In Much Ado About Nothing, 2. 1, Beatrice describes the Count as civil as an orange, and something of that jealous complexion. In Twelfth Night, 2. 4, Violet tells the Duke how her father's daughter loved a man, but never told her love. She pined in thought, and with a green and yellow melancholy. She sat like Patience on a monument. Dinner Customs. In days gone there was but one salt cellar on the dinner table, which was a large piece of plate generally much ornamented. The tables being long, the salt was commonly placed about the middle, and served as a kind of boundary to the different quality of the guests invited. Those of distinction were ranked above. The space below being assigned to the dependents, inferior relations of the master of the house, etc. 967 Shakespeare would seem to allude to this custom in the Winter's Tale, I. 2, where Leontes says, "Lower messes perchance are to this business purblind." Upon which passage Stevens adds, Leontes comprehends inferiority of understanding in the idea of inferiority of rank. Ben Jonson, speaking of the characteristics of an insolent coxcomb, remarks, "His fashion is not to take knowledge of him that is beneath him in clothes. He never drinks below the salt." Ordinary. This was a public dinner, where each paid his share, an allusion to which custom is made by Enobarbus in Antony and Cleopatra, 2. 2, who speaking of Antony says, "Being barbered 10 times o'er, goes to the feast. And for his ordinary pays his heart. For what his eyes eat only." Again, in All's Well That Ends Well, 2. 3, Lawfu says, "I did think thee, for 2 ordinaries, to be a pretty wise fellow, thou didst make tolerable vent of thy travel." The ordinary also denoted the lounging place of the men of the town, and the fantastic gallants who herded together. They were, says the author of Curiosities of Literature, 3. p. 82, the exchange for news, the echoing places for all sorts of town talk. There they might hear of the last new play and poem, and the last fresh widow sighing for some knight to make her a lady. These resorts were attended also to save charges of housekeeping. Drinking customs. Shakespeare has given several allusions to the old customs associated with drinking, which have always varied in different countries. At the present day many of the drinking customs still observed are very curious, especially those kept up at the universities and inns of court. 968. Almsdrink was a phrase in use, says Warburton, amongst good fellows, to signify that liquor of another's share which his companion drank to ease him. So in Antony and Cleopatra, 2. 7, one of the servants of Lepidus says, "They have made him drink almsdrink." By drinkings. This was a phrase for drinkings between meals, and is used by the hostess in 1 Henry IV. 3. 3, who says to Falstaff, "You owe money here besides, Sir John, for your diet and by drinkings." Hooped pots. In olden times drinking pots were made with hoops, so that when 2 or more drank from the same tankard, no one should drink more than his share. There were generally 3 hoops to the pots, hence, in 2 King Henry VI. 4. 2, Cade says, "The 3-hooped pot shall have 10 hoops." In Nash's Pierce Penniless, we read, "I believe hoops on quart pots were invented that every man should take his hoop, and no more." The phrases, "to do a man right," and "to do him reason," were in years gone by the common expressions in pledging healths. He who drank a bumper, expected that a bumper should be drunk to his toast. To this practice alludes the scrap of a song which Silence sings in 2 Henry IV. v. 3. "Do me right, and dub me knight." Semingo. He who drank, 2, a bumper on his knee to the health of his mistress, was dubbed a knight for the evening. The word Semingo is either a corruption of, or an intended blunder for San Domingo, but why this saint should be the patron of topers is uncertain. Rouse. According to Gifford 969 a rouse was a large glass in which a health was given, the drinking of which, by the rest of the company, formed the carouse. Hamlet, I. 4, says, The king doth wake tonight and takes his rouse. The word occurs again in the following act I, where Polonius uses the phrase o'er took in's rouse, and in the sense of a bumper, or glass of liquor in Othello, 2. 3. They have given me a rouse already. Sheer ale. This term which occurs in the Taming of the Shrew, ind 2, by Sly, ask Marion Hackett, the fat ale wife of Wincott, if she know me not, if she say I am not 14 pence on the score for sheer ale, etc. According to some expositors, means, ale alone, nothing but ale, rather than unmixed ale. Sneak cup. This phrase, which is used by Falstaff in 1 Henry IV. 3. 3. The prince is a jack, a sneak cup. Was used to denote one who balked his glass. Earnest money. It was in olden times customary to ratify an agreement by a bent coin. In Henry VIII. 2. 3. The old lady remarks. 'Tis strange, a 3 pence bowed would hire me. Old as I am, to queen it. There were, however, no threepences so early as the reign of Henry VIII. Exclamations. Charity for the Lord's sake, was the form of ejaculatory supplication used by imprisoned debtors to the passers-by. 970 So, in Davies' Epigrams, 1611. Good, gentle writers, for the Lord's sake, for the Lord's sake. Like Ludgate prisoner, lo, I begging make my moan. In Measure for Measure, 4. 3. The phrase is alluded to by Pompey. All great doers in our trade, and are now for the Lord's sake. Cry budget. A watchword. Thus Slender says to Shallow in the Merry Wives of Windsor, v. 2, we have a nay word how to know one another, I come to her in white and cry, mum. She cries, budget, and by that we know one another. God save the mark. Romeo and Juliet, 3. 2. This exclamation has hitherto baffled the research of every commentator. It occurs again in 1 Henry IV. I. 3. And in the Merchant of Venice, 2. 2, and in Othello, I. 1, we have God help the mark. In the Quarto, 1597, instead of God save the mark in the first passage quoted, we have God save the sample, an expression equally obscure. 971. Halidom. This exclamation was used, says Minshew, 972 by old countrymen, by manner of swearing. In Two Gentlemen of Verona, 4. 2, the hostess says. By my halidom, I was fast asleep. The probable derivation being holy, with the termination dome. Hall. Hall, an exclamation formerly used, to make a clear space in a crowd for any particular purpose, was a hall, a hall. So in Romeo and Juliet, I. 5, Capulet says. Come, musicians, play. A hall, a hall. Give room. And foot it, girls. Hey. This is equivalent to, you have it, an exclamation in fencing, when a thrust or hit is received by the antagonist. In Romeo and Juliet, 2. 4. Mercutio speaks of the punto reverso. The high hold, to cry hold. When persons were fighting, was an authoritative way of separating them according to the old military law. So Macbeth in his struggle with Macduff. And damned be him that first cries, hold, enough. We may compare Lady Macbeth's words, I. 5. Nor heaven peeps through the blanket of the dark. To cry, hold, hold. I. The name of evil. A vulgar exclamation formerly in use. So in the Winter's Tale, 4. 2, it is used by the clown. Oh ho, oh ho. This savage exclamation was, says Stevens, constantly appropriated by the writers of our ancient mysteries and moralities to the devil. In the Tempest, I. 2, Caliban, when rebuked by Prospero for seeking to violate the honor of my child, replies. Oh ho, oh ho. Would had been done. Thou didst prevent me, I had peopled else. This isle with Calibans. Push. A exclamation equivalent to pish. 973. It is used by Leonardo in Much Ado About Nothing, v. 1, and made a push at chance and sufferance, and again in Timon of Athens, 3. 6, where one of the lords says, push. Did you see my cap? Rivo was an exclamation often used in bacchanalian revels, but its origin is uncertain. It occurs in 1 Henry IV. 2, 4. Rivo, says the drunkard. Gifford suggests that it is corrupted, perhaps, from the Spanish rio, which is figuratively used for a large quantity of liquor, a derivation, however, which Mr. Dice does not think probable. Snick up. This was an exclamation of contempt, equivalent to, go and hang yourself, 974. It is used by Sir Toby in Twelfth Night, 2. 3, in reply to Malvolio's rebuke. We did keep time, sir, in our catches, sneck up. Soho. This is the cry of sportsmen when the hare is found in her seat. Spy. I spy, is the usual exclamation at a well-known childish game called Hi Spy, Hi, 975. Taylor. Johnson explains the following words of Puck in A Midsummer Night's Dream, 2. 1, thus. The wisest ant, telling the saddest tale. Sometime for 3-foot stool mistaketh me. Then slip I from her bum, down topples she. And Taylor cries, and falls into a cough. The custom of crying Taylor at a sudden fall backwards, I think I remember to have observed. He that slips beside his chair, falls as a tailor squats upon his board. Mr. Dice, 976 however, adds, it may be doubted if this explains the text. Tilly Valley. An exclamation of contempt, the etymology of which is uncertain. According to Dowse it is a hunting phrase borrowed from the French. Singer says it is equivalent to fiddle faddle. It occurs in Twelfth Night, 2. 3, being used by Sir Toby, am not I consanguineous? Am I not of her blood? Tilly Valley, lady. In 2 Henry IV. 2, 4, the hostess corrupts it to Tilly Fowly, Sir John, ne'er tell me, your ancient swaggerer comes not in my doors. As a further illustration of the use of this word, Singer quotes a conversation between Sir Thomas More and his wife, given in Roper's Life, is not this house, quoth he, as nigh heaven as my own? To whom she, after her accustomed homely fashion, not liking such talk, answered, Tilvaye, Tilvaye. Westward ho. This was one of the exclamations of the watermen who plied on the Thames, and is used by Viola in Twelfth Night, 3. 1. Dice 977 quotes from Peele's Edward I, to illustrate the use of this word. Q. Eleanor. I, good woman, conduct me to the court. That there I may bewail my sinful life. And call to God to save my wretched soul. A cry of, westward, ho. Woman, what noise is this I hear? Potter's wife. Unlike your grace, it is the watermen that call for passengers to go westward now. Dekker took the exclamation, westward, ho. For the title of a comedy, and Johnson, Chapman, and Marston adopted that of eastward, ho, for one jointly written by them a few years afterwards. Fools. Mr. Dowse in his essay, On the Clowns and Fools of Shakespeare, has made a ninefold division of English fools, according to quality or place of employment, as the domestic fool, the city or corporation fool, the tavern fool. The fool of the mysteries and moralities. The last is generally called the vice, and is the original of the stage clown so common among the dramatists of the time of Elizabeth, and who embody so much of the wit of Shakespeare. A very palpable distinction is that which distinguishes between such creatures as were chosen to excite to laughter from some deformity of mind or body, and such as were chosen for a certain alertness of mind and power of repartee, or briefly, butts and wits. The dress of the regular court fool of the Middle Ages was not altogether a rigid uniform, but seems to have changed from time to time. The head was shaved, the coat was motley, and the breeches tight, with, generally, one leg different in color from the other. The head was covered with a garment resembling a monk's cowl, which fell over the breast and shoulders, and often bore ass's ears, and was crested with a coxcomb, while bells hung from various parts of the attire. The fool's bauble was a short staff bearing a ridiculous head, to which was sometimes attached an inflated bladder, by which sham castigations were inflicted. A long petticoat was also occasionally worn, but seems to have belonged rather to the idiots than the wits. The fool's business was to amuse his master, to excite his laughter by sharp contrast, to prevent the over-oppression of state affairs, and, in harmony with a well-known physiological precept, by his liveliness at meals to assist his lord's digestion. 978. The custom of shaving and nicking the head of a fool is very old. There is a penalty of 10 shillings, in one of Alfred's ecclesiastical laws, if one opprobriously shave a common man like a fool. And Malone cites a passage from The Choice of Change, and, by S. R. Gent, 4-1598, 3 things used by monks, which provoke other men to laugh at their follies. 1. They are shaven and notched on the head like fools. 979. In the Comedy of Errors, v. 1, the servant says, "My master preaches patience to him and the while his man with scissors nicks him like a fool, and forfeits." In order to enforce some kind of regularity in barbers' shops, which were once places of great resort for the idle, certain laws were usually made, the breaking of which was to be punished by forfeits. Rules of this kind, however, were as often laughed at as obeyed. So in Measure for Measure, 2. Laws for all faults. But calls so countenanced, that the strong statutes stand like the forfeits in a barber's shop. As much in mock and mark. Gambling. It was once customary for a person when going abroad, to put out a sum of money on condition of receiving good interest for it on his return home. If he never returned, the deposit was forfeited. Hence such a one was called a putter out. It is to this practice that reference is made in the following passage, Tempest, 3. Or that there were such men, whose heads stood in their breasts, which now we find. Each putter out of 5 for 1 will bring us God warrant of. Malone quotes from Morrison's Itinerary, 1617, pti. 198, who says, "This custom of giving out money upon these adventures was first used in court and noblemen. A practice which banker-outs, stage-players, and men of base condition had drawn into contempt, by undertaking journeys merely for gain upon their return." In Ben Jonson's Every Man Out of His Humor, 2. The custom is thus alluded to, "I do intend, this year of Jubilee coming on, to travel. And because I will not altogether go upon expense, I am determined to put forth some £5,000, to be paid me 5 for 1, upon the return of my wife, myself, and my dog, from the Turk's court at Constantinople. If all, or either of us, miscarry in the journey, 'tis gone. If we be successful, why then there will be £25,000 to entertain time with." Garters. It was the regular amorous etiquette in the reign of Elizabeth 980, for a man, professing himself deeply in love, to assume certain outward marks of negligence in his dress, as if too much occupied by his passion to attend to such trifles, or driven by despondency to a forgetfulness of all outward appearance. His garters, in particular, were not to be tied up. In As You Like It, 3. This custom is described by Rosalind, who tells Orlando, "There is none of my uncle's marks upon you, he taught me how to know a man in love. Your hose should be ungartered, your bonnet unbanded, your sleeve unbuttoned, your shoe untied, and everything about you demonstrating a careless desolation." Another fashion which seems to have been common among the beaux of Queen Elizabeth's reign, was that of wearing garters across about the knees, an allusion to which we find in Twelfth Night 2. In the letter which Malvolio reads, "Remember who commended thy yellow stockings, and wished to see thee ever cross-gartered." Dowse quotes from the old comedy of The Two Angry Women of Abingdon, 1599, where a serving man is thus described. He's a fine neat fellow. A spruce slave, I warrant ye, he'll have. His cruel garters cross about the knee. In days gone by, when garters were worn in sight, the upper classes wore very expensive ones, but the lower orders worsted galloon ones. Prince Henry calls Poins, 1 Henry IV, 2. 4, a cad dice garter, meaning a man of mean rank. Gaudy days. Feast days in the colleges of our universities are so called, as they were formerly at the Inns of Court. In Antony and Cleopatra, 3. 3, Antony says. Come. Let's have one other gaudy night, call to me. All my sad captains, fill our bowls once more. Let's mock the midnight bell. They were so called, says Blunt, from gaudium, because, to say truth, they are days of joy, as bringing good cheer to the hungry students. Glove. As an article of dress, the glove held a conspicuous place in many of our old customs and ceremonies. Thus, it was often worn in the hat as a favor and as a mark to be challenged by an enemy, as is illustrated by the following dialogue in Henry V. 4:1. King Henry. Give me any gauge of thine, and I will wear it in my bonnet, then, if thou darest acknowledge it, I will make it my quarrel. Will. Here's my glove, give me another of thine. K.H. There. Will. This will I also wear in my cap, if ever thou come to me and say, after tomorrow, this is my glove, by this hand I will take thee a box on the ear. K.H. If ever I live to see it, I will challenge it. Will. Thou darest well be hanged. Again, in Troilus and Cressida, v. 2, Diomed, taking the glove from Cressida, says. Tomorrow will I wear it on my helm. And grieve his spirit that dares not challenge it. And in Richard II. v. 3, Percy narrates how Prince Henry boasted that he would unto the stews, and from the commonest creature pluck a glove, and wear it as a favor, and with that he would unhorse the lustiest challenger. The glove was also worn in the hat as the memorial of a friend, and in the Merchant of Venice, 4:1, Portia, in her assumed character, asks Bassanio for his gloves, which she says she will wear for his sake. Give me your gloves, I'll wear them for your sake. When the fashion of thus wearing gloves declined, it fell into the hands of coxcombical and dissolute servants. 981. Thus Edgar, in King Lear, 3:4, being asked by Lear what he had been, replies, a serving man, proud in heart and mind. That curled my hair, wore gloves in my cap, and to throw the glove, as the signal of a challenge, is alluded to by Troilus, 4:4, who tells Cressida, for I will throw my glove to death himself. That's there's no maculation in thy heart. The meaning being, says Johnson, I will challenge death himself in defense of thy fidelity. The glove then thrown down was popularly called a gage, 982 from the French, signifying a pledge, and in Richard II. 4:1, it is so termed by Amerle. There is my gage, the manual seal of death. That marks thee out for hell. In the same play it is also called honor's pawn. Thus Bolingbroke, I.1, says to Mowbray. Hail trembling coward, there I throw my gage. Disclaiming here the kindred of the king. And lay aside my high blood's royalty. Which fear, not reverence, make thee to accept. If guilty dread hath left thee so much strength as to take up my honor's pawn, then stoop. And further on, 4:1, one of the lords employs the same phrase. There is my honor's pawn. Engage to the trial, if thou darest. It is difficult to discover why the glove was recognized as the sign of defiance. Brand 983 suggests that the custom of dropping or sending the glove, as the signal of a challenge, may have been derived from the circumstance of its being the cover of the hand, and therefore put for the hand itself. The giving of the hand is well known to intimate that the person who does so will not deceive, but stand to his agreement. To shake hands upon it would not be very delicate in an agreement to fight, and, therefore gloves may possibly have been deputed as substitutes. Again, the glove was often thrown down as a pledge, as in Timon of Athens, v. 4, where the senator says to Alcibiades, "Throw thy glove. Or any token of thine honor else. That thou wilt use the wars as thy redress. And not as our confusion." Whereupon Alcibiades answers, "Then, there's my glove." In King Lear, v. 2, Albany thus speaks. "Thou art armed, Gloucester, let the trumpet sound. If none appear to prove upon thy head thy heinous, manifest, and many treasons, there is my pledge, throwing down a glove. I'll prove it on thy heart." In Troilus and Cressida, 4. 5, Hector further alludes to this practice. "Your quondam wife swears still by Venus' glove. She's well, but made me not commend her to you." Scented gloves were formerly given away as presents. In Winter's Tale, the custom is referred to by Mopsa, who says to the clown, 4. "Come, you promised me a tawdry lace, and a pair of sweet gloves." And Autolycus is introduced singing, "Gloves as sweet as damask roses." In Much Ado About Nothing, 3. 4, Hero says, "These gloves the Count sent me, they are an excellent perfume." Trinity College, Oxford, not ungrateful to its founder and his spouse, has many entries, after the date of 1556, in the Bursar's books, Pro Fumigatis Carothesis, for perfumed gloves. Kiss. In years past, a kiss was the recognized fee of a lady's partner, and as such is noticed in Henry VIII. I.4. "I were unmannerly, to take you out, and not kiss you." In The Tempest, I. 2, it is alluded to in Ariel's song. "Come unto these yellow sands, and then take hands. Courtesied when you have and kissed the wild waves whist. Footed featly here and there, and sweet sprites, the burthen bear." There is probably a veiled allusion to the same ceremony in Winter's Tale, 4. 4, where, at the dance of shepherds and shepherdesses, the following dialogue occurs. Clown. "Come on, strike up." Dorcas. "Mopsa must be your mistress, Mary, garlic, to mend her kissing with." Mopsa. "Now, in good time." Clown. "Not a word, we stand upon our manners. Come, strike up." In an old treatise, entitled The Use and Abuse of Dancing and Minstrelsy, we read, "But some reply, what fools will dance? If that when dance is doon, he may not have at ladies' lips that which in dance he doon." The practice of saluting ladies with a kiss was once very general, and in the Merry Wives of Windsor, to kiss the hostess is indirectly spoken of as a common courtesy of the day. In Romeo and Juliet, I. 5, a further instance occurs, where Romeo kisses Juliet at Capulet's entertainment, and in Henry VIII. I.4, Lord Sandys is represented as kissing and Bullen, next whom he sits at supper. The celebrated kissing comfits were sugar plums, once extensively used by fashionable persons to make the breath sweet. Falstaff, in the Merry Wives of Windsor, v. 5, when embracing Mrs. Ford, says, "Let it thunder to the tune of green sleeves, hail kissing comfits, and snow oringos." In Measure for Measure, 4. Song, kisses are referred to as seals of love. A Judas kiss was a kiss of treachery. Thus in 3 Henry VI. v. 7, Gloucester says, "So Judas kissed his master, and cried, all hail, when as he meant all harm." Lace songs. These were jingling rhymes, sung by young girls while engaged at their lace pillows. A practice alluded to by the Duke in Twelfth Night, 2. 4. "O fellow, come, the song we had last night. Mark it, Cesario, it is old and plain. The spinsters and the knitters in the sun. And the free maids that weave their thread with bones. Do use to chant it. Miss Baker, in her Northamptonshire Glossary, 1854, I. 378, says, the movement of the bobbins is timed by the modulation of the tune, which excites them to regularity in cheerfulness. And it is a pleasing sight to see them in warm sunny weather, seated outside their cottage doors, or seeking the shade of a neighboring tree, where, in cheerful groups, they unite in singing their rude and simple rhymes. The following is a specimen of one of these ditties, most descriptive of the occupation. 19 long lines, bring over my down. The faster I work it, I'll shorten my score. But if I do play, it'll stick to a stay. So hi-ho. Little fingers, and twank it away. Letters. The word Emmanuel was formerly prefixed, probably from feelings of piety, to letters and public deeds. So in 2 Henry VI. For 2, there is the following allusion to it. Cade. What is thy name? Clerk. Emmanuel. Dick. They used to write it on the top of letters. Staunton says, we can refer to one MS alone, in the British Museum, ad. MSS. 19, 400, which contain no less than 14 private epistles headed, Emmanuel, or Jesus Emmanuel. Another superscription of a letter in years gone by was, to the bosom of a lady. Thus Hamlet says to Ophelia, 2. In her excellent white bosom, these. And in the 2 Gentlemen of Verona, 3. Proteus says. Thy letters may be here, though thou art hence. Which, being writ to me, shall be delivered. Even in the milk-white bosom of thy love. This custom seems to have originated in the circumstance of women having a pocket in the forepart of their stays, in which, according to Stevens, they carried not only love letters and love tokens, but even their money and materials for needlework. Livery. The phrase, sue my livery, which occurs in the following speech of Bolingbroke, King Richard II, 2. 3. I am denied to sue my livery here. And yet my letters patents give me leave. My father's goods are all distrained and sold. And these and all are all amiss employed. Is thus explained by Malone, on the death of every person who held by night service, the escheator of the court in which he died summoned a jury, who inquired what estate he died seized of, and of what age his next heir was. If he was under age, he became a ward of the king's, but if he was found to be of full age, he then had a right to sue out a writ of ouster limain, that is, his livery, that the king's hand might be taken off, and the land delivered to him. York, 2. 1, also says. If you do wrongfully seize Hereford's right, call in the letters patent that he hath by his attorneys general to sue his livery. Love Day. This denoted a day of amity or reconciliation. An expression which is used by Saturnius in Titus Andronicus, I. 1. You are my guest, Lavinia, and your friends. This day shall be a love day, tomorrow. Military lore, fleshment. This is a military term. A young soldier being said to flesh his sword the first time he draws blood with it. In King Lear, 2. Oswald relates how Kent, in the fleshment of this dread exploit, drew on me here again. Upon which passage, Singer, 9. 377, has this note, fleshment, therefore, is here metaphorically applied to the first act, which Kent, in his new capacity, had performed for his master. And at the same time, in a sarcastic sense, although he had esteemed it an heroic exploit to trip a man behind, who was actually falling. The phrase occurs again in 1 Henry IV. v. 4, where Prince Henry tells his brother, Come, brother John, full bravely hast thou fleshed thy maiden sword, swearing by the sword, According to Nares 984, the singular mixture of religious and military fanaticism which arose from the Crusades, gave rise to the custom of taking a solemn oath upon a sword. In a plain unenriched sword, the separation between the blade and the hilt was usually a straight transverse bar, which, suggesting the idea of a cross, added to the devotion which every true knight felt for his favorite weapon. And evidently led to this practice. Hamlet makes Horatio swear that he will never divulge having seen the ghost, I. 5. Never to speak of this that you have seen. Swear by my sword. In the Winter's Tale, 2. 3, Leonardo says. Swear by this sword. Thou wilt perform my bidding. The cross of the sword is also mentioned to illustrate the true bearing of the oath. Hence, in 1 Henry IV. 2. 4, Falstaff says jestingly of Glendower, that he swore the devil his true liegeman upon the cross of a Welsh hook. 985. On account of the practice of swearing by a sword, or rather by the cross or upper end of it, the name of Jesus was sometimes inscribed on the handle or some other part. Mining terms. According to Mr. Collier, the phrase, true penny, is a mining term current in the north of England, signifying a particular indication in the soil, of the direction in which ore is to be found. Thus, Hamlet says, I. 5. Ah, ha, boy. Say'st thou so? Art thou there, true penny? When making Horatio and Marcellus again swear that they will not divulge having seen the ghost. Patrons. The custom of clergymen praying for their patrons, in what is called the bidding prayer, seems alluded to by Kent in King Lear, I. 1. Royal Lear. Whom I have ever honored as my king. Loved as my father, as my master followed. As my great patron thought on in my prayers. Sagittary. This was a monster, half man, half beast, described as a terrible archer, neighing like a horse, and with its eyes of fire striking men dead like lightning. In Troilus and Cressida, v. 5, Agamemnon says. The dreadful Sagittary appalls our numbers. Hence any deadly shot was called a Sagittary. In Othello, I. 1, the Barak is so named from the figure of an archer over the door. Salad days. Days of green youth and inexperience. Cleopatra says, I. v. My salad days. When I was green in judgment, cold in blood. Salt. The salt of youth is that vigor and strong passion which then predominates. The term is several times used by Shakespeare for strong amorous passion. Iago, in Othello, 3. 3, refers to it as hot as monkeys, as salt as wolves in pride. In Measure for Measure, v. 1, the Duke calls Angelo's base passion, his salt imagination, because he supposed his victim to be Isabella, and not his betrothed wife, whom he was forced by the Duke to marry. 986. Salutations. God den was used by our forefathers as soon as noon was past, after which time, good morrow, or good day, was esteemed improper, the phrase, God ye good den, being a contraction of, God give you a good evening. This fully appears from the following passage in Romeo and Juliet, 2. 4. Nurse. God ye good morrow, gentlemen. Mercutio. God ye good den, fair gentlewoman. Upon being thus corrected, the nurse asks, is it good den? To which Mercutio replies, 'Tis no less, I tell you, for the body hand of the dial is now upon the prick of noon. A further corruption of the same phrase was, God dig you den, as used by Costard in Love's Labours Lost, 4. 1, God dig you den all. Shakespeare uses it several times, as in Titus Andronicus, 4. 4, where the clown says, God and Saint Stephen give you good den, and in King John, I. 1, the king says, good den, Sir Richard. Another old popular salutation was, good even and 20, merry wives of Windsor, 2. 1, equivalent to 20 good evenings. Mr. Halliwell Phillips quotes a similar phrase from Eliot's Fruits of the French, 1593, God night, and 1,000 to everybody. We may also compare the phrase, good deed, in Winter's Tale, I.2. A species of asseveration, as, in very deed. Servants' customs. The old custom of the servants of great families taking an oath of fidelity on their entrance into office, as is still the case with those of the sovereign, is alluded to by Pastimes in Cymbeline, 2. 4, where, speaking of Imogen's servants, he says, her attendants are all sworn and honorable. 987. Gold chains were formerly worn by persons of rank and dignity, and by rich merchants, a fashion which descended to upper servants in great houses, and by stewards as badges of office. These chains were usually cleaned by being rubbed with crumbs. Hence, in Twelfth Night, 2. 3, Sir Toby says to the clown, go, sir, rub your chain with crumbs. In days gone by, too, it was customary for the servants of the nobility, particularly the gentleman usher, to attend bareheaded. In the procession to the trial in Henry VIII. 2. 4, one of the persons enumerated is a gentleman, usher, bareheaded. On grand occasions, coachmen, also, drove bareheaded, a practice alluded to in Beaumont and Fletcher's Woman Hater, 3. 2. Or a pleated lock, or a bareheaded coachman. This sits like a sign where great ladies are to be sold within. Sheriff's post. At the doors of sheriffs were usually set up ornamental posts, on which royal and civic proclamations were fixed. So, in Twelfth Night, I.5, Malvolia says, he'll stand at your door like a sheriff's post. A pair of mayor's posts, says Staunton, are still standing in Norwich, which from the initials T.P., and the date 159, are conjectured to have belonged to Thomas Petties, who was mayor of that city in 1592. Shoeing horn. This, from its convenient use in drawing on a tight shoe, was applied in a jocular metaphor to other subservient and tractable assistants. Thus Thersites, in Troilus and Cressida, v. 1, in his railing mood gives this name to Menelaus, whom he calls, a thrifty shoeing horn in a chain, hanging at his brother's, Agamemnon, leg. It was also employed as a contemptuous name for danglers on young women. In the same way, shoe tie became a characteristic name for a traveler, a term used by Shakespeare in Measure for Measure, 4. 3, Master Forthlight the Tilter, and brave Master Shooty, the great traveler. A solemn supper. In Shakespeare's day this was a phrase for a feast or banquet given on any important occasion, such as a birth, marriage, and Macbeth says, 3. 1. Tonight we hold a solemn supper, sir. And I'll request your presence. Howell, in a letter to Sir T. Hawke, 1636, says, I was invited yesternight to a solemn supper by B. J. Ben Jonson, where you were deeply remembered. So in Romeo and Juliet, I. 5, Tybalt says, what dares the slave come hither, covered with an antic face, to fleer and scorn at our solemnity? And in All's Well That Ends Well, 2. 3, the king, on the conclusion of the contract between Helena and Bertram, says, the solemn feast shall more attend upon the coming space, expecting absent friends. Statute caps. These were woolen caps enforced by Statute 13 Elizabeth, which, says Strype, in his Annals, 2. 74, was for continuance of making and wearing woolen caps in behalf of the trade of cappers. Providing that all above the age of 6 years, excepting the nobility and some others, should on Sabbath days and holy days wear caps of wool, knit thick, and drayest in England, upon penalty of 10 groats. Thus, in Love's Labours Lost, v. 2, Rosalind says, well, better wits have worn plain statute caps. Johnson considered that the statute caps alluded to were those worn by the members of the universities. Theatrical lore. At the conclusion of a play, or of the epilogue, it was formerly customary for the actors to kneel down on the stage, and pray for the sovereign, nobility, clergy, and sometimes for the commons. So in the epilogue to 2 Henry IV. The dancer says, "My tongue is weary, when my legs are too, I will bid you good night, and so kneel down before you, but, indeed, to pray for the Queen." Collier, in his History of English Dramatic Poetry, 3. 445, tells us that this practice continued in the commencement of the 17th century. Tournaments. In Coriolanus, 2. 1, Shakespeare attributes some of the customs of his own times to a people who were wholly unacquainted with them. In the following passage we have an exact description of what occurred at tiltings and tournaments when a combatant had distinguished himself. Matrons flung gloves. Ladies and maids their scarfs and handkerchers. Upon him as he passed, the nobles bended. As to Jove's statue. And the commons made a shower and thunder with their caps and shouts. I never saw the like. 988. An allusion to the mock tournaments, in which the combatants were armed with rushes in place of spears, is used by Othello, v. 2. Man but a rush against Othello's breast. Trumpet. In olden times it was the fashion for persons of distinction, when visiting, to be accompanied by a trumpeter, who announced their approach by a flourish of his trumpet. It is to this custom, Staunton 989 thinks, that Lorenzo refers in the Merchant of Venice, v. 1, where he tells Portia. Your husband is at hand, I hear his trumpet. War cry. God, and St. George. The common cry of the English soldier when he charged the enemy, King Richard III. v. 3. The author of the Old Arte of War, printed in the latter end of Queen Elizabeth's reign, formally enjoins the use of this cry among his military laws, p. 84, item. That all soldiers entreing into bataille, assault, skirmish, or other faction of arms, shall have for their common cry word, St. George, forward, or upon them, St. George. Whereby the soldier is much comforted to mind the ancient valor of England, which with that name has been so often victorious. And therefore he who upon any sinister zeal shall maliciously omit so fortunate a name, shall be severely punished for his obstinate, erroneous heart and perverse mind. Havoc. To cry havoc appears to have been a signal for indiscriminate slaughter. The expression occurs in King John, 2. 1. Cry havoc, kings. In Coriolanus, Menenius says, 3. I. Do not cry havoc, when you should but hunt. With modest warrant. And in Julius Caesar, 3. 1. Cry havoc, and let slip the dogs of war. Kill, 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 kill him. This was the ancient cry of the English troops when they charged the enemy. It occurs where the conspirators kill Coriolanus, v. 6. Letel. This was the dinner provided for the jury in customary tenants at the court leet of a manor, or view of frank pledge, formerly held once or twice a year, before the steward of the leet. To this court Shakespeare alludes in the Taming of the Shrew, I, 2, where the servant tells Sly that in his dream he would rail upon the hostess of the house, and threaten to present her at the leet. Aubrey, in his MS. History of Wiltshire, 1678, tells us, too, how, in the Easter holidays was the clerk's ale for his private benefit, and the solace of the neighborhood.